Silent Order, Firehand. Jonathan Moeller. Description: the galaxy is at war, and an archaeologist's accidental discovery might destroy civilizations. When Jack March is sent to rescue a high-ranking operative of the Silent Order from the sinister final consciousness, he expects trouble. He doesn't expect to find an ancient alien relic capable of annihilating worlds. And if the final consciousness can seize that relic, the galaxy will burn. 1. Atomar Station. Jack March had visited over 100 worlds, but he had lost count of the number of asteroid-based stations and installations he had visited. Atomar Station, though, was one of the nicer ones. It was in the outer asteroid belt of the Antioch system, one of the core systems of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. The asteroid itself was a lump of rock and iron ore, about 100 kilometers in diameter, not quite large enough to force itself into a sphere, and it resembled an oversized craggy potato. Centuries ago, when the first Kalaskaran colonists had settled Antioch and started building up the space-based industries, the asteroid had been mined for its ore to construct the gas mines and orbital platforms that extracted helium and hydrogen from the system's gas giant. Later, the iron mines had been abandoned. Unlike so many asteroid mining installations, Atomar Station had found a second life as a low-gravity manufacturing site, a facility assembling molecular electronics and drugs and nanotech that could not be produced in full gravity. These days, Atomar Station had a population of 250,000 people, most of them productively involved the asteroids industries. The people of the station were full citizens of the Kingdom of Kalaskar, their patron the Grand Duke of the Antioch system. Crime was low and violence was rare, which meant that if the machinist cell set off its bombs under one of the station's preschools, the slaughter would be all the more shocking. Jack March walked alone through the service corridor, the gloved metal fingers of his left hand flexing. He suspected he would have to kill some people in the next few hours. The corridor had been carved through the asteroid's rock, the floor flat and hard and level, and metal racks along the walls held pipes and bundles of wires. Occasional narrow doors opened into rooms holding pumping and fertilization equipment. The corridor passed beneath one of the station's hydroponic domes, accessing the equipment that powered the automated farms. Of course, no mechanical system could ever be completely automated, and someone had to monitor the system for breakdowns. March stepped through an open door and into the control office, as silent as a shadow. The control office was not large, only big enough to hold 4 desks, a row of equipment lockers, and a workbench. A weedy-looking man of about 30 sat at one of the desks, his profile to March. Of the 3 monitors on the desk, 2 of them showed schematics for the hydroponic equipment. The third showed a movie of 3 naked men taking turns with 1 naked woman. The man's attention was so focused on the movie that he didn't notice March standing next to him for 5 or 6 seconds. He all but jumped out of his seat when he did. "God damn it!" snapped the man, closing the video window. A nameplate on his chest read Cole. "Don't startle me. What the hell do you want?" "Michael Tank," said March. "Where are you meeting him?" "What?" said Cole, stuttering with surprise. "Michael Tank," said March. "Where are you going to meet him?" "I don't know what you're talking about, man," said Cole. "I'll explain then," said March. "You're part of a machinist cell." The blood drained from Cole's face. "Michael Tank is the head. 2 months ago, a machinist agent named Tessa Morgan arranged for the destruction of the Starliner Alpine in one of the biggest spacefaring disasters in Kalaskaran history. To follow up on that success, the machinist cell that supported Morgan is planning to blow up one of the station's preschools. Did I miss anything?" I don't know what you're talking about," said Cole, looking towards one of the desk drawers. "Where are you meeting Michael Tank?" said March. "If you cooperate, I won't beat it out of you." "Man, I don't know what you're talking about," said Cole, but in mid-sentence he whirled, yanking open the drawer and grabbing a plasma pistol inside. March had been waiting for it. His left foot kicked out, knocking the chair over and Cole with it. Cole squawked and tried to bring the pistol around as he fell, and March grabbed the weapon from his hand. The chair hit the floor with a rattling thump, as did Cole, and with a groan of pain he scrambled backward. March shifted the pistol to his left hand and pointed it at Cole's head. All the blood drained from Cole's face, and March squeezed the weapon. The pistol shattered in the unyielding grasp of his cybernetic left arm, and the broken pieces fell to the floor. "Where," said March, "are you going to meet Michael Tank?" "Cargo Bay 87, croaked Cole. "In 40 minutes. We all have work shifts, but the systems are automated enough that we can slip away for." "Your phone," said March. "Unlock it and give it to me." Cole hesitated. "Now." Cole yanked his phone from his belt and unlocked it. March pulled it from his grasp, scrolled through the messages, and found the message chain from Michael Tank. It confirmed that Tank and his friends would meet in an hour in Cargo Bay 87 and discuss plans for the party. March had spent the last several weeks tracking this particular cell of machinist sympathizers, and he knew just what kind of party they planned to commit. The last message from Tank asked if Cole intended to come. March scanned the messages, noted Cole's usual grammatical style, and typed in a response. Soon enough the machinist cell would gather in one place, and March didn't want to scare them off. What are you doing to my phone?" said Cole, still wide-eyed. "Useful thing," said March. "Hold still." He set the phone on the desk. "This is going to hurt." "Wait," said Cole, raising his hands. "No, wait, I didn't." March hit him in the face with his left hand. Had March wanted, he could have crushed Cole's skull like a grape. Given what Cole and his friends had helped do, and what they had been planning to do, March would not have felt a flicker of conscience about killing the man. Nevertheless, Cole would better serve the kingdom of Kalaskar and the Silent Order alive than dead. Dead, he would be another useless corpse. Alive, and he would confess his crimes when station security caught up to him, and he would reveal the names of the rest of the cell. His fist struck Cole's face with enough force to crack the man's nose and bounce his head off the stone floor. Cole yelped in pain, and March reached into his knee-length leather coat and pulled out the injector he had brought with him. He jammed it against Cole's neck as the machinist agent writhed in pain, and the instrument beeped as it pumped the drug into Cole's bloodstream. Cole twitched for about 20 seconds and then fell unconscious. March tore off the sleeves of Cole's jumpsuit and used the strips to bind his wrists and ankles and stuff a gag into his mouth. Then he dumped the would-be machinist into one of the equipment lockers, making sure that Cole would not choke to death when he woke up in 3 or 4 hours. But March intended to see this business done before Cole woke up. With luck, Cole would wake up when station security came to arrest him on charges of terrorism and attempted mass murder. He dropped Cole's phone into the locker with the stunned man and locked the door. Then he set off, pulling up a map of Audiobook station on his phone. March had familiarized himself with the layout of the station when he arrived, and he had a rough idea of where to find Cargo Bay 87. It wasn't far from Cole's hydroponics dome. Many of the old iron mines had been converted into cargo space, and the station had far more cargo space than it actually needed to store merchandise or supplies. The station administration often rented the bays to private owners at a low cost, which meant that someone like Michael Tank could rent a useful hideaway for a machinist cell. March left the equipment room and made his way through the station service corridors, one hand resting on the butt of the pistol at his waist. If he could take the machinist's collaborators alive, he would, but if they forced them to fight, he would not hesitate to kill as many of them as necessary until the others surrendered. They deserved no sympathy. March had seen what the machinists did to the worlds they conquered: the labor camps, the mass graves, the enslavement, the dead harvested for organs and protein to be fed into the machinists' hellish factories. He had seen the horrors that one of this cell's members had wreaked on the Alpine. His left shoulder ached with memory. Kalaskar was not perfect. No human society was. It was rigid and stratified and entirely too arrogant and certain of itself, but it was vastly better than the machinists. There were no labor camps. There were no slaves. Kalaskaran factories did not harvest the dead to turn them into protein slurry for the living. And there was no final consciousness, the ruthless genocidal hive mind that joined the machinists into a single cybernetic force of rage and conquest. March had seen all those horrors with his own eyes and had experienced most of them. And Michael Tank and his followers wanted to bring those horrors to the kingdom of Kalaskar. In another hour or so, they would regret that. If they were still alive. He checked his map once more, then stopped before a narrow access panel. It was locked, but a shove from his cybernetic arm wrenched it open. Beyond was a narrow equipment corridor, barely wide enough to accommodate March. The corridor provided maintenance access to the life support systems, and thick metal pipes of water and recycled air went along the wall. March drew his pistol in his left hand, put away his phone, and he reached into his coat and pulled out a pair of night vision goggles, setting them over his eyes. The green image flared before his vision. It would have been easy enough to produce a flashlight, but he didn't want to take any chance that a stray flicker of light might alert his prey. The ghostly green images in the goggles danced before his eyes as he strode down the corridor. After about a half a mile, he saw an access panel that led to Cargo Bay 87 and stopped, putting his ear to the metal. Faint, muffled voices came through the panel. March reached into his coat and produced a device that looked like a small bowl with a bundle of electronics in the base. He powered on the device, pressed it against the access panel, and fished an earpiece out of his pocket and put it in his right ear. A burst of harsh static, and then the microphone started picking up the voices of the people in the cargo bay. He flipped another switch on the device, and it started recording, sending the data file to the phone in his interior jacket pocket. "I don't know, Mike," said a man. "We might be pushing too hard and too soon." "That's defeatist talk," snapped a familiar harsh voice. The voice was familiar because March had spent the last week listening to Michael Tank, reactor technician. Tank was 43 years old and twice divorced, the second divorce commencing when he had been arrested for beating his brother-in-law to a pulp. He had started as a reactor technician in Storm Real City in Kalaskar, but after his criminal sentence, he had unable to obtain work anywhere except off-planet. So Michael Tank had gone to Adamar Station to make a living and nurse his grievances, and a machinist agent named Tessa Morgan had found him. "Is it?" said the first man. "If we screw this up, we're going to bring a lot of trouble on our heads. A lot of trouble. The Ministry of Security doesn't let this kind of thing slide, Mike. They shoot people for this. I mean, no one knows we were involved in the Alpine, but that was light years away. This is right on our doorstep." "I know that, Comrade Rich," said Tank. "And I know what I'm doing. The explosives the machinists gave us are untraceable. No one will know we planted the bombs under the school. We'll wait until all the furor dies down, and then we'll send an anonymous message to the administrators taking credit. That will teach them not to cross the revolution of the final consciousness." "I don't know," said a third man. Tank's voice turned into a growl. "What now, Comrade Tyler?" "It's just Jesus, man," said Tyler. "A preschool. We're going to blow up a bunch of little kids. Can you think of a better way to get the attention of the station administrators?" said Tank. Smugness entered his voice. "Some of their kids go there. But we could blow up a cargo bay or one of the hydroponics domes," said Tyler. "And what good would that do?" snapped Tank. "No one would care. This would get their attention. And they would deserve it. We're going to set off those bombs, and the administrators will pay for their stupidity. Wars are not won in a single day, but with 1,000 little victories. Tessa Morgan won a great victory for our side. Now it's our turn. A cold, hard smile went over March's face. Tank had all but confessed his intentions, and the recording was now on March's phone. That might become useful soon. I still think we might be going too far, said Tyler. Listen to me, all of you, said Tank. We've learned the truth, all of us. The revolution of the final consciousness will make mankind into gods. We'll be the rulers of the galaxy, all humanity joined in harmony and peace. We'll live forever. The machinists can do that. They would have done it already, if not for our corrupt government and superstitious state church. They're holding us back so they can stay on top. You can't rule people who live forever, yeah. That's what the final consciousness will do. Comrades, the final consciousness is the next phase of human evolution. And if we do this, if we strike a blow for the final consciousness, it will reward us. We'll be part of that next phase of human evolution. The propaganda was crude and transparent, but the other voices in the cargo bay murmured with agreement. March had spent so many years fighting the machinists that he had forgotten the effect their lies could have on the unprepared. Tank and his followers would not be part of the next phase of human evolution. Once they set off the bomb, the machinists would abandon them to their fate, content to have exacted some harm on Kalaskar. Should they escape and flee to the final consciousness, they would either be forcibly joined to the hive mind, or enslaved and worked until they died, after which their bodies would be recycled and turned into protein paste. They ought to be grateful March was about to fall into their lives like a thunderbolt. He would save them from a far worse fate. Now, if no one else has any foolish complaints, here is the plan, said Tank. Comrade Rich, you've got the maintenance shift on the air handlers under the preschool next week. You and Comrade Lyle will place the bombs there, yeah, look at the map. Here, 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 and also here, right under the center of the room. March had heard enough. He pocketed the microphone cup and produced a mask that he pulled over his face, concealing everything except his eyes. Next, he drew out a multi-tool and started work on the bolts that held the panel in place. They came out easily, since they were designed to allow technicians and mechanics access to malfunctioning systems. 8 bolts later, the panel came free, light flooding into the corridor from the gaps. March eased the panel to the floor in silence and crept through the entrance and into the cargo bay. Fortunately, the access panel was behind a row of rusting metal barrels. March crouched behind them and peered through the gap, noting the layout of the items and people nearby. The bay was a large space, about the size of a gymnasium, carved from the rock of the asteroid. To judge from the rows of small holes in the floor, it had once contained rows of metal shelving, but the station administrators must have stripped those out long ago. Now only a few bits of junk, old furniture and metal barrels and cargo containers, lay scattered around the bay. A plastic table stood near the doors 20 meters away, and 5 men huddled around it, staring at maps of the station. March recognized Michael Tank at once. He was middle-aged and growing an impressive paunch, but he had the thick arms of a man accustomed to both manual labor and violence. His face was hard and grim, and his finger jabbed like a knife as he pointed at locations on the map. The other 4 men were younger, and nodded as Tank spoke. The illumination in the cargo bay was not good, with only a row of lights running down the center of the ceiling. That threw thick shadows along the walls, and Tank and the rest of the machinist cell stood in the center of one of the pools of light. That would have ruined their night vision, and they would not be able to see in the deep shadows. March glided along the circumference of the walls, his training as an iron hand allowing him to move in perfect silence. As he moved, he reached to his belt and drew out a stunner, a blocky weapon that looked something like an oversized tape measure attached to a pistol grip. It only had an effective range of 4 or 5 meters, but within that range, it could knock a man out for a solid 5 minutes. He moved forward in silence, the stunner held ready in his right hand, his left hand curled into a fist of metal. "Once the bombs have gone off, we'll wait a week," said Tank, gesturing over the map. March saw the bombs next to him. The machinists had provided Tank with 4 molecular detonator bombs, squat metal cylinders about 18 inches across. The devices consumed themselves entirely in their explosions, leaving no trace behind, and they were a favorite tool of both the Iron Hands and Machinist cells. Then we'll send an anonymous message, taking responsibility to the administrators. He smiled. They'll have no choice but to supply the next Machinist smuggler ship that comes to the station. And when they do, we'll get our rewards from the final consciousness. We'll never grow old or sick, and we'll live forever. He sneered. The Kalaskaran Royal Church says that all who repent and believe will live forever after death, but the final consciousness can actually do it. Now, any questions? He frowned. Who the hell are you? March stopped a few meters away, raised the stunner, and fired. It hit the nearest man, a greasy-looking fellow in a stained technician's coverall, and the man collapsed to the ground. Before the others could react, March shifted aim and fired again, and a second would-be machinist collapsed motionless to the ground. One of the men charged towards March, and a second yanked a pistol from his belt and fired. March reacted with haste, grabbing the charging man with his left hand and twisting him around, so he caught the plasma bolt in the upper thigh. The stench of burning flesh filled March's nostrils, and he shoved the wounded man away as the gunman tried to line up another shot. March's left hand closed around the pistol and squeezed, crushing the weapon and shattering the gunman's hand. The man screamed in agony, and March drove a hammer fist into the side of his head, sending him senseless to the floor. Michael Tank roared and attacked, swinging a heavy wrench as easily as if it were a pen. March raised his left arm, catching the descending wrench on his forearm. His cybernetic arm absorbed the impact without difficulty, but the shock of the blow still went all the way into his shoulder. Tank blinked in surprise. The wrench ought to have shattered the bones of March's forearms like glass. March threw a punch at Tank's face, but the big man reacted with surprising speed, dodging around the blow and yanking a knife from his belt. The blade blurred at March's face, and he had to jump back, trying to get the stunner in line for another shot. Tank's neck slash almost reached March's face, and he shifted his stance. A wild grin went over Tank's face as he reversed the grip on his knife and brought it hammering down towards March's chest. March caught the blade in his left hand and squeezed, crushing the weapon. Tank's eyes went wide. What are you? March jammed the stunner against Tank's jaw and squeezed the trigger. The big man fell over and hit the table, knocking it over and sending the map scattering to the floor. The man who had been wounded with the plasma bolt groaned in agony. March considered the wound, decided that it probably wouldn't kill him, and gave the man a dose of the stunner. Just to be on the safe side, he walked around the unconscious men and gave them each another blast. Once that was done, he drew a roll of engine tape from his coat and went to work. Layers of tape secured their wrists and ankles together in thick bonds, and then he sealed their mouths shut for good measure. After he had them bound, he used the last of the charge in his stunner to give them each another jolt. March pocketed the stunner, made sure the cargo bay's main entrance was locked from inside, and then headed back to the access panel. He paused long enough to make sure that he had left no traces behind, and that each member of the machinist cell had been dragged far enough away from the others that they couldn't help each other escape. In another 20 or 30 minutes, they would start waking up with nasty headaches and a bad case of vertigo, and once those cleared, they would start trying to escape. In another hour, March would make sure the entire cell would either be executed or spend the rest of their natural lives doing hard labor on a penal colony. It seemed that March hadn't needed to kill anyone after all. That ought to please Censor. The machinist collaborators like to think of themselves as participating in the next wave of human evolution, as they bombed schools and hospitals and blew up starliners. Seeing a group of them on trial for a comically inept terrorist plot ought to drain some of the glamour away. He exited through the access panel, fastening it back into place behind him, and set off through the service corridors. A few moments later, he found a ladder and climbed it to the public levels of the station. March stepped onto a busy docking concourse, drones laden with cargo rolling past, while technicians and freighter crewers walked back and forth. He strode through their midst, until he came to the docking bay that held his ship. The Tiger awaited him. March's ship was a light freighter, specifically a Class 9 light freighter built by Mercator Foundry Yards, the sort of ship called a blockade runner, and favored by independent traders, privateers, and frequently pirates. The Tiger was a sleek 75 meters long and designed for a crew of 6, though March flew her alone with the aid of the ship's computer pseudo-intelligence. He had upgraded the reactors and the thrust-to-mass ratio significantly and had added heavy armaments, 4 forward-facing plasma cannons, a dorsal and a ventral laser turret, and a keel-mounted railgun rated for use on light capital warships. The armaments had cost a lot of money, but given that March's work for the Silent Order took him to the wild systems beyond the control of the Kingdom of Kalaskar, they had proven their worth again and again. He unlocked the cargo airlock, passed through the cargo bay, and headed down the ship's dorsal corridor, past the galley, the crew cabins, the infirmary, and the gym. The dorsal corridor ended in the flight cabin, which had room for 4 crewers. March took the pilot's acceleration chair and powered up the displays. Flat screens came to life around him, and blue holograms flared into existence. "Good evening, Captain March," said a woman's voice, speaking with the cool accent of a Kalaskaran noblewoman. "Good evening, Vigil," said March. The computer interface was a pseudo-intelligence, not quite a true artificial intelligence. True AIs invariably went insane, a fact that March had seen with his own eyes. Vigil could do practically anything, except engage in self-aware thought. "Pre-flight status." "Checklists running," said Vigil. "Do we still have a flight window from station control?" said March. "In 13 minutes, said Vigil. "Good," said March. He went through some of the checklists himself, running pre-flight diagnostics on the fusion reactor, the ion thrusters, the dark matter reactor, and the hyperdrive. Everything came up green. Adamar Station had a first-class spaceport, which was just as well because the Tiger had needed maintenance and upgrades. Quality facilities were hard to find in the outer systems and in the border areas between the major interstellar powers. One by one, the Tiger's systems passed the pre-flight checks. The technicians and mechanics of Adamar Station did good work. At least those who hadn't joined covert machinist cells, anyway. All systems flashed green, and March did a final check. 30 seconds later, he received permission to depart from spaceport control, and he fired the ion thrusters and eased the Tiger out of the bay and into the darkness of space. Some of the displays lit up with visual views of the asteroid and the surrounding star fields. This far out into the system, the star of the Antioch system seemed only like a small disk, little bigger than a coin. March plotted a course for Antioch Station itself, the chief space installation of the system, and joined the queue of ships departing from Adamar Station in an orderly line. As he did, he brought up the controls for the Tiger's communication system, which was standard for a ship of the Tiger's class, and the controls for the anonymizer, which was not. Once the anonymizer was online, March made a call to the station's security center. Rather than a contingent of Marines from Navy or Royal Army troops provided by the Ministry of Defense, Adamar Station's security needs were provided by Koras Corporation, a private mercenary contractor staffed exclusively by veterans of the Kalaskaran Armed Forces. March had quietly investigated the local Koras officers and concluded that they would be reliable enough to do what he needed. Once the connection had been made, March sent the data. He had gathered a large amount of information on the machinist cell, and he sent it all to station security, along with a report that the machinists had been overpowered and left tied up in Cargo Bay 87 and the hydroponics control room. After the last of information had been sent, March activated the software tap he had left in the security office's communication system and waited, listening to the activity on the channels. He did not need to wait long. Within 20 minutes, officers of the Koras Corporation had stormed Cargo Bay 87 and taken all 5 machinist sympathizers into custody, along with an additional man tied up in a locker beneath one of the hydroponics domes. March had not exactly followed strict rules of evidence collection while conducting his surveillance, but that didn't matter. Between what Koras Corporation had found and what March had sent them, the evidence against Tank and his band of would-be revolutionaries was so overwhelming that it would end in either execution or a penal colony. March's work here was done. He adjusted the Tiger's course and fed power to the dark matter reactor, preparing a hyperjump for the Inner System and Antioch Station. 2. Sensor. A few hours and one hyperjump later, the Tiger came within visual range of Antioch Station. Vigil alerted him in the ship's gym. "Captain March, Antioch Station is coming within communication range." March grunted and set the barbell back onto the rack, sweat streaming down his face and chest. He rose from the bench, straining in the increased gravity of the gym. "Acknowledged." "Instructions," said Vigil. "First set the gravity back to normal," said March. "Adjusting gravity level," said Vigil. There was a humming sound, and the gravity in the gym went from 150% normal to standard 1G. March caught his balance, breathing hard as his body adjusted its reduced weight. After weight training in augmented gravity, walking around at normal 1G felt like flying. Which was the point, of course. His cybernetic left arm had inhuman strength, but he needed to keep the rest of his body strong. March picked up a bottle of water and drained half of it in 3 gulps, then grabbed a towel and wiped off his face and chest. "All right," he said. "Antioch Station. Request an approach vector and a docking slot. I'll be up to talk to station control in a few minutes." "Acknowledged, Captain March," said Vigil. March finished off his water bottle and turned for the door, catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror as he passed. As always, the sight gave him pause. His right arm and torso were heavy with muscle, thanks to both years of training and these high-G exercise sessions. His left arm was metal, but his shoulder was a mixture of metal and flesh and bone. The skin where the metal arm joined his flesh gnarled with old scars. A larger Y-shaped scar went down both sides of his chest and then his stomach, stopping an inch or so below his navel. He had seen enough dead men to know that autopsied corpses had the same scar upon their torsos. He had been an Iron Hand, one of the elite assassins and commandos of the Final Consciousness. Once upon a time, he would have helped those would-be terrorists on Adamar Station, the certainty of the cybernetic hive mind thundering through his thoughts. He had left the Final Consciousness behind and now fought against the machinists. But the scars would always remind him of what he had been. He hated looking at his reflection. March grimaced and left to the gym. He went to his cabin, stripped off his sweat-stained exercise pants, and cleaned himself in the sanitizer booth. A shower would have been pleasant, but on a starship water was a precious resource, one that could not be wasted on such luxuries. Besides, the sanitizer was probably more effective, though it certainly didn't feel as enjoyable. Once he had finished, March dressed in his usual shipboard jumpsuit, putting a gun belt around his waist and clipping a breath mask to his belt out of habit. A few minutes later, he opened the door to the flight cabin and dropped into the pilot's acceleration chair, the flat screens and the holographic displays coming to life around him. Some of the screens showed Antioch Station itself. No matter how many times he saw it, the huge station was an impressive sight. 5 concentric rings of gleaming metal made up the station, the largest nearly 5 kilometers in diameter. Racks of solar panels rose from the rings, and the Tiger's sensors detected hundreds of ships of varying size docked there. The sensors picked up powerful weapon systems, and also 2 Kalasker and Royal Navy heavy cruisers, patrolling around the station's defense perimeter. The defenses had been upgraded since Macha's last visit. Likely, the Royal Navy had improved the defenses in response to the destruction of the Covenant at Tamlin's World and the disaster with the Alpine. March accepted an incoming communication from the station and spent a few minutes speaking with the well-scrubbed young officer of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy, in charge of traffic control. He declared his cargo, a load of zero-G manufactured electronic components from Atomar Station, and transmitted his ID and ship registry. They were all legitimate, and while March might have been an alpha operative of the Silent Order, he nonetheless had an actual privateer's letter of marque from the Crown of Kalaskar. The Silent Order believed in maintaining a plausible cover story whenever possible, and nothing was more plausible than the truth. Once his information was cleared, the Tiger was assigned a docking port on the outer ring. March used the ship's ion thrusters to maneuver the cargo airlock to the docking port, and after a few moments of careful adjustments, the Tiger docked with the station. He spent a half-hour speaking with the office of the cargo master, arranging for the drones to pick up the ship's cargo and carry it to its next point of transit. March wouldn't make much money from ferrying the components from Atomar Station to Antioch Station, but it would be enough to pay his costs from the last month of spying on machinist sympathizers. The cargo master assigned him an unloading time in 5 hours. March confirmed it and set the ship's systems to stand by, and left the Tiger for the docking ring. The corridor was crowded, with both drones and uniformed cargo handlers unloading ships. March could have hired a taxi for a ride, but he felt the need to stretch his legs, and he had 5 hours to kill. That meant he had time to take a phone call and eat a good meal while he waited. 20 minutes and a few lift rides later, March walked onto one of the commercial concourses of the station's inner ring. It looked like a massive 3-story mall, with wide balconies running along the wall. Most of the businesses catered towards the crews of the ships that came and went from Antioch Station: repairs, supplies, upgrades, weapons, and restaurants. Flat screens stationed here and there showed films from the Ministry of Information, most of them highlighting the various atrocities and war crimes that the Final Consciousness had committed on its rampages through the galaxy. A church of the Royal Kalaskaran Church occupied a large section of the concourse, and despite the time of the day, there were many worshippers. March knew that there was a well-regulated and licensed brothel tucked away on the station, but it always bemused him that the church had more visitors than the brothel. The Kalaskarans took their religion seriously, which was perhaps why they had resisted the Final Consciousness for so long, while many other human interstellar nations had been conquered. March ignored both the church and the brothel, and instead went to Mallister's, his favorite restaurant on Antioch Station. Nobles and officers of the Kalaskaran Royal Navy preferred to dine at establishments on the higher balcony levels. Mallister's was not their kind of place, and it catered to enlisted men and freighter crewers. It was next to a shop that sold refurbished life support equipment on the lowest balcony level. The air was heavy with cigarette smoke, the filters in the ceiling giving off a loud whine as they struggled to keep up. Crewers and enlisted men sat at the tables, eating and drinking and laughing as they played cards. March ordered his usual of bacon, eggs, and coffee from the bartender, and he seated himself in a booth and placed his phone on the table. A few moments later, a pretty waitress brought him a tray with his breakfast. March thanked her and started eating. The bacon and eggs, of course, were vat-grown. He supposed it was odd that he preferred the taste of vat-grown meat to the real thing. Then again, he had grown up eating the protein paste the machinists provided for the workers in their labor camps, and he hadn't tasted even vat-grown meat until he had received the special privileges accorded to the Iron Hands. His mouth twisted with contempt as he remembered Michael Tank's rantings. Yes, the Final Consciousness promised to make mankind a race of gods, free of class and background and religion, but nonetheless the Iron Hands and the Overseers and the Questioners and the Cognarchs all received special privileges. March put the old bitter thought out of his mind. Brooding would not improve the flavor of his meal, and however the cooks at Mallister's prepared the vat-grown food, it tasted quite good. And for once, the call came after he had finished his meal and was sipping his second cup of coffee. March picked up the phone and saw what he had expected. The call had come from the Tiger's communications array, but it had originated from the Antioch System's Tachyon Entanglement Communications Relay, which meant it could have come from anywhere in Kalaskaran space that had Tachyon-based communications equipment. Of course, that narrowed it down to about 7 different star systems, each of which had billions of inhabitants and hundreds of space installations. He had never met Censor, the head of the Silent Order, and he likely never would. The man, if he really was a man, was simply too good at hiding. March accepted the call and lifted the phone to his ear. "Hello." "Hello, Captain March," said Censor's dry voice. "It seems that you have been busy." "Yes, sir," said March. "Your errand to Adamar Station," said Censor. "Did it go well?" "It did, sir," said March. Likely, Censor already knew everything that had happened on Adamar Station, but he did like his Alpha operatives to give their own reports. "I spent a month tracking Michael Tank's cell and identified all the members. Once they gathered for a meeting, I overpowered them, left them restrained, departed the station, and called security. They were all arrested soon after." "They were," said Censor. "Our friends in the Ministry of Justice tell me that Tank himself will likely be executed, while his co-conspirators will be sent to a penal colony for the remainder of their natural lives." "Did they know anything useful, sir?" said March. "They did not," said Censor, a hint of irritation in that dry voice. Even by the standards of the machinist's usual dupes, Tank and his lot were particularly ill-informed. Tessa Morgan seems to have been the most capable member of the cell, and you know what happened to her. The cell seems to have been nothing more than petty harassment on the part of the machinists, albeit petty harassment that would have cost a great many innocent lives. Naturally, we've ensured that the news media will run with this, the vile depravity of the machinist agents plotting to murder toddlers while thinking of themselves as bold revolutionaries. "It's not propaganda if it's true, sir," said March. "Indeed not," said Censor. "But you and I, Captain, we have seen the truth. We know the machinists for what they are. But others in the kingdom have not enjoyed the benefits," his voice got even drier on the final word, "of direct interaction with the machinists, or seen the ravages they have brought to the worlds they conquered. I am afraid that it is simply the nature of humanity that there is always a measure of discontent in the human heart, no matter the circumstances. There are always weak-minded men, and to such men, the words of the machinists, their promises of brotherhood and justice, are always alluring. At least until such men are fed into the machinists' protein processing plants," said March. "Sometimes collaborators were rewarded when their worlds fell to the final consciousness. But more often than not, the collaborators had outlived their usefulness. But many machinist agents are masters of persuasion. One of the roles of the Silent Order is, therefore, to keep the true nature of the machinists before the public. The plot on Adamar Station is a perfect instrument for that." Censor let out a sigh. "And thanks to you, no innocent lives were lost. Well done, Captain March." "Thank you, sir," said March. He was surprised by how much the compliment pleased him. March trusted his judgment more than anyone else's, and the opinions of others meant little to him, save for how they might affect his performance on a mission. But he did respect Censor. "Now to other matters," said Censor. "You are on Antioch Station." "Yes, sir." "Nor have you taken on any other cargoes?" "No, sir." March was a little surprised. Censor tended not to ask him so many questions before assigning a new mission. "I knew you would call, so I haven't taken any cargoes or commissions for the Tiger." "Very practical as always," said Censor. "Captain March, I shall be blunt. A delicate matter has arisen that needs resolution, but I am not entirely certain you are the right man for the job. The matter needs a surgeon's scalpel, but while you are an entirely excellent blunt instrument, you are nonetheless a blunt instrument." "If I'm not the right man for the job, sir," said March, "why are we talking about it?" Censor sighed again. "Because, as ever, we are short-handed, and you have some experience with the location in question. Tell me, have you ever heard the name Dr. Adelaide Tarrant?" "No, sir," said March. "Truly," said Censor. He sounded a little surprised. "Should I have?" Sensor paused for a moment. You don't watch any recreational videos, dramas, and comedies, and things of that nature? No, sir, said March, his confusion increasing. Should I have? Probably not, said Sensor. I'm afraid this is an area of our order's work where you have little experience. Specifically, the task of keeping a handle on popular entertainment and the news media. I admit I have little knowledge of popular entertainment, said March. It seems frivolous and unimportant. From your perspective it would, said Sensor. However, I'm afraid that another of the truths of the human soul is that it speaks in the language of stories. A musician or an actor or an artist in the right time and place can wield a tremendous amount of influence. Historically, that has been one of the machinists' favorite tactics in suborning the civilizations they have enslaved. They subvert the actors and the musicians to their cause, get them to speak in favor of the machinists' ideas, and they weaken the civilization's will to fight. And when the civilization falls, the actors and the musicians are sent to the labor camps along with everyone else. I see, said March. He had never given the matter much thought. That happened on your own homeworld of Calixtus, said Sensor. Before the machinist conquest of that world, the final consciousness embarked on a long-term program of winning supporters among the influential. The machinists succeeded in getting the entire entertainment industry on their side, and they brought the support of much of the government. When the machinists invaded, the will to fight was lost, and I am afraid you know the rest. Yes, said March. He remembered Calixtus very well. He remembered the labor camps, the corpses dumped into carts to be taken to the protein rendering plants. He remembered the executions, the landscape strip-minded to fuel the final consciousness's war machine. He remembered the soldiers taking him to the command center, where they ripped away his humanity and made him into something else. His shoulder hurt. I'm afraid that is why we don't usually send you on missions of this sort, said Sensor. Your skills lend themselves to the admirable execution of traitors. Unfortunately, a subverted entertainer needs to be discredited and exposed, not simply killed. Yes, sir, said March. So, is this Dr. Taryn an actress? Actually, she is an archaeologist. March blinked. An archaeologist, sir. He had not expected that. She started as one anyway, said Sensor. A specialist in xenoarchaeology, focusing on the extinct races that inhabited this region of space before humanity arrived. She authored a series of books that sold well, which she parlayed into a video series and several documentary movies. Dr. Taryn was blessed with a degree of natural charisma, and her books and videos are quite popular. And she has been helping the machinists, said March. This is one of the rare instances when your cynicism would be unwarranted, said Sensor. She is a beta operative of the Silent Order. She is, said March, surprised. While at university, she suffered a personal tragedy in a machinist terrorist attack, said Sensor. We recruited her soon after that, and she has proven highly effective at ferreting out machinist agents among both the entertainment and academic circles of Kalaskar. I suspect, Captain March, that she hates the final consciousness just slightly less than you do, which means, of course, that the machinists want her dead just as badly as they want you dead. Understanding came to March. Which is where I come in. That is correct, said Sensor. Dr. Taryn holds a research chair at the Royal University on Kalaskar, and recently the university sponsored her most recent project, an archaeological dig on a barely charted planet called Xenostas. I've never heard of it, said March. Not many people have. And that's an odd name for an uncharted planet, said March. It is, in fact, a word from the language of the Kaltriley, said Sensor. March had dealt with the Kaltriley before, and they looked like a combination of an armadillo and a locust. They breathed sulfur dioxide, not oxygen, which meant they rarely came into conflict with humans over habitable planets. The kingdom of Kalaskar had fought a few wars with the Kaltrilli, mostly about remote systems with rich mineral deposits, and those wars had been brief, mostly bloodless, and quickly concluded. The Kaltrilli tended towards isolationism, and so long as other races ignored them, they were happy to return the favor. But like the Nineveh, they were native to this portion of the galaxy. Not many races were native to this portion of the galaxy because most of them had gone extinct countless years ago. Scientists and scholars all had their own theories about what had caused that disappearance. March supposed that Dr. Adelaide Tarrant subscribed to one or another of those theories. But thanks to the custodian, the insane alien AI that ruled the Eschaton system, March knew exactly which one of those theories were true. "What was she looking for on Xenostas, sir?" said March, a flicker of unquiet going through him, as he thought of the wraith devices that the machinists had built. "She was excavating a city built by one of the extinct races," said Sensor. "It was also partly a commercial enterprise. Dr. Tarrant brought a film crew with her, and plans to turn the expedition into a documentary series, interviews and so forth. Likely she will also write a book about it." "This extinct alien race," said March. "Does this have anything to do with the Wraith Project?" There was a long pause. "We do not believe so," said Sensor. "No, we believe this is an attack of opportunity." Before Dr. Tarrant left Kalaskar, she arranged for a high-level machinist sympathizer to be exposed. He was arrested, and we dealt a severe blow to the network of machinist sympathizers within the university. Likely the machinists are taking an opportunity for revenge. "Your task, Captain March, is twofold." "First, to keep Dr. Tarrant alive," said March. "That is correct," said Sensor. "Preserving Dr. Tarrant's life is your first priority. She is a valuable asset to the Order, and we look after our own. Second, she is traveling with a large number of people, research assistants, other professors, graduate students, the production crew for her intended documentary, and the private security she hired for the expedition to Xenostas. Almost certainly, there are one or more machinist collaborators among them. You will need to expose and identify them. Dr. Tarrant herself will be of great assistance in this." "Yes, sir," said March, though he had his doubts. He had a disdain for both academics and media personalities. He thought them liars who made their living by selling deceptions and false information. It might have been a prejudice, he knew, but he had rarely seen anything to contradict that prejudice. Most likely Dr. Tarrant was a pretty face, with little enough in the way of brains, who had built a lucrative media career on her good looks. Though March would make his own assessment of Adelaide Tarrant when he met her. "Where should I meet Dr. Tarrant?" "In the NB8876X system at Rust Belt Station," said Sensor. "Oh," said March. He felt a headache coming on. "It's possible I will not be welcome there, sir." "Undoubtedly, Administrator Heights remembers your last visit," said Sensor in a dry tone. "Nevertheless, it must be there. Dr. Tarrant's expedition is traveling aboard a modified freighter named the Shovel, and they hired 2 Ronstadt Corporation gunships to provide security. The machinists are waiting for her there. They have contracted the assassination to the Grey Wolves mercenary gang, and the only viable hyperspace route from Xenostas to Kalaskaran space goes through NB8876X and Rust Belt Station. The Grey Wolves and the machinists know that Dr. Tarrant will have to stop at Rust Belt Station, and they plan to ambush her there." "Very well, sir," said March. "I will do what needs to be done." The head of the Silent Order branch on Rust Belt Station should have already smoothed things over with Administrator Heights, said Sensor. "Given the importance of Rust Belt Station to our clandestine operations, it seemed likely you would need to return at some point. So the Sigma operative in charge of the local branch has already paid the necessary bribes." "I'll have to buy him a drink then," said March. Of course, Constantine Bishop would insist that March buy the drink in his own establishment, the Emperor's Rest, the nicest restaurant on Rust Belt Station. Granted, that wasn't saying much. The Sigma operative has been instructed to coordinate with you on this matter, said Sensor. You've worked together before, so it shouldn't be a problem. Though depending on how quickly you get to Rust Belt Station, you might arrive before the message. Yes, sir, said March. I will set off for Rust Belt Station as soon as I can acquire a cargo for plausible deniability. And to pay some bills, of course. The silent order was tight-fisted when it came to cash. Do so, said Sensor. Remember, your first priority is to get Dr. Terran to safety. Even if you find it necessary to take her on your vessel while the rest of her team follows, do whatever is necessary. And if she doesn't wish to leave her team, sir, said March. Persuade her, said Sensor. March had never been ordered to kidnap an archaeologist if necessary, but he supposed there was a first time for everything. But that will probably not be necessary, said Sensor. Based on your psychological profile and past experiences, you almost certainly just experienced an initial negative reaction to my description of Dr. Terran. It will not affect my duties, sir, said March, because Sensor was right. Of course not, said Sensor. If it did, you would not be an Alpha operative. But Dr. Terran is quite competent, and will see reason. I am sending you a briefing packet of materials related to her. I suggest you familiarize yourself with them. The information will prove useful. I will, sir, said March. One final matter of business, said Sensor. Before she departed Kalaskar, Dr. Terran was given a code phrase that would identify an Alpha operative that approached her, should it prove necessary. Only Dr. Terran knows that code phrase, and you should only use it when you are alone with her to identify yourself. Do you understand? I do, said March. Very good. The phrase is, the bomb was located in the drive shaft. March nodded, committing the phrase to memory. Odd choice for a code phrase, but he didn't make these decisions. I have it, sir. Good, said Sensor. Her counterphrase is, the surgery was never forgotten. The task is in your hands now, Captain March. Do your utmost to rescue Dr. Terran and identify any machinist collaborators in her immediate circle. She is a valuable part of the Order, and we need her returned alive. I will, sir, said March. Whatever he thought about Dr. Terran and academics in general was irrelevant. He had his orders, and he would carry them out. 3. Gunships. March spent the rest of the day on Antioch Station, preparing for his flight to the NB-8876X system and Rust Belt Station. The first step was to find a cargo. That would give March a cover story for flying to NB-8876X, and would also provide some needed funds. Once March logged onto the station's network, it did not take him long to find cargoes heading for Rust Belt Station. The first was to take a load of sealed meals to the Emperor's Rest Bar and Restaurant on Rust Belt Station, the proprietor one Constantine Bishop. March accepted the job and arranged for the cargo to be loaded. Hoping to stack some jobs together, he also accepted a cargo of medical supplies, a second of machine parts, and a third of some hydroponics components. That would fill the Tiger's cargo bay, but it would more than pay for the cost of the trips and leave quite a bit left over. Sometimes doing the business of the Silent Order got expensive. March also spent money on the usual preparations for a long interstellar journey. He topped off the Tiger's supplies of water, oxygen, and foodstuffs, and hired a set of cleaning drones to go over the living quarters of the ship. While March kept his possessions and tools in good order and made sure the ship was running, he did not always pay attention to proper housekeeping. It was possible that he might need to take Dr. Terran and some of her team on the Tiger, and best to clean up for guests. The fact that March wanted to do so amused him, because he cared nothing for what Dr. Terran or her team might think about anything. But nonetheless, he hired his cleaning drones. He recalled little of his mother, but he did remember she always insisted on cleaning their tent for guests. Then, of course, she had died, and the final consciousness had taken him. By 3 o'clock the next morning, the Tiger was equipped, all systems were green, and the cargoes had been loaded. March finished the pre-flight checks, received a departure window from Antioch Station Control, and headed into space. Vigil began calculating the first hyperspace jump. It would take about 3.5 days and 15 hyperspace jumps to get to NB 8876X. Due to the vastness of space and the difficulty of navigation, the easiest and safest method of interstellar travel was to jump from star system to star system, almost like a man crossing a stream by jumping from stone to stone. It would have been theoretically possible to open a hyperspace tunnel from the Antioch system to NB 8876X, but the slightest error in navigation, multiplied over thousands of light years, would throw the Tiger wildly off course. More than one ship had disappeared forever after a reckless captain had decided to take navigational risks. Hyperspace carried other risks as well. Within hyperspace lived macrobes, creatures constituted of dark energy that were attracted to human consciousness like moths to a flame. A human possessed by a macrobe, with certain highly classified exceptions, inevitably mutated into an insane, murderous monster. Before the development of the dark energy resonator, anyone traveling through hyperspace had been sedated or even stored in cryogenic suspension. Macro possession was something that did not trouble March, thanks to the large quantities of nanotech and cybernetic implants remaining in his blood and flesh, but nonetheless, he made sure that both the main resonator and the backup resonator were functioning. Especially after the disaster on the Alpine had killed so many people. Once he was ready and Vigil had finished her calculations, the Tiger's dark matter reactor energized the ship's hyperdrive, and March entered hyperspace, beginning his jump to the first deserted system on his course to NB 8876X. While in hyperspace, he did his usual routine of ship maintenance and diagnostics, with regular heavy exercise sessions in the gym. He also practiced with weapons, using a holographic range in the dorsal corridor, since the cargo bay was full. In between those tasks, he studied the materials that Sensor had sent him about Dr. Adelaide Tarrant. There were official records, some of her books, and copies of her video productions. March started with the records. It would be easier to get the truth from them. She had been born Adelaide Renton, and her background was that of a normal Kalaskaran woman of common birth. Her father had been a veteran of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy, and her mother had helped manage the family's business, which specialized in repairing autocabs and other automated vehicles. She had gone to the university to study history, and her ID picture at the time showed a girl with thick black hair and a bright smile, her face a little too angular to be pretty. She dropped out after 2 years to marry Duncan Tarrant, a man 10 years her senior who had left the Navy, and returned to civilian life as an employee of the university. All that was unremarkable. It was a year after her marriage that things took a turn for the worse. Duncan Tarrant had been killed, and Adelaide badly hurt in a car accident caused by an industrial explosion. She had been 7 months pregnant, and the child miscarried. At least, the official record said it had been a car accident. An addendum from the silent order detailed that the explosion had been caused by a machinist terrorist cell. Most of those responsible had been apprehended, but the leader, a graduate student named Samuel Laredo, had never been caught. After a tragedy like that, March would have expected Adelaide Tarrant to settle into a life of quiet widowhood. She would have inherited Duncan's pension, and was young enough that she could have remarried and led a comfortable life on Kalaskar. Or she would have killed herself or wasted away from grief. March had seen both outcomes. Instead, she had done neither. Once she recovered, she had returned to the university and finished her degree in record time. Shortly after that, she wrote her first book, and on the strength of the book, she produced a documentary video series on some of the ancient alien races that had populated the region of space near Kalaskar long before the great diaspora from primeval Earth had begun. The series had proven remarkably popular, and after that Dr. Tarrant had gone from hit to hit. The serious academics sneered at her work, but that never slowed her down. And all the while she worked in secret for the Silent Order, exposing machinist collaborators in the academic, media and publishing circles of Kalaskar. Censor had included a brief list, and March found himself impressed. She had taken down a great many powerful and influential fools who had thrown their lot in with the final consciousness, and she had often done it so neatly that no one suspected she had been involved. The files included the official photograph used by her production company. The girl from the university ID picture had become a striking woman. The face was a little thinner, with faint lines near the mouth and eyes, and March saw evidence of few minor cosmetic procedures. She had clear gray eyes, and there was a faint smile on her lips. March knew as well as anyone that photographs could be manipulated with ridiculous ease, but he could not shake the feeling that Adelaide Tarrant looked confident, like a woman sure of herself and her work. He wondered what drove her. Was it vengeance for a husband and a child murdered 15 years past? March understood that well enough. Or was it money? She had accumulated a small fortune from royalties and prudent investment, and the Silent Order's records noted that she lived frugally and had no major vices, save for a tendency to chain smoke in times of stress. Censor had sent along copies of her books, and March bypassed those after skimming the first few chapters. He did not read for recreation, and the thought of reading lengthy books about long-dead alien races was not a pleasant one. Yet the curiosity tugged him. Long-dead alien races had been haunting him of late, first with the machinist Agent Laurie and the hideously dangerous Wraith device, and then his encounter with the custodian at the Eschaton system. Perhaps there would be time to read the books later. The files contained several copies of Dr. Tarrant's videos and documentaries. One video file caught his attention. It was far shorter than the others, and it was security camera footage. Intrigued, March watched it first. The video showed men in suits and women in gowns arriving for some sort of banquet at the University of Kalaskar. March spotted Dr. Tarrant among them, wearing a sleeveless black dress with a long skirt. As the guests arrived, a group of protesters attacked. The video's metadata said they had been incited by machinists. One of the protesters knocked Dr. Tarrant to the ground, a lead pipe in his hand. Before he could crush her skull, she had removed one of her high-heeled sandals and buried the spike in his neck. March was impressed. Video and photographic trickery could make someone look more attractive or more intelligent than they truly were. Coolness under pressure was impossible to fake. When people were attacked, they either froze, fled, or fought, and it looked like Tarrant was a fighter. He watched some of her documentaries in the background while he did other tasks. March was unable to sit still and watch something for entertainment. That had been beaten out of him during his training as an iron hand, when every waking moment was spent improving his skills or destroying the enemies of the final consciousness. Nevertheless, he half listened to her videos as he did maintenance, worked in the flight cabin, or exercised in the gym. Tarrant did make for an interesting presenter. Her voice was calm and pleasant, and she spoke with just enough of a common Kalaskaran accent to emphasize that she wasn't one of the nobles. Perhaps that helped with viewing figures. She toured ruins on alien planets, pointing out features of interest, or interviewed other historians and archaeologists. For most of the videos, she wore a white shirt, a black jacket, and a black skirt, common formal clothes for women on Kalaskar, but they fit her well. Her entire image was that of a popular historian, a celebrity archaeologist who had built a following, and there was absolutely no indication in her public image that she exposed traitors for the Silent Order. No wonder the final consciousness wanted to kill her. He finished exercising in heavy gravity while one of her videos played on the wall screen. Dr. Tarrant interviewed another scholar with interest in the extinct alien races, and the man expounded his theory that a colossal war had wiped out those races. Based on what March had learned, he wasn't wrong. He wondered if Tarrant had ever heard of the Great Elder Ones, or if she dismissed them as myth. March got to his feet with a grunt, his body dripping with sweat, his limbs and breath aching as he moved in the heavy gravity. His reflection in the wall mirror caught his eye, and he grimaced. The metal arm seemed like an alien thing, a machine grafted to his flesh. March often wished he could have gotten rid of the mirror in the gym, but it was necessary to check his form when performing some of the more intensive exercises. "Vigil," he said, turning away from the mirror. "Normal gravity." "Acknowledged," said the pseudo-intelligence. A shudder went through March, and then he suddenly felt lighter. "ETA," he said, picking up a towel and wiping off his face and chest with it. 2 hours, 37 minutes to the NB8876X system, said Vigil. March nodded. It was time to get to work. He took a few moments to clean off the gym equipment, shut off the wall screen, and went to his cabin to use the sanitizer. He dressed in his usual jumpsuit and coat, gun belt around his waist, and headed to the flight cabin. He spent the remainder of the time checking the Tiger's weaponry and defensive systems, the central railgun, the plasma cannons, the laser turrets, and both the radiation and the kinetic energy shields. Everything came up fully functional. Thanks to its armament, the Tiger could deal with starfighters, blockade runners, gunships, and even corvettes if March could get a clean shot from the railgun. If the machinists had hired the Grey Wolves mercenary gang to kill Adelaide Terran, March would be ready to fight them. The simplest way for the Grey Wolves to kill Terran would be to blast her ship out of space. Of course, she had hired 2 Ronstadt Private Security Corporation gunships to escort her freighter, which meant the Grey Wolves would have to bring enough firepower to deal with them. And a competent machinist agent would have assassins waiting on Rust Belt Station in case Terran escaped the space battle and made it to the station. ETA 5 minutes to the NB8876X system, announced Vigil. Our terminus point should put us 10 million kilometers from Rust Belt Station. Acknowledged, said March. Start the pre-checks for exiting hyperspace. And get ready to bring up the weapons and shields as soon as we're back in real space. March went through the final checks as the Tiger neared the terminus of its hyperspace tunnel. All systems showed green, and March watched the timer count down on the engine display. The screen flashed 0, and March drew back the power levers and cut power to the hyperdrive, the dark matter reactor shifting to its standby state. The Tiger entered normal space and arrived at the NB8876X system. At once, March flipped the switches on the tactical board, sending power to the weapons and shields. NB8876X was a binary star system with a small blue star and a red supergiant. The first 9 planets were rocky but too close to the suns to hold an atmosphere, or too far away to support life. The remaining 12 planets were gas giants, and each one held a constellation of moons ranging from planet size to small asteroids. The system had 2 asteroid belts, one between the 6th and 7th planets, and another beyond the 9th planet. The system was deserted of any life save for Rust Belt Station. The station occupied an asteroid in the outer belt. As the Tiger drew closer, March watched the sensor data scroll across his displays. The asteroid was about 50 kilometers in diameter at its thickest point, and it was shaped like a potato. The radar and ladder picked up dozens of metallic domes clustered near its southern pole, and the radiation sensors detected several active fusion reactors. The sensors also registered enormous empty spaces within the asteroid, places where the mining equipment had cut deep into the rock. Once the asteroid had been home to rare ores, and a mining company had tried to exploit them. Then the market prices changed, driving the company out of business, and the mine had shut down. But Rust Belt Station remained, catering to those who wished to conduct their business far from official eyes. Smugglers and pirates and drug runners turned up here, along with people involved in more serious crimes, such as Kesrodite slaving and kidnapping. Naturally, spies from the various starfaring nations and races turned up here as well. Nominally, the station and the system were under the control of the Kingdom of Kalaskar, but Rust Belt Station was far more corrupt than every other Kalaskaran installation March had ever visited. Evidently, the silent order kept the station that way, using it as a net to sift through the various flows of spies and illegal money coming into the kingdom. Easier to catch the rats, Constantine Bishop had once told him, when you know where they are going to nest. Tactical scan, said March, firing up the fusion drive and the ion thrusters and turning the Tiger towards the station. How many ships in the system? 52 vessels are docked at Rust Belt Station, said Vigil. Additionally, there are 39 other craft within 20 million kilometers of the station. How many of them have active shields and armed weapons? Said March. All of them. That wasn't surprising. The Kingdom of Kalaskar might have nominal control over the station and the surrounding system, but NB-8876X was a long way from any of the major interstellar powers, and out here a man could do whatever he liked so long as he had sufficient firepower to back him up. Terrorists and slavers and fanatics like the Kesradites thrived in systems like this, to say nothing of old-fashioned pirates. Anyone coming out here needed to be well-armed and well-prepared, which was no doubt why Terran had hired Ronstadt Security to escort her ship to Xenostas and back. March gazed at the display, wondering which one of those ships had been hired by the machinists. None of them had Grey Wolves insignia, but the Grey Wolves had been banned from Rust Belt Station. That said, removing insignia and falsifying a ship's ID was a trivial matter. Start a tactical analysis of every ship within range, said March. See if we can figure out which one of these ships is most likely to take a shot at Dr. Terran when she arrives. Analysis underway, said Vigil. However, we have insufficient data to make an accurate assessment. Do it anyway, said March. Once the shooting starts, the more tactical data we have, the better off we'll. One of the displays chimed. Incoming transmission from Rust Belt Station, said Vigil. It is marked urgent priority. March grimaced. That, he suspected, would be Administrator Heights. He accepted the transmission, and a video link appeared on one of the displays, showing a small office illuminated by the glow of computer monitors. Administrator Heights sat before the camera, scowling. He had lost weight since Macha's last visit, and it left him looking sallow and irritable. Administrator Heights, said March. Jack March, said Heights. He all but snarled the words. Here to make more trouble for me. You have no idea how upset Ronstadt Corporation was about those men you got killed. That I got killed, said March. Machinist infiltrator drones killed them. You ought to recall. You were there. I ought, said Heights, to have you shot down right now. That would be unwise. March glanced at the engine and weapon displays, making sure that the Tiger was ready to defend itself and start evasive maneuvers. He didn't think Heights would start shooting missiles at him, but if the man had a big enough grudge, he might do something reckless. Why are you here? Said Heights. Are you bringing me more trouble? You're about to have trouble, said March, whether I'm here or not. That got Heights' attention. The man was greedy and venal, but not stupid. Hang on, snapped Heights, reaching for his computer keyboard. I want this encrypted. The display blurred, went pixelated, and then calmed down at a somewhat lower resolution. The icons at the bottom of the screen informed March that the transmission had been encrypted at a quantum level. It was theoretically possible to break, but March and Heights would have at least a few minutes to converse in privacy. All right, said Heights, a faint overlay of static on his voice. What the hell are you talking about? Check the flight plans for incoming ships, said March. There should be a medium freighter called the Shovel coming in, accompanied by 2 Ronstadt security gunships. Yeah, said Heights, scrolling through his display. Let's see, Shovel, here we go. It should be arriving in 15 minutes. March had cut it closer than he would have liked, but the timetable had been tight. Still, 15 minutes earlier was better than 15 minutes late. Registered to Adelaide Terran of Kalaskar. Wait, I know her. She's the historian, right? The one with the nice ass who wears the tight skirts. Having seen the videos, March could not disagree. The Grey Wolves mercenary gang has been hired to kill her, said March. They've set an ambush for her somewhere around Rust Belt Station, and I expect one or more of the ships around the station belongs to the Grey Wolves. The Grey Wolves, said Heights, baffled. Why would the Grey Wolves want to kill a historian with a nice ass? Does she owe them money? She pissed off the machinist, said March. Heights' expression darkened. He was a corrupt toad, but he was a patriotic corrupt toad, and he hated the machinists as much as March did. It was his one redeeming virtue, and probably the reason that Bishop hadn't had him killed or brought up on charges and replaced with someone less corrupt. Fine, said Heights. Wait a moment. I need to make another call. The screen went blank. March settled back to wait, looking at the tactical display. Vigil's analysis of the ships was coming up, and it wasn't promising. Every single ship in space around Rust Belt Station had the firepower to take out the shovel when it arrived. Of course, the Ronstadt Corporation gunships escorting the shovel would make it harder, but not impossible. 90 seconds later, Heights reappeared on the screen, looking more annoyed than before. What did Bishop say? Said March. He had guessed that Heights had called the head of the local branch of the Silent Order for confirmation. To judge from Heights' sour expression, March had guessed right. What do you need from me? Said Heights, unwilling to answer the question. The shovel's scheduled entry vector into the system, said March. Based on local conditions, those were often inaccurate, but it would give him a place to start looking and to wait for the shovel. Also, have the station's missile launchers ready. If things get hot, I'll need backup firepower. Maybe I should send out a general alert, said Heights. See if we can spook them into showing their hands. Not yet, said March, scrutinizing the vector data that Heights had sent him. If they don't realize we're onto them, we can hit them a lot harder. Your weapons and shields are running hot, said Heights. They'll realize that something is up. Every ship in the system is running with weapons hot, said March. Rust Belt Station is that kind of place. He expected Heights to take umbrage, but the administrator only grunted. True. Well, it's on your head if she gets blasted out of space. He tapped some keys off the screen. I told Station Control to give you an orbital slot near the shovel's approach vector. Is Carlman still in charge of the Ronstadt branch on the station? Said March. No, he got reassigned after the mess you made the last time, said Heights. His replacement is named Velt. His face darkened. Unpleasant asshole. If Heights thought someone was an asshole, Velt must be an unpleasant man indeed. I'm heading for the shovel's approach vector now, said March. Be ready. I think we're going to see some shooting in a few minutes. Bishop had better come up with a damn good bribe after all this, said Heights, and he ended the transmission. March scowled at the screen and then turned his attention back to the controls. He didn't like dealing with corrupt officials, and he had assassinated a few at the behest of the Silent Order. Still, Bishop had a point. Heights was useful when it came down to it. Best to work with whatever tools were at hand. He turned the Tiger towards the shovel's scheduled approach vector, and as he did, he asked Vigil for a new tactical analysis, checking for any ships that would be near the shovel's approach when it arrived from hyperspace. There was one. It was a smallish bulk freighter, only about 500 meters long, a utilitarian-looking boxy craft with a battered, scarred hull. It looked as if it had been designed as an ore hauler or to harvest water ice from comets. The freighter had minimal armament, only point-defense laser turrets designed to deal with meteors, and may be capable of shooting down a missile or two. Yet the heavy armor plating on the hull could take a pounding, and the shield emplacements could generate a powerful defensive shield. And the Tiger's sensors picked up nothing from inside the freighter. March frowned. The Tiger was running only on passive sensors, save for the latter and radar sweeps designed to pinpoint the location of nearby ships, and the dark energy sensors for detecting hyperspace incursions. Yet even that should have been enough to register some trace of the bulk freighter's cargo. But the Tiger's sensors picked up nothing at all. March frowned, watching as the bulk freighter moved along a route that would put it right in the path of the shovel and her escorts when it arrived. Granted, that was all relative. In the vastness of space, a course correction of a few degrees would let the shovel and the bulk freighter miss each other by tens of thousands of kilometers. It happened all the time. Yet the freighter was nonetheless moving into the shovel's expected path. The ship had no obvious heavy weapons, but the sensors could not read anything on the ship's interior. What did it carry? A fragmentation bomb in the right place could destroy the shovel. Missile launchers, perhaps. "Vigil," said March. "Can we get better sensor resolution on that bulk freighter?" "Not without an active sensor focus," said Vigil. "Right." March hit the communication controls and called Heights back. Heights' scowling, jolly face reappeared on the screen. "What have you got?" "Maybe trouble," said March. "The station sensors are better than mine." "What can you get on that bulk freighter near the shovel's scheduled exit vector?" Heights grunted and started typing. "Let's see, ship is named the Bucket." "How clever." His frown deepened. "Registry and flight plan is crap. Obviously forged, but we don't ask too many questions around here, so long as people behave." "Right," said March, unwilling to pursue that line of conversation. "Can you get anything on the cargo?" "Flight plan says they're carrying a load of water converters for a colony," said Heights. "But they're actively shielding their cargo hold. Between their hull armor and the shielding, I can't get anything on their cargo." "Order them to lower their cargo shields and let you scan their ship," said March. "I think they might be the one." "A bulk freighter?" said Heights, surprised. "They're shit in a fight." "Do it anyway," said March. "Aye." One of the sensors trilled an alarm. The Tiger had just detected a nearby surge of dark energy. The shovel and its escorts were about to exit hyperspace. "Cancel that," said March. "Get a missile lock on the Bucket. I think the shooting is about to begin." He canceled the video display and switched the screens to tactical configuration. "Stay on this channel." Heights swore at him but followed instructions. March swung the Tiger around, heading for the surge of dark energy. The Bucket followed suit, altering its vector so its nose pointed at the dark energy radiation. Then the dark energy spiked, and a hyperspace vortex opened about 120,000 kilometers away. It was invisible to the naked eye, but the computer rendered it as a whirling vortex of harsh purple and blue light. An instant later the vortex closed, and the shovel and its two escorts appeared. March's displays lit up with new information. The shovel was what he expected, a medium-sized freighter with heavy shielding and armor, but minimal armament. The hull had been painted with the logos of the Kingdom of Kalaskar and the University of Kalaskar, no doubt to help with branding Dr. Terran's videos. Two sleek Ronstadt Private Security Corporation gunships escorted the shovel. Both gunships were about the size of the Tiger, but carried more armaments, including missile racks and torpedo launchers, and had heavier shielding. Though the Tiger's thrust-to-mass ratio was far better, and if necessary the Tiger could fly rings around the gunships. The tactical display chimed an alert. The Bucket had changed course, moving to intercept the shovel and her escorts. March swore and pushed power to the Tiger's drive. "Heights," he said. "Are you seeing this?" "Yeah," said Heights. "That freighter's got no business heading towards the shovel. I'm going to warn them off." "Do that," said March. "I'll warn the shovel." He tapped commands into the communications panel. "This is Captain Jack March of the Tiger, calling the shovel with an urgent warning. Shovel, please respond." A moment later, static crackled over the speakers. "Captain March, this is the shovel," said a woman's cool voice. March recognized Dr. Terran's voice from the videos. "What is the nature of this urgent news?" "You're about to come under attack," said March. There was a pause. "From you?" "No," said March. The bucket continued its drive towards the shovel and its escorts, picking up speed. "I've received advanced warning of an attack on your vessel. Very strongly advise that you power up shields and arm weapons, and that your escorts do the same." "All right," said Terran. The tactical display changed as the shovel's defensive shields came on. March checked the power ratings. The shields were strong for a vessel of the shovel's size, but a sustained bombardment of either energy weapons or missiles would take them down. "We'll inform. Wait. What are they doing?" In perfect unison, both the shovel's gunship escorts turned. For a grim instant, March was sure that he had misjudged the situation, that the escorts would turn and fire on the shovel. His sensors picked up a surge of energy from the gunships, but it was dark energy. Hyperspace vortexes swirled before the gunships, and the ships vanished as they jumped away. "What the hell?" said Terran, her voice sharp with anger. "Where did our escorts go?" "Best guess is that they've been bribed to abandon you," said March, watching the tactical display. "The attack would likely come at any moment." You would have expected more anger or maybe panic, but instead Terran's voice turned cool. "I see," she said. "And I suppose you've come to help us." "That's right," said March. He eyed the bucket on the tactical display. "Get ready to." The bucket blew up. March frowned in surprise. There had been no warning, no surge of power, no sign of engine instability, nothing. "Heights," he said. "Did you blow up that ship?" "What?" said Heights. "Jesus, no. We haven't fired." Wait. We're getting multiple contacts from inside the debris field." "So am I," said Terran. "It's like there were smaller ships inside its cargo bay." All at once, March saw the shape of the trap. "Shit," he said, throwing power to the drive and sending the Tiger hurtling towards the shovel. It was a pocket carrier. "You're about to come under starfighter attack." The pocket carrier was an old idea, but one that had proven its worth in interstellar warfare again and again. Normal fleet carriers and escort carriers could serve as a base for multiple wings of starfighters, but between their size and massive energy signatures, it was nearly impossible to hide a carrier. Pocket carriers, however, were usually built out of other ships, old ore haulers, ice miners, and bulk freighters. They didn't have room for many fighters, but they often could carry at least a squadron of heavy starfighters. Pirates used pocket carriers, as did mercenaries in need of cheap carriers, and state militaries for covert operations. As the debris field that had once been the bucket scattered into the void, the Tiger's tactical display lit up with new contacts. The ship's sensors picked up a half-dozen smaller vessels, moving from where the bulk freighter's cargo bay would have been. "Shit," muttered March, looking at the tactical readout. The bucket had been carrying 6 Owl-class heavy starfighters. The starfighters were sleek gray craft with wide wings and fins, equally capable of handling an atmosphere and the void of space. Each fighter carried twin plasma cannons and ship-to-ship missiles and torpedoes. Any one of them had enough firepower to blast the shovel out of the sky. And 6 of them were heading towards Terran's ship. "Tiger," said Terran, her voice colder than before. "Are you reading this?" "Yes," said March. "Get your point defense lasers ready." The 6 Owls had launched themselves on an intercept course towards the shovel. The heavy starfighters were quite obviously moving for a torpedo run on the shovel. If they ripple-fired their torpedoes and missiles, they would overload the shovel's defenses and destroy the freighter. Then something else caught March's attention. The bucket hadn't only been carrying heavy fighters. 2 smaller boxy craft followed the Owls. They were standard passenger shuttles, built by hundreds of different starship manufacturers across the human worlds. Yet these two shuttles had been modified heavily, with additional armor plating, weapons emplacements, and plasma cutters mounted near the nose. The shuttles had been modified into troop carriers, which meant the Grey Wolves intended to board the shuttle. But that didn't make any sense. Sensor had been sure that the machinists intended to assassinate Terran, not capture her. While March knew firsthand that the machinists were capable of any cruelty and did not care about collateral damage, they also took a practical approach to their enemies, and they would most likely simply kill Terran. But if they wanted to capture her, perhaps they intended to use one of their Wraith devices on her. The machinists only had a limited number of Wraith machines, but maybe they thought Terran influential enough to use a Wraith on her. If the Owls destroyed the shuttle's drive, the troop carriers could storm the ship and take prisoners. "Height," snapped March. "Do you have any anti-fighter missiles?" "Some," said Height. "Mostly MIRV boosters. The station's main anti-fighter weapons are point defense laser turrets." "Start shooting MIRVs at the Owls on my mark," said March. He had been heading towards the shovel, but he altered his trajectory, putting his ship on an intercept course with the heavy starfighters. Terran. "Any advice would be appreciated, Captain March," said Terran in a tight voice. She had spun the shovel to present a smaller target profile to the starfighters, the point defense lasers powered up and ready. It wouldn't make much of a difference, but it would help. "Can you get to hyperspace?" said March. "Not for another 12 minutes, said Terran. "The dark matter reactor is still cycling." "Then get ready to shoot down any missiles or torpedoes," said March, watching the tactical display. The Owls had formed into a standard attack run. To judge from the position of their targeting lasers, they were aiming at the shovel's fusion drive. Based on Vigil's tactical analysis, the shovel's point defense lasers could handle the missiles from one heavy starfighter. 6 would overwhelm the freighter's defenses in short order. "Then I hope you've got a clever plan up your sleeve, Captain March," said Terran. Her voice was still calm, but March heard the increasing tension. "There's no way my ship's defenses can handle that many missiles at once. Which was why I hired those Ronstadt Corporation scoundrels to escort my ship." "We're about to find out," said March. He switched channels. "Height, start shooting at those Owls." He didn't wait for an acknowledgement, but turned his attention back to the tactical display. The Owls and the 2 troop shuttles so far hadn't noticed the Tiger's presence, their attention focused upon their prey. It was time to change that. March looked at the firing solutions Vigil had calculated, locked onto the nearest Owl, and squeezed the firing triggers on the flight yoke as the Tiger came into range. The ship shuddered as the railgun mounted along its keel spat out a tungsten rod. The Owl, on the starboard side of the attack formation, never saw it coming. The rod struck the fighter's kinetic shields, overloaded them in a billionth of a second, and ripped through the heart of the fighter. The Owl's momentum kept it moving towards the shovel, but when the tungsten round ripped through the heavy fighter's core, the starfighter tore apart in a field of debris. Even as the tungsten rod hit the Owl, March squeezed the triggers on the flight yoke. The Tiger's 4 forward-facing plasma cannons opened up, hammering at the next Owl in the formation. The volley of plasma bolts collapsed the starfighter's radiation shield and ripped into the hull armor, burning through to tear into the fighter's guts. The Owl tore apart in a spray of debris and radiation. The remaining 4 starfighters broke formation, scattering to face the new threat. The Tiger shot past the 2 troop ships, and March put the ship into a sideways turn, hoping to get a shot lined up on the shuttles. One of the Owls continued towards the shovel, while the other 3 starfighters turned towards the Tiger. The shrill warning of weapons locks filled the Tiger's flight cabin. March wrenched the Tiger into an evasive pattern, dodging and twisting as the 3 starfighters pursued him. He had hoped to shoot down at least one of the shuttles as he passed, but he didn't dare level out long enough to use the railgun or the plasma cannons, and the shuttle's radiation shields were strong enough to deflect the laser turrets. One of the owls shot off a pair of missiles at him, and March dumped out a cloud of flak particles, the turrets switching over automatically to point defense mode. One of the missiles hit the chaff cloud and exploded, while the turrets got the second, burning off its maneuvering thrusters and sending it tumbling uselessly into the void. The Tiger came out of its spin, and the tactical display flashed red as Vigil calculated a firing solution. March fired the railgun, and this time the tungsten round ripped through the starboard wing of the nearest owl. The starfighter shuddered, its maneuvering thrusters gone, and March unleashed a volley from the plasma cannons. Half the shots missed, but the others overloaded the owl's shields and tore apart the fighter. "We are taking fire." Terran's voice cracked over the flight cabin speakers. "I repeat, we are taking fire. Any craft please assist." March risked a look at the tactical display, saw one of the owls loosing a spread of missiles at the shovel. The shovel's point defense lasers opened up even as the heavy ship went into evasive maneuvers, though it was like watching a pig attempting to dance. The lasers shot down most of the missiles, and a cloud of flak destroyed two more, but one slammed into the shovel's drive section and exploded. The impact collapsed the shovel's kinetic shield, and the shrapnel from the missile ripped into the freighter's hull. The entire ship seemed to jerk as if it had been struck by a hammer, and Terran's voice abruptly cut off. March cursed, looked at the tactical display, saw the incoming contacts from Rust Belt Station, and decided to take a gamble. He sent the Tiger hurtling toward the owl attacking the shovel, configuring the point defense lasers to intercept any missiles launched towards Terran's ship. He did it just in time, too. The owl released a torpedo, and March's lasers sliced across it, burning off its maneuvering jets and sending it tumbling away. The starfighter started to turn, but Vigil had already calculated a firing solution for the railgun. The weapon spat its deadly tungsten rod, and the owl blew apart in a spray of debris. Unfortunately, that gave the remaining two owls a chance to open fire. March sent the Tiger into a wild evasive spin, the laser turrets seeking incoming missiles as he dumped flak behind him. The lasers and the flak dealt with the missiles the owl sent at him, but the starfighters began firing their forward-facing plasma cannons. A volley of bolts slammed into the Tiger, rocking the ship, and the radiation shield lost 80% of its strength in a second. Another volley like that, and the plasma bolts would burn through the hull armor and into the ship. Fortunately, before the starfighters could adjust their vector for another volley, the three MIRVs that Heights had fired from Rust Belt Station came into range. Each MIRV split apart, the boosters spitting out a dozen missiles, and a swarm of 36 missiles shot towards the remaining two owls and the troopships. The owls tried to evade, but they were overwhelmed. Volleys of missiles slammed into each starfighter and ripped them to slag. The shuttles scattered, breaking off their approach to the shovel. One of the shuttles disintegrated in a spray of wreckage. The second entered hyperspace about 2 seconds before the missile swarm would have hit. The shuttle's dark matter reactor had been primed, which meant that the Grey Wolves had been ready for a quick escape once they had boarded Terran's ship. But why board Terran's ship? 6 starfighters, their pilots, 2 shuttles, and their assault troops had been a lot of resources. Dr. Terran might have been a popular historian, but no matter how influential she was, March could not see the machinists and their Grey Wolves lackeys taking that much trouble just to capture a historian. Of course, depending on where that missile had hit, they might have just killed Adelaide Terran. "Shovel," said March. "This is the Tiger. Do you read?" He heard static. "Shovel, do you read?" "We're here," said Terran, her voice a little thick. March heard someone coughing in the background. "What's your status?" said March. "No injuries, I think," said Terran. "Thank God for that." We took a missile to the engine section." She was silent for an instant, and then March heard her hiss of breath. "We lost half our fusion drive, and our dark matter reactors offline. We can't go to hyperspace." "I think you had better dock with the station for repairs," said March. "A moment, please. I'll speak with the station administrator." He switched channels, and Heights' face appeared on one of the displays. The administrator looked quite smug. "Those were some well-timed MIRV shots, weren't they?" said Heights with obvious satisfaction. "Between you and my missiles, those damn Grey Wolves didn't know what hit them." "Thank you for the timely missile," said March. "Do you have any idea why those Ronstadt gunships turned and ran?" Heights' smile turned to a scowl. "Damned if I know. But they were ordered to do it." "Ordered," said March. "Yeah," said Heights. "Transmission came from the local Ronstadt branch office right before they turned and jumped out. Encrypted, so I have no idea what it said, but Velt himself must have sent it." "They were waiting for it," said March. "They must have been cycling their dark matter reactors as soon as they arrived. Else they wouldn't have been ready to jump out so quickly again." "Nope," said Heights. "Looks like those Ronstadt assholes are untrustworthy." He smirked. "I've been looking for an excuse to lean on them. Looks like I might have a chance." "You're welcome," said March. "The shovel's going to need a docking bay. Someplace secure. I'll need one right next to it." The sooner he could speak to Terran in person, the better. Ronstadt Corporation controlled the security on Rust Belt Station, and if they had been subverted by the machinists, Terran and her people were in danger so long as they remained in the system. "Fine, fine," said Heights. He glanced off camera for a moment, entering some commands. "All right. You've got Bay 86, and she's got Bay 57. They're in the same docking complex, and 86 is the biggest one that will accommodate a ship of your size, and 57 the smallest one that will handle Terran's freighter." "Good," said March. He hesitated. He didn't like Heights much, but the man had come through for him, and there was no reason to make an enemy. "Thanks for the MIRVs. Might have been a problem if you hadn't fired them." Heights scoffed. "You're a damned headache, but I suppose you'd have been an even bigger headache if you had gotten blown up." "I hope so," said March, and he switched back to his link with the shovel. "Dr. Terran." "Captain March," came Terran's voice, cool and calm again. "Status, please." "I've got you a landing bay on the station, Bay 57, said March. "Station control should be sending you docking information now." "You're very well connected, Captain," said Terran. "Also blessed with remarkable timing, given the circumstances." March smiled, approving of her suspicion. "Yes. I suggest we speak in person as soon as possible. I have some information you will need to hear." There was a brief pause. "Very well. Looks like you'll be landing right next to us. I expect it's going to be an interesting conversation." March looked at the tactical data, the Tiger's sensors noting the damage to the shovel's drive. The shovel had come through the fight intact, but if March had arrived at NB 8876X, even an hour later, it would have been too late. And knowing the machinists, they had another plot or three up their sleeves. "Yes," said March. "It will be." 4. The Archaeologist. With one final adjustment to the ion thrusters, the Tiger settled into its docking bay. The bay was simple, a rocky pit carved into the asteroid's face, just large enough to accommodate the Tiger and its cargo ramp. March grimaced as he set down the Tiger and powered off the fusion drive, configuring the ship to start going through its post-flight checks and procedures. The close confines of the bay would make it tricky to take off, and it would also make it difficult, if not impossible, for March to use the ship's laser turrets if any intruders approached. He wondered if Heights intended to betray him, but if Heights wanted him dead, he could have just targeted one of those MIRVs at the Tiger, and later claimed it had been an unfortunate accident in the chaos of battle. March had asked for a spot close to the shovel, and Heights had given him one. "Vigil," said March, climbing out of the pilot's acceleration chair. "Start the post-flight checks, and when I leave, put the ship on lockdown. If anyone approaches or enters our docking bay for any reason, let me know immediately." "Acknowledged, Captain March," said Vigil. "Thank you," said March. He checked his gun belt and his leather coat, its interior lined with a nanofiber mesh to turn aside knife blades and small caliber bullets. He tucked knives into the hidden sheaths in the coat sleeves, then jogged to the cargo bay airlock and left the ship. The sooner he found Dr. Terran and talked to her, the better. The treachery of the Ronstadt security gunships alarmed March. The betrayal could have been worse. The gunships could have blasted the shovel to molten dust. But for the gunships to leave meant that someone with authority in Ronstadt had given the order, and that meant there were either Grey Wolves or Machinist sympathizers in Ronstadt's corporate hierarchy. Given Ronstadt's poor reputation, March would not have been at all surprised to learn that Machinist sympathizers infested the corporation. On Rust Belt Station, that could be lethal for Adelaide Terran. He waited for the bay's airlock to cycle open, and then he hurried into the corridor. The corridor in the docking complex looked a great deal like the rest of the corridors on Rust Belt Station, the floor smooth and polished, the walls rough-hewn and cut from the rock of the asteroid. Racks on the walls held bundles of cables and pipes, and lights hung in metal cages from the ceiling. Cargo drones rolled back and forth, carrying crates and canisters, and cargo handlers in red jumpsuits jogged past. March broke into a run, weaving around cargo drones and ignoring the irritated glares from cargo handlers. The shovel had put down in Bay 57, and if the machinists really wanted Terran dead, it would be the easiest thing in the world to walk up and shoot her in the head. Especially if they had suborned someone within Ronstadt Corporation. It was a half-kilometer to Bay 57, and March took it at a run. He skidded around a corner and saw the airlock doors leading to Bay 57. A crowd of about 20 people stood near the doors. Half of them wore the jumpsuits of Starship crewers. The other half wore the black jumpsuits of Ronstadt Private Security Corporation personnel, complete with the red logo of crossed laser pistols on the upper arms. A gaunt-faced middle-aged man in the slightly more ornate jumpsuit of a Ronstadt supervisor stood in front of his men, his face growing red with anger. Dr. Adelaide Terran stood facing him, hands on her hips, her expression cold with controlled anger. Her thick black hair had been pulled back in a utilitarian tail, and over her jumpsuit she wore a knee-length coat of brown leather and a gun belt holding a plasma pistol. Her eyes were like chips of gray ice, harsh with rage. March was struck by how vital she seemed, how every line of her stance seemed to radiate anger held in check through sheer will. She had looked pretty in her pictures and videos, but enough makeup and camera trickery could make anyone pleasing to the eye on a screen. March had expected to dislike her. He had not expected to find her attractive. That could be a problem, but he shoved the thought aside as he hurried towards them. Terran's voice came to his ears as he approached. "This is unacceptable, Supervisor Velt. The university's contract with the corporation clearly stipulated that those gunships would escort us until we returned to Kalaskar. It did not stipulate that they would turn and run at the first sign of trouble." Her voice was calm and smooth, but March was still amazed by how much scorn she fit into the words. "Our gunships were entirely within their rights," said Velt. "They received an authorized command signal telling them to return to hyperspace. If you will look at paragraph 97, section C, subheading 65 of our contract, it specifies that any Ronstadt Private Security Corporation vessel or agent will return to base if it receives an authenticated command signal." "So," said Terran, "why did someone decide to send an authenticated command signal just when that pocket carrier showed up? You decided to take the money and run, is that it?" Velt drew himself up and glowered down at her. Terran looked singularly unimpressed. "We acted entirely within our corporate guidelines and the stipulations of our contract." By then someone saw March running towards them. "Just who the hell are you?" said one of the men standing next to Terran. He was in his late 20s, an overweight man with a thick goatee that failed to conceal his double chin. He had been glaring at Velt and his men, but now he was glaring at March. Terran and Velt broke off their argument and looked at March. Terran only looked surprised. Velt's eyes narrowed in recognition for just a moment. March had never seen the man before, but he suspected that Velt recognized him. "My name's Jack March," said March. "I am the captain and proprietor of the Tiger." Taryn blinked a few times. "The privateer that shot down those owls." "That's right," said March. She stared at him for a moment, and then a slow smile went over her face. "Then I am very glad to meet you, Captain March. I'm Adelaide Taryn." He had expected her to introduce herself as Dr. Adelaide Taryn. She extended her hand and March shook it. She had a strong grip, with light calluses on her fingers from lifting weights. "You're the privateer who fired weapons in restricted space around Rust Belt Station," said Velt, glowering at March. "Yup," said March, meeting Velt's gaze as he released Taryn's hand. Velt looked away first and then scowled. "Casual weapons fire is forbidden." "Casual," said Taryn. "Pirates tried to seize my ship and your men abandoned us. I'll take casual gunplay over that any day." "But," started Velt. "You can piss off now," said Taryn, not looking at Velt, her eyes on March. "We're done, Mr. Velt. I doubt you'll cough up a refund, but don't bother me with your nonsense again. I look forward to filing a fraud report once I get to Kalaskar." Velt sputtered something, glared at his men, and stalked away. The rest of the Ronstadt men followed him. "I don't think," said Taryn, "that I should have hired them." "No," said March. "Why are you talking to this privateer?" said the bearded man. "He likely set up the entire ambush himself. Now he'll ask for money or other favors." "That is a good point, Professor Orson," said Taryn, glancing at the bearded man. "He might ask for money or inappropriate favors. But I actually think he's here to give me a message." Orson's scowl deepened. "A message?" "Let's talk, Captain March," said Taryn. She looked at the others. "Wait here for a bit. We'll just be right down the corridor." "But," said Orson, glaring daggers at March. "This is a—" "We'll just be a minute," said Taryn. "And we'll be in full sight the entire time." She smiled. "If Captain March does anything untoward, you can shoot him in the head." Orson scowled but fell silent. He seemed to have taken a strong dislike to March for some reason. Odd, given that March had likely just saved his life from the Grey Wolves. But March knew full well that frightened people often lashed out in irrational ways. Taryn walked 20 meters further down the corridor, March at her side. At last she stopped, looked around, and nodded. "All right," she said. "I assume you have a message for me. Or else I'm the biggest idiot in the kingdom of Kalaskar." "The message," said March. "The bomb was located in the drive shaft." Taryn's eyes went flat, her expression distant. "Yes," she muttered. "Of course he would pick that." March waited. "The counterphrase," said Taryn. She sighed. "The surgery was never forgotten." March nodded. "That's right." "So," said Taryn, "I assume our censorious mutual friend sent you." "Yes," said March. "While you were on Xenostas, he learned of a plot against your life." "I've irritated a few people over the years," said Taryn. "I'm afraid I have something of a gift for it. I was the nearest operative at hand, and I was dispatched to prevent the attempt," said March. "Looks like you succeeded," said Taryn. She took a deep breath, pulling her emotions under control. "Captain March, thank you. We would have been dead, all of us, everyone on the video production team and my graduate students. I've had a few attempts on my life over the years, but I've never had anyone come at me with heavy starfighters and a pocket carrier." "I don't think it was an assassination attempt," said March. "I think they wanted to board your ship and take you alive." Her reaction surprised him. He would have expected fear or alarm, but Taryn only looked confused. "Why?" The machinists don't operate that way. I know they want me dead, but when they want someone dead, they don't play games. And I don't know anything valuable enough to bother with an interrogation. For God's sake, I make documentaries about dead alien civilizations. I'm not influential enough to capture and ransom. Or so she thought. Perhaps she knew something that was more valuable than she believed. Or maybe she had access to something that the machinists needed, something valuable enough that they were willing to use one of their wraith devices on her. I don't know, said March. I think you should come with me for the next few hours. Taryn raised her eyebrows. To do what exactly? I want to check in with the local head of our mutual organization, said March. He's very well connected, and he might have a better idea of what is going on than we do. Was the shovel's hyperdrive damaged? Probably, said Taryn. We haven't finished running diagnostics yet. My orders are to get you back to Kalaskar safely, said March. If need be, we can get your entire crew on the Tiger. There are 20 of them. Taryn nodded. It'll be tight, but we could fit them all on my ship. But we should talk to the local branch head first. Very well, said Taryn, glancing at her waiting crew. We'll tell the others that the Ministry of Security hired you, that they received warning of the attack, and sent you to escort us back. Think they'll believe you, said March. Taryn blinked, then flashed him a grin. I think so. She sighed. They're scared out of their minds. The first time someone tries to kill you is always the worst, isn't it? Funny how you can get used to things. Without waiting for an answer, she turned and headed back towards the waiting crewers. The men straightened up at her approach. Orson scowled at March, but not before he turned an annoyed glance in Taryn's direction. Maybe the young man was in love with her. Or maybe they were lovers, and he resented March's presence. As you have probably guessed, this is Captain Jack March, said Taryn. He just saved our lives out there. It was good timing, Captain, said a middle-aged man in a crewer's jumpsuit. He was on the paunchy side, and had the weary air of a man used to dealing with other people's problems. Name's Lars Bauer. I'm head of the video production team from the Royal Kalaskaran Media Service. March gave the man a quick handshake. Pleased to meet you. And I am Dr. Patrick Orson, said Orson, Professor of Xenoarchaeology at the Royal University of Kalaskar. March shook his hand. Orson tried to bear down hard on March's hand, but it didn't work. Even with his hand of flesh, March could have broken Orson's fingers without trying hard. Associate Professor, murmured Bauer. Orson gave him a glare. Eh, said March. Dr. Orson is an associate professor, said Bauer. He smiled, and March got the impression that Bauer couldn't stand Orson. It must have been a long trip to Xenostas. He's not tenured. I see, said March, which was the politest way he could think of to say that he didn't give a damn. Captain March has been hired by the Ministry of Security to get us home, said Taryn. Evidently the ministry received warning of the attack and hired Captain March to escort us. Bauer snorted. You drew the short straw, eh? Seems so, said March. We're scientists, said Orson. We are engaged in important scientific research. Who would attack us? They were a mercenary group called the Grey Wolves, said March. He looked to see if the name drew any recognition from either Bauer or Orson, but neither man blinked. They're banned from operating from Kalaskaran space, and they do a lot of dirty jobs. Assassinations and ambushes, enslaving and the like. We're scientists, said Orson again, as the word were a magic totem to ward off harm. Why would anyone try to attack us? Maybe they were up for tenure and wanted to get rid of another associate professor, said Bauer. Orson glared at him and drew breath to start a tirade. That's enough, both of you, said Taryn. Her voice was mild, but both men fell silent. We're all in this together, and the only way we're getting back to Kalaskar is together. I'm going to go arrange for repair and resupply. Lars, I'd like you to take charge while I'm gone. Get the crew started on a damage assessment and the computer on diagnostics. Lars grunted. Hyperdrive's probably toast, and we'll have a devil of a time finding replacement parts in this dump. Probably, said Terran, but we'll be better off when we know. Orson's scowl remained unwavering. And where are you going? I'm going to see about getting us home safely, said Terran. The Security Ministry gave Captain March options for our escort home, and I'm going to review them personally after Ronstadt Corporation screwed us over. Is that safe? Said Orson. This March fellow doesn't look trustworthy. If he wanted us dead, said Terran, all he needed to do was let those owls blow up the shovel. I'll be back as soon as I can manage. Without waiting for another word, she turned and walked off. March looked at her, back at Bauer, and Orson shrugged and left. He caught up to Terran a few seconds later. Do you actually know where you are going? Said March. Terran winked at him. Not a clue. But guys like Orson, you can't show any weakness in front of them. No, said March. Was I going in the right direction? Said Terran. As it happens, yes, said March. We'll go around the corner and take an autocab. The head of the local branch of our organization is a man named Constantine Bishop, and he owns a bar and restaurant called the Emperor's Rest. You'll be safe enough there. You seem eager enough to have me meet him, said Terran. She was a good 6 inches shorter than he was, but she had no trouble matching his stride. Bishop knows everything that happens on Rust Belt Station and most of what happens in the surrounding systems, said March. We badly need more information. Our mutual organization thought it would be an assassination. It wasn't. That was either a hijacking or an abduction. And Ronstadt Corporation has been subverted, and Ronstadt Corporation runs the security on Rust Belt Station. Terran let out a long breath. Then it wasn't an accident. They were part of it. March nodded. Or they were bribed or coerced. Either way, they aren't reliable. Mercenaries never are. Terran gave him a faint smile. Said the privateer. I would know. March stepped in front of an autocab, a boxy plastic thing on 4 wheels that made a faint squeaking noise against the polished rock of the floor. He and Terran got inside, and March instructed the computer to take them to the Emperor's Rest in the commercial concourse. The autocab informed him that the distance would be 2.32 kilometers of corridor, and the charge would be ridiculously high. March paid the computer, and the autocab rolled into motion. We could have walked, said Terran. Yes. March watched the cargo handlers and starship crewers going about their business as the autocab rolled forward. But the noise from the electric motor will make it harder for anyone to overhear us. I think you have to consider the possibility that someone on your ship betrayed you to the machinists. It occurred to me. Terran gazed at him. He was suddenly aware of her proximity, of how the cramped autocab made it necessary to sit only a few inches from her. The thought annoyed him. It was a distraction from his mission. But it's not like this expedition was top secret or anything. It's been listed on the university's network pages for months. I advertised for graduate students to accompany me a year in advance. I filed proper flight plans from here to Kalaskar. Anyone with a modicum of computer skill would know exactly where I was going and when. March nodded. Orson seems to have a personal dislike for you. Terran laughed. He propositioned me once, and I turned him down. But that isn't the real reason he dislikes me. He doesn't think I do real archaeology. He thinks, to use his favorite term, that I'm a celebrity slut, and that the university only keeps me on because I'm good PR. March blinked. He actually called you that to your face. Taryn grinned. No. He was haranguing some graduate students and didn't realize that I was standing behind him. I thought he would have a heart attack when he noticed me. But he's a gelatin. No spine at all. Besides, he was on the ship when they attacked, and he could just have easily been killed when that missile hit the drive section. That was a good point. March had feared Taryn might have a machinist sympathizer aboard her ship, but it was just as likely that she did not. He suppressed a grimace as he thought about the complicated nature of his mission. Taryn was traveling with a large crew and was a relatively well-known figure. That made her an easy target for any potential assassins. Of course, it seemed the machinists wanted her alive. In a grim way, that was a bright spot. It was always harder to take someone alive, rather than simply shooting the target in the head. The sooner we get you off Rust Belt Station, said March. Me and my people. They're in danger because of me, said Taryn. Another woman might have said that, with an air of guilty drama. From Taryn, it was a simple statement of fact. You and your people, said March. If Ronstadt Corporation has been subverted, or if there's a machinist sympathizer in their hierarchy, the enemy has a strong advantage. The sooner we get you and your people off Rust Belt Station and away from Ronstadt, the better chances you'll have. All right. Taryn thought for a moment. You're not just a privateer they hired for the job. You're an operative. Alpha level. Yeah. March watched the passing foot traffic in the corridor. They had almost reached the commercial concourse. Then you're really not a dashing privateer who flies around saving scientists and has a girl in every port, said Taryn. March blinked and looked at her, unsure of how to answer. He suspected she was testing him. That only made sense, given that they had just met, and she was in a dangerous situation. No, he said at last. Ah, well, said Taryn. You do seem the type, given that you just saved all of our lives. It was the mission, said March. What happened to your hand, said Taryn. If you don't mind my asking. March glanced at his left hand. He wore a glove and a bracer over his metal fingers and forearm, though with his coat he could only see the glove. He rolled his shoulder, ignoring the ache. It's cybernetic, he said. He offered a thin smile. Given the reputation of the machinists, it's best not to show it public unless necessary. No, said Taryn. I suppose not. Sometimes people assume things they should not. They do, said March. And in our organization, that's dangerous. He shook his head. I made that mistake myself with... With what? Said Taryn. Something in her gray eyes cut into him. With you, I admit, said March, unsure of why he was speaking. He didn't like the sensation. He didn't like talking, in general. It was often a liability for an alpha operative of the silent order. I didn't expect that you would handle a deadly crisis with such a calm head. I expected. He expected her to take offense as soon as the words left his mouth, but to his surprise she laughed. You expected a celebrity slut, she said. Something like that, yeah, said March. Oh, good, said Taryn. Good. That's an advantage when working for our organization, said Taryn. It's good to be underestimated. I work very hard at being underestimated. Which is why you don't mind Orson spreading rumors, said March. Her gray eyes gleamed. Even idiots can do something useful for our employer's cause, can't they? The autocab turned a corner and came to the commercial concourse. Shops lined the walls, shops that catered to men accustomed to violence and interstellar travel. One shop sold hand weapons, everything from plasma guns to portable missile launchers. Another specialized in ship repairs and upgrades. March saw 3 different bars and 2 brothels, one specializing in human women and another in androids of various degrees of accuracy and configuration to cater to every perversion. Armed guards stood at every shop, watching the crowds with cold eyes. "Well," said Taryn, looking at a sign that displayed the list of services available at the brothel, "that's not something you see on Kalaskar." "It is not," said March. The autocab came to a stop, and they got out. The machine rolled away, no doubt intent on picking up another passenger. "This way." He pointed to the doors to Constantine Bishop's restaurant. "The Emperor's Rest," said Taryn, reading the sign over the doors. She blinked and then smiled at him. "You know, if you wanted to take me to dinner, you could have just asked. All this effort seems like too much." March blinked and looked at her, unsure how to respond. "A joke," said Taryn. "Yes," said March. "I am sorry. I don't have much of a sense of humor." "Well," said Taryn, "there are worse qualities in a man." Again, he wasn't sure what to say. He was attracted to her, and to his irritation, the attraction was affecting his thinking, though he was never eloquent under the best of circumstances. March dismissed those thoughts. He had a mission, and he was going to fulfill it. All other considerations were of no importance. "I might have some of those worse qualities," said March. Taryn frowned. "Which ones?" "That was a joke." Taryn blinked a few times and then smiled again. "See? You're catching on." "This way," said March. He led the way through the front doors and into the Emperor's Rest. Like most of the rooms in Rust Belt Station, the restaurant had been carved from the rock of the asteroid. Metal tables and chairs dotted the dining room, about half of them occupied with crewers and cargo handlers eating lunch. A long bar ran the length of the wall, and waitresses in tight skirts and t-shirts carried out trays of food from the kitchen. March had been in 100 restaurants like this in 100 systems, and he was familiar with the guards at the door, the cold eyes of the waitresses, and the fact at least some of the men at the tables and the women in tight skirts would be informants for the intelligence services of the various starfaring human nations and alien races. Of course, since the local head of the Silent Order ran the place, all the spies in the Emperor's Rest would report to the Silent Order. March headed towards the bar, Taryn walking alongside him. "Captain March," said the woman tending the bar. She had hard eyes, but a pretty smile beneath shaggy blonde hair, and the tight uniform and skirt fit her well. "It's good to see you again." "Hello, Anne," said March. "No girl in every port, is that it?" murmured Taryn, amused. "She's not." March grimaced, shook his head, and walked to the bar. "Everyone's talking about that firefight," said Anne. "That was you, wasn't it? I thought I recognized your ship on the footage." "Yeah," said March. "Bunch of mercs hired to do a hijacking. I got here just in time. You probably guessed that I'll want to talk to Bishop right away." "Figured that," said Anne. "He went to talk to some people in Heights' office to figure out what was going on, though I bet he'll get the whole story from you. I'll message him that you're here." She produced her phone from beneath the bar and hit a few buttons. "Can I get you anything while you wait?" "Just coffee, please," said March. "Me too," said Taryn. She produced a credit note and put it on the bar. "On me, please. Change is yours." Anne grinned and made the note disappear. "Be right back. I like your girlfriend, Captain March." March opened his mouth and closed it again as Anne vanished into the back room. He looked at Taryn and saw her carefully keeping a straight face. "Girl in every port, right?" said Taryn. March sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose with his right hand. "She's not. I don't have a girl in every port. I don't have a girl in any port." Taryn raised her eyebrows again. "Really? That's tragic. Personal inclination, I suppose." "No," said March, irritated with himself. How the hell had Taryn gotten under his skin so easily? It would be unprofessional. I have a job to do, and that's that. Anything else is a distraction. He leveled a finger at her. And I just saved your life. You don't get to tease me about anything. Taryn only smiled. What? I hope you realize, said Taryn, what an absurd statement that is. March opened his mouth to argue, and then he did indeed realize that it was an absurd statement. Entirely against his will, he felt himself starting to smile. Maybe, he conceded. But this is a life-and-death situation. You ought to realize that. It's no time for discussing my personal entanglements. Or lack thereof, murmured Taryn. There are more important things to consider. Well. Taryn looked at him. For a moment, the cool good humor seemed to drain from her, and she looked tired and sad. If I hadn't learned to keep myself calm in dangerous situations, Captain March, I would have killed myself a long time ago. I suppose not, said March. She was silent for a moment. How do you keep yourself calm in dangerous situations? March grunted. Usually by punching things. It wasn't a joke, but she laughed. I imagine that is rather effective. March heard the clank of boots against the deck, and turned as Constantine Bishop, proprietor of the Emperor's Rest and Sigma operative of the local branch of the Silent Order, strode into his restaurant. Bishop was a huge man, nearly 7 feet tall, though he was starting to develop a bit of a stoop from spending so much time in cramped quarters. He had ragged blonde hair and a bushy beard and wore an odd mixture of clothes, steel-toed work boots, cargo pants, a green silk shirt, and a formal black coat. Beneath the formal Kalaskurin coat, he had a gun belt wound around his waist, a pistol on either hip. Rust Belt Station was the sort of place where a man could go armed in public without trouble, and the head of the local Silent Order branch was the kind of man who needed to be armed. Well, well, said Bishop with a wide white smile. Jack March, bringing trouble to Rust Belt Station once again. He strode across the dining room, extending his left hand. It was a gesture of trust, since Bishop knew exactly what was under the glove of March's left hand. March took his hand and shook it. I saw the little firework display on the station sensors. Then I recognized the tiger, and I thought you might be turning up here sooner rather than later. It's good to see you, Constantine, said March. He released Bishop's hand. Did you receive any word from our employer? I fear not, said Bishop. You have outpaced the news. He offered his brightest smile to Taryn. Though, as usual, I see you have brought a lovely woman to my humble hovel of an establishment. Taryn grinned. As usual. Then Captain March really does have a girl in every port. For God's sake, said March. Bishop laughed at that. If he does, I will die of shock. He bowed over Taryn's hand and planted a brief kiss upon her knuckles, and she looked amused at the courtly gesture. I am Constantine Bishop, and I am most pleased to meet you. Adelaide Taryn, said Taryn. I would kiss your hand, but that would just look strange. Bishop laughed again. Truly it would. But there are all manner of strange sights at Rust Belt Station, such as Ronstadt mercenaries turning tail and running from a fight with pirates. Not pirates, said March. Grey wolves. I see, said Bishop. I suggest we should talk amongst ourselves in private. Agreed, said March. Your office. Yes. Bishop turned to Anne, who, while out of earshot, had nonetheless been watching the conversation with interest. Take charge here, my dear. If anything comes up, I'll be in my office. Will do, Chief, said Anne. They walked behind the bar, and Bishop stopped for a moment. Make sure you have your gun ready, said Bishop to Anne in a low voice. There are odd things happening here, and I don't like them. Anne nodded, her face hardening. Then a customer approached the bar, and her friendly smile returned. March and Taryn followed Bishop through the door behind the bar and into a storeroom stacked with cases of beer and prepackaged meals. That reminded March of the Tiger's cargo, forgotten in the chaos of the fight and its aftermath. As Bishop stopped before his office door, March fished out his phone and sent a command to Vigil, authorizing the pseudo-intelligence to arrange for priority unloading of the ship's cargo. The fees for priority unloading would cut into the profits from the cargoes, but the sooner the ship was empty, the better. March realized he might need to leave with Taryn and her people in a hurry. Bishop opened the door and strode into a small office with a plastic desk, the wall lined with photographs of Bishop posing with various dignitaries. Bishop pulled out one of the chairs with a flourish, and Taryn thanked him and sat down. March seated himself next to her, the cheap chair creaking a little under his weight. "Charming as ever, Mr. Bishop," said Taryn. Bishop smiled as he sat behind his desk. "It is easy to be charming when a proper lady comes into my establishment. Which, thanks to Captain March, happens more often than you might think." March let out an irritated breath. If Bishop decided to mention Rona Vindex, "We can charm each other," said March, "once we're sure no one is about to shoot us in the head or blow up the commercial concourse to get at Dr. Taryn." Bishop's smile faded. "Yes. Business must take priority." He tapped some keys on his computer and rotated the screen to face them, and March saw a recording of the battle between the Tiger and the Owls. "That was quite a firefight. I recognize the Tiger, but I assume the shovel is your ship, Dr. Taryn." "That's right," said Taryn. "And it would have been blasted to pieces if Captain March hadn't come along when he did. Or we would have been boarded and taken captive." Bishop grimaced. "Which might have been a worse fate, to be blunt." "As you have probably guessed, Dr. Taryn is a beta operative of the Silent Order," said March. "Sensor received word that the machinists or their agents were planning an attempt on her life, and he dispatched me to stop it." He gestured at the screen. "You see the rest?" Bishop frowned. "Forgive me if I am overlooking the obvious, but that looks like a board and capture operation, not a simple assassination." "You see the problem," said March. Bishop nodded. "And the mess of interlocking problems that creates for us." He gazed at the ceiling for a moment, thinking. "First problem," said March, glancing at Taryn. "Why did the Ronstadt gunships abandon the shovel?" "Simple answer," said Bishop. "Velt is a toad. Old Carlman got transferred away after that mess the last time you were here. That had been a mess, though it had revealed the existence of the Wraith device to the Silent Order. Velt was the new supervisor. He showed up 6 months ago, and the quality of the local Ronstadt personnel has deteriorated dramatically in that time. Velt is both extraordinarily corrupt and massively incompetent at the same time. I doubt he's been suborned by the machinists. Likely one of their agents arranged an anonymous payment for him, and he sent the signal that told your gunships to withdraw." "Typical machinist vermin then," said Taryn. "They are a constant thorn in one's side," said Bishop. "If you will forgive the impertinence of the question, Dr. Taryn, why would the machinists wish to kidnap you? Assassinate you, that is understandable. They try to assassinate Silent Order operatives whenever the opportunity arises. But to kidnap you, why?" Taryn shrugged. "I'm an archaeologist. Xenoarchaeologist, to be specific. I can only assume someone has a grudge against me." "She's also a public figure on Kalaskar," said March. "Public figure," said Bishop. He blinked. "An archaeologist? Are there really that many people interested in archaeology?" Taryn smiled. "Not that many. But everyone needs a hobby, and it's more than you might think." Bishop grunted. "With all respect to you, Dr. Taryn, I can't imagine the machinists mounting that much of an effort to capture you. They would kill you, they would kill all 3 of us if it was convenient to do so. But a deep space smash and grab? The machinists might do that for a Kalaskaran noble or one of the ministers. Someone prominent they could ransom or publicly execute or suborn. His eyes flicked to March, no doubt remembering Thomas Vindex, or otherwise use. I don't think you would be useful enough for the enemy to expend so many resources attempting to kidnap you. Taryn shrugged. I agree. Nevertheless, it happened. Yes, said March. My mission is to get Dr. Taryn to safety. Our priority should be to get her off Rust Belt Station as soon as possible. If the machinists are bribing Velt, then Rust Belt Station and the entire NB8876X system is not safe. Agreed, said Bishop, but it is not quite that bad. Velt is a worm, but the Ronstadt rank and file loathe him. He hasn't been able to put his loyalists into positions of authority on the station, and I have many friends in the local Ronstadt contingent. Taryn smiled. Bribed friends, you mean? Or they owe me favors, said Bishop. Favors are often a more valuable currency than money or merchandise. But Captain March is likely right. Best to get you and your crew off Rust Belt Station and on your way as soon as possible. I doubt the local machinists would have the resources to pull off many more elaborate ambushes like the one we just witnessed, and if they do, Captain March can escort your ship back to Kalaskar. A heavily armed blockade runner can discourage all manner of trouble. Agreed, said March. We should find out how long it will take the shovel to be repaired. Yeah, said Taryn, digging her phone out of her jacket pocket. Bauer ought to have finished with the diagnostics by now. She unlocked the screen, scrolled through the notifications and started to scowl. Bad news, said Bishop. Yes, said Taryn. The entire dark matter reactor has been destroyed, along with the dark energy resonator. One of the fusion drives failed, her frown deepened, and the reactor had to be shut down before it started leaking radiation. The shovel's drive systems are going to need a complete replacing and overhaul. God, that's going to be expensive. She rubbed her forehead. At least no one got killed. How many people do you have? Said Bishop. 20, said Taryn. My film crew, which doubles as the ship's crew, and my graduate students and a few other academics. Graduate students, said Bishop, astonished. Graduate students are some of the most useless people in the universe. Why the hell would you bring graduate students on an expedition to an uncharted planet? Taryn gave him a look over her phone screen. Not that it is any of my business, of course, said Bishop. It's a requirement of working for the Royal University of Kalaskar, said Taryn. Since I am a professor, I am obliged to occasionally teach. And I'll be honest with you. The graduate students are more useful than the tenured faculty. They definitely work harder. She shrugged. And I wouldn't have brought them if I thought the trip would be dangerous. Xenostas is way beyond Kalaskaran space, but it's not near any of the hostile powers, and nowhere near the machinist worlds. She sighed. But I think we should focus on getting my ship repaired. Agreed, said March. He could take her and all 20 members of her expedition on the Tiger, but it would be tight, and it would put all their eggs in a single basket. He would prefer to escort the shovel back with Taryn on the Tiger. Rust Belt Station doesn't have anything like the kind of facilities we need to do a complete overhaul of your ship's drive systems, said Bishop. I do think the mechanics here can get at least the fusion drive and the hyperdrive systems repaired. He hesitated. It's not going to be cheap, I'm afraid. Taryn sighed. This far from civilization, I suppose that's to be expected. You'll also need to find lodgings for your crew while the drive is repaired, said March. That much work would generate a dangerous level of radiation. He disliked this more and more. The longer Taryn stayed on Rust Belt Station, the greater the likelihood that a machinist agent would capture or kill her. As it happens, I own a small hotel off the commercial concourse. Bishop flashed a smile. I would be more than happy to offer a reduced rate to a fellow member of the Silent Order. Taryn laughed. Say 2%. No, 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 said Bishop. At least 15%. They both laughed. Serving in the Silent Order is hardly a lucrative occupation, as I'm sure you've realized, so a man must look after his revenue. It might be better if we loaded your crew onto the Tiger and left at once, said March, his unease growing. Something had begun to scratch at the back of his mind, and he had been an iron hand and an alpha operative long enough to recognize that instinct as a sure warning of impending trouble. A smash and grab. Had they wanted to grab Dr. Tarrant? Or had they been after something else? How long do you think it would take to get the shovel functional again? Said Tarrant. 4 days, said Bishop. Maybe less if you apply some liberal bribes. Tarrant looked back at March. I think we would have a better chance of making it back to Kalaskar with the crew and cargo split between 2 ships. Yes, said March. Oh, that reminds me, said Tarrant. Does your hotel have a secure vault? If there are going to be technicians swarming over my ship, my cargo is valuable enough that I don't want to leave it unguarded. Smash and grab. The scratching at the back of March's mind got worse. Cargo, he said. It's not much, said Tarrant. Only about 200 kilograms worth. Mostly some alien relics we found on Xenostas and want to bring back to Kalaskar for proper analysis. Tablets and amulets, that sort of thing. Some of them are giving off a faint dark energy reading, and dark energy. And then, all at once, in a single moment of horrible clarity, March understood. Shit, he said. Both Tarrant and Bishop looked at him. March got to his feet. We have to get back to your ship. We have to get back to your ship right now. Damn it, but I've been an idiot. Why, said Tarrant, standing. This isn't an assassination attempt, said March. This isn't even a kidnapping or a hijacking. The machinists don't care about you or your ship. They just want the artifacts you found on Xenostas. 5. Relics. March found another autocab outside of the Emperor's Rest, overrode the computer control, and drove through the concourse as fast as the machine would allow him. Which, irritatingly, wasn't very fast. Why is this so important? Said Tarrant next to him, one hand gripping the armrest for balance as he sped through the crowds. Even if they steal my cargo, it's just some alien tablets and amulets. They're valuable, but not dangerous. The artifacts that gave off the dark energy signature, said March. What did they look like? We think they're amulets, said Tarrant. They're made of an unknown substance that has the hardness of stone but is much stronger and far more resilient. The amulets are an oval shape, about 3 inches long, 2 inches wide, and an inch thick, and are a bluish-green color. March's alarm grew. Do they look a bit like oversized beetles? He said. She gave him a strange look. Yes. Yes, they do. March's alarm increased. How did you know? Because I've encountered them before, said March, wishing the damned autocab could go faster. That's impossible, said Tarrant. No one has encountered relics like this before. The script we found on some of the tablets is totally unique. The library computer we brought from Kalaskar contained samples of every known human and alien script and alphabet, and there was no match. No one on Kalaskar has encountered that script before, said March, but I would bet the machinists have. He hoped he was wrong. But in his gut, he knew that he was right. And if he was right, and if Dr. Tarrant's cargo was indeed what he thought it was, then the relics she had brought back from Xenostas were beyond price. And the machinists would do absolutely anything to get their cybernetic hands on those artifacts. The last time March had encountered artifacts that matched Tarrant's description, the machinists had sent an entire task force of capital starships to retrieve just one of them, and a lot of people had died. At last, the autocab skidded around the corner and drove towards the shovel's docking bay. Bauer still stood there, scowling at a computer tablet in his left hand, Orson hovering next to him. Both men looked up as March brought the autocab to a halt in front of them. "Good you're back," said Bauer. Orson glared at March. "And your privateer friend didn't sell you to the first batch of Kesrodite slavers that came along?" "They couldn't afford me," said Terran, climbing out of the cab. "I saw your diagnostic report. It's that bad." "Worse," said Bauer, turning the tablet so she could see the diagnostic information on the screen. "We'll have to clear everyone off the ship while the drive section is rebuilt. That's going to be expensive, especially in the middle of nowhere." "Yeah." Terran looked at the screen and then at Bauer. "Yeah. All right. I found a hotel. The crew can stay there while we arrange for repairs. I think we can get the ship going again in another 3 or 4 days, and then we can limp back to Kalaskar in space." Orson's perpetual scowl deepened. "That is ridiculous. You want us to stay in some flea-bitten hostel on this station? That is." "God damn it, Patrick," said Terran in a flat voice. For the first time, March glimpsed some of the strain she was feeling. "These are the best choices we have. Do you have a better idea? Or are you just going to stand there and whine?" Orson opened his mouth and closed it again. "No. I thought not." She let out a long breath and looked at Bauer, who had been trying not to smile. "Can you get everyone to the hotel?" "I will," said Bauer. "If it makes you feel better," said March, "there won't be any fleas in the hotel." "What?" said Orson, glaring at March. Likely, that expression intimidated the graduate students. March wasn't impressed. "The environmental systems would have killed them all," said March. "You're more at risk of dying of accidental explosive decompression and the resultant vacuum or slow carbon dioxide poisoning than suffering from flea bites." "That's not reassuring," said Orson. "Who said I was trying to reassure you?" said March, and then ignored him to turn his attention to Bauer. "After the battle outside, Dr. Terran has hired me to help get all of you back to Kalaskar safely." "I have," said Terran. "You should be safe enough in the hotel," said March. "The owner isn't a criminal, and I think the attackers were after your cargo. So long as you're separated from the cargo, you shouldn't be at any risk." "Our cargo," said Orson, incredulous. "Who would try to steal our cargo? Collectors of alien art? What a ridiculous thought." Bauer looked more thoughtful. "It's a possibility, Dr. Orson. Some of those tablets and amulets were made of an unknown material. Maybe it's more valuable than we understood." "When are the repair crews going to arrive?" said Terran. Bauer consulted his phone. 3 hours. "All right," said Terran. "Get everyone to the hotel." She tapped her own phone a few times. "I've sent you directions. You ought to be safe enough, since it's almost certainly me or our cargo that our attackers wanted. If you don't go looking for trouble, you should be safe there." "And what will you be doing?" said Orson. "Captain March and I are going to conduct a security assessment of the ship," said Terran, which March supposed was true enough. "And then we are going to take the relics to a secure cargo vault on the station. If the artifacts were the target of the attack, then it's best to separate them from the crew for everyone's safety." Orson's customary sneer returned. "And I suppose 1 or 2 of the artifacts will conveniently disappear while they are in the vault. Maybe when we return to Kalaskar in a few months, you'll be hawking a line of brooches based on the artifacts. I can see them now. Dr. Adelaide Terran, space archaeologist, presents the finest in exotic jewelry, available now for just 6 easy installments of $99. "Shut up," said March. "Your life is at risk. Stop talking and move." Orson scowled at March and jabbed him in the chest. "Don't give me orders, thug. I am a professor at the Royal." March's left hand could have crushed Orson's hand to a bloody pulp, so instead he caught Orson's jabbing finger in his right. Orson tried to wrench his hand back, but March held it fast. "The hotel," said March, starting to squeeze. "Now please, Professor Orson." "This is assault," said Orson. "This is physical assault." "Not if you hit him first," said Bauer in a bland voice. He was failing to keep the amusement off his face. "Which you know you did." Orson wrenched his arm back, and March let him go. He stalked away, muttering to himself, and the rest of the film crew and the academics disembarked from the shovel. March noticed that the video crew followed directions much more competently than the academics. "I'll make sure they get to the hotel," said Bauer, "and keep them from getting into too much trouble." "Thanks, Lars," said Taryn. "Getting academics to do anything is like herding cats. This would be a lot harder without you." Bauer grinned. "I've been with the company long enough to get profit sharing, and once we add a segment about a pirate attack to the new documentary, it's going to sell amazingly well. I might retire and buy a fishing boat." Taryn smiled. "2 boats, hopefully." "One would be enough. Boats are like wives. A man should really only have one." "Wise man," said Taryn, and Bauer followed the rest of the crew and the academics down the corridor. "He seems like a steady man," said March. "Yeah," said Taryn. She blinked and rubbed her face, taking a deep breath. "He saw action in the Royal Kalaskaran Navy, so he knows how to keep his head in a crisis. And he's got a wife and 5 kids back on Kalaskar." Taryn sighed. "If I had known this was going to be so dangerous, I wouldn't have brought him. But I would have a hell of a time managing the others without him." "Children are expensive," said March. "Perhaps he's glad of the opportunity to make some money." Mostly, March was glad that Bauer had gotten the damned academics out of the way, so he could examine the shovel's cargo. March had never been to a university, had never attended any sort of school except for the training that the machinists and the Silent Order had given him, and some technical classes about starship operations. Given Orson's ability to stand around and jabber about irrelevancies while his life was in danger, March suspected that he hadn't missed very much. On the other hand, the university had people like Taryn. Annoyed with himself, March pushed the thought from his mind. "We should look at the cargo at once." "Yes," agreed Taryn, and she led the way into the shovel's landing bay. The shovel had an even tighter fit in its landing bay than the Tiger did, so tight that the cargo ramp would have only a meter of clearance once it was down. Taryn led the way to one of the ventral airlocks, unlocked it, and March followed her into the ship. At once he saw the signs of damage. There was a heavy scent of scorched electronics in the air, and the low rumble of overtaxed machinery. Further down the corridor, he saw scorch marks and impact holes in the wall, likely left by some of the shrapnel that had punched through the hull. 4 automated repair drones on treads zipped back and forth before the damaged areas, welding new plates to the walls. Repair drones could do a lot with a damaged ship, but given the extent of the damage to the shovel's drive section, the ship would need more help than the drones could provide. "We were really lucky," said Taryn in response to his unspoken observation. "If even one more missile had gotten through, we'd have been a sitting duck, and they could have forced entry and taken the ship." She sighed. "The cargo bay is this way. We've got the artifacts in the strong room." March nodded and followed her through another hatch and into the cargo bay. It was a big space, at least half of the ship's interior capacity, and lit by arc lights on the ceiling that threw stark shadows against the deck. Most of the space was taken up by supplies, dismantled prefabricated buildings, and what March recognized as crates holding the equipment of the video crew, lighting rigs and cameras and servers and so on. To his amusement, he saw a set of chairs gathered around a coffee table, a neutral backdrop hanging behind them. Likely, the video crew had recorded a few segments with Taryn and some of the graduate students there. March didn't like the cargo bay. There were too many nooks and crannies, too many shadows where an attacker could conceal himself. If Terran had indeed found what he thought she had on Xenostas, the artifacts could not stay here. The shovel was simply not secure enough. Terran crossed to a reinforced door on the far side of the cargo bay and tapped a sequence of commands into a computer panel. She swiped a fingertip across a scanner and then typed a password. The door unlocked with a series of clangs, and Terran grasped the handle and grunted as she swung it open. The small square room beyond contained the ship's valuables. Several strongboxes held the ship's collection of hard currency, and a row of plastic crates dominated the floor, their sides marked with lists of their contents. Terran walked to one of the crates and knelt next to it, undoing the fasteners. "These aren't locked," said March, his unease increasing. "They were in the strong room," said Terran, "and we didn't know the artifacts might be valuable." She pulled away the lid, revealing a lot of foam packing material. Her hand sank into it, and she drew out a metal case. She set the case on another crate and flipped open the lid. March stared at the objects inside the case. The artifacts rested in a neat row, 20 of them. Each one was oval-shaped, about 3 inches long, 2 inches wide, and an inch thick, and a bluish-green color. The devices put March in mind of a row of beetles waiting in silence. And he had seen devices like those before. 20. Dear God, she had found 20 of them. "Captain March," said Terran, looking at him in concern. Some of his alarm must have shown on his face. "Orson's wrong about you," said March. "You're an excellent archaeologist." "Thank you," said Terran. "But I do wish you would explain." "You're an excellent archaeologist," said March, "because you have found genuine artifacts belonging to the Great Elder Ones." Terran gave him a sharp look. "The Great Elder Ones? How do you know that name?" "Invaders," said March. "A long time ago, this part of the galaxy was ruled by a coalition of powerful and peaceful races. I know one of those races called themselves the Harmonious Scholars, but I don't know the rest of their names. Another race called the Great Elder Ones invaded from another reality or another universe. The coalition managed to repulse the Great Elder Ones, but destroyed themselves in the process." "That is one theory in xenoarchaeological thought," said Terran. "We think that the Great Elder Ones might have been the demons of Nineveh myth, and might have turned up in the mythology and religion of other alien cultures. Myself, I think that we're wandering from the point." Her eyes considered him. "How do you know that?" "That's incredibly obscure information. Not that it's a big secret or anything, but I'd say maybe only a dozen scholars on Kalaskar are familiar with the topic." "Because the custodian told me," said March. Terran blinked. "The custodian? You mean the alien artificial intelligence that controls the Eschaton system?" March nodded, still staring at the row of artifacts. "That's right. I thought the custodian was insane." "It is," said March, "but it told me about the Great Elder Ones, and it told me what those things are." He pointed with his metal hand at the artifacts. He had meant to do it with his hand of flesh, but the sheer recognition of the danger the items posed had caused him to point with his cybernetic hand instead, as if bracing for an attack. "What are they then?" said Terran. She looked at him. "I take it they're not religious artifacts." "No," said March. "They're called quantum inducers. When activated, they can create a quantum entanglement effect." "Like a tachyon, you mean," said Terran. "One tachyon does something, and then another tachyon does the same thing because of the quantum entanglement effect, no matter how much distance is between them." March nodded. He wasn't a physicist, but that explanation was close enough. The machinists found a bunch of quantum inducers somewhere and used them to construct devices called wraiths. The wraith is a perfect mind control device, and it can control a victim so thoroughly that the victim doesn't even realize what is happening. Terran frowned. "That would be a powerful weapon." If you used it on the right person at the right time, you could bring down an entire empire. She looked at him, at the quantum inducers, and then back at him. Let me guess. The machinists only have a limited number of quantum inducers, and they haven't been able to figure out how to make more. Yes, said March. They have 34 left. They had once possessed 36, but March had taken 2 of them back with him to the Silent Order and the Admiralty. They lost one of their inducers. Bet you had something to do with that. March grunted. They lost one, and to get it back they sent an entire task force of capital starships. They were willing to lose an entire task force to get one quantum inducer back. Terran let out a quiet laugh. And now I've gone and found 20 of the damn things. You did, said March, thinking hard. This was much worse than he had thought. To assassinate a beta operative of the Silent Order, the machinists might go to some length. But to get their hands on 20 quantum inducers of the Great Elder Ones, the machinists would do anything. Absolutely anything. I suppose you're going to confiscate them, said Terran. If you keep them, you're going to be killed, said March. You have to understand. The machinists would kill you to get just one of these things. They would kill your entire crew, all your colleagues, and everyone on Rust Belt Station for just one quantum inducer. For 20? They would wipe out civilizations to get their hands on 20 of the damn things. No, you're right, said Terran. She looked at the row of inducers and shook her head. We can just edit that out of the video. Erase the logs. No, that would look suspicious. We'll keep the record of the find and say they were stolen on Rust Belt Station during repairs. Mysterious alien artifacts of unknown provenance. Add a bit of drama to the video. Suddenly she laughed. What? Said March. Terran grinned at him. We'll blame Ronstadt Corporation for the theft. Say their negligence caused it. March laughed a little. That serves them right for screwing me over. All right, said March, relieved that she understood the gravity of the situation. He had expected her to fight him, or to insist that the artifacts remain in her possession. Censor had said that she would see reason. We have to move these things as soon as possible. The machinists know that they're on the shovel, and any operatives they have left on Rust Belt Station will be heading here. Terran took a deep breath. I think you had better take them on the Tiger and go. March blinked. I'm sorry. Your ship is faster and better armed than mine, said Terran. And I'll be blunt. The presence of those artifacts puts my people at risk. You have a better chance of getting them safely to Kalaskar alone than if you wait around for the shovel to get repaired. March hesitated. His mission had been to protect Dr. Adelaide Terran and get her back to Kalaskar. But the mission parameters had changed, hadn't they? The quantum inducers put Terran and her crew at risk. Once March had taken them back to Kalaskar, the risk to Terran would be minimal. So long as she was careful, she ought to be safe. And Adelaide Terran struck him as a careful woman. All right, said March. I'll take the inducers and leave at once. Terran nodded. I'll make a fuss with Ronstadt about the theft of some of our cargo. The machinists will figure it out and go after you, I'm afraid. March shrugged. That's my job. Good luck, Captain March. Terran smiled, her gray eyes glinting. He found that he liked her smile. Thank you for saving our lives. A pity I didn't get to know you any better. March wasn't sure how to respond to that, and then a dark thought occurred to him. Terran had found 20 quantum inducers on Xenostas. March doubted the Great Elder Ones had confined their technology just to the manufacture of quantum inducers. Ever since he had first encountered a Wraith device, March had heard rumors about something the machinists wanted or were planning, something they called the Pulse. No one knew what it was, but March suspected it was a weapon built from the technology of the Great Elder Ones. Had Terran found something on Xenostas that would help the machinists build the pulse? "What is it?" said Terran. She must have caught the change in his expression. "The other objects you found on Xenostas," said March. "The quantum inducers would have given off trace amounts of dark energy." "They did," said Terran. "Did any of the other artifacts?" said March. Terran frowned, and then her eyes widened. "Yes. One of them." "Let me see it," said March. "The machinists might be after that as well." "All right," said Terran. She knelt, picked up a smaller case, and set it on one of the crates. "But you can only look at it for a short time." "Why?" "Because." Terran unlocked the case, revealing a quantity of plastic packing peanuts. "If it's exposed to normal light for more than 5 minutes, it will explode." Before March could respond to that, she pushed aside the packing material. A glint of red light caught his eye. At first, March thought he was looking at a ruby or a similar precious stone. It was a faceted crystal about the size of his fist, though it had the strange alien sheen of the quantum inducers. There was a sullen red glow from within the crystal, and it was getting brighter even as he looked at it. "What is it?" said March. "I was hoping that you knew," said Terran. "We have no idea what it is, but we have an idea of what it does." "What does it do?" said March. "It absorbs energy," said Terran. "Right now, it's absorbing the visible spectrum from the lights overhead. If we were to cover it up, the energy would dissipate. But if we left it exposed for a total of 5 minutes and 32 seconds, the amount of energy it absorbed would reach a critical level, and it would explode." "Explode?" said March, frowning at the crystal. Boom. Terran spread her hands to pantomime an explosion. "It's not a big explosion. Like, maybe a handful of blasting caps. If you were holding the firestone at the time, you might lose a couple of fingers, but it wouldn't kill you." "Firestone?" said March. Terran nodded. "That was the nickname we gave the thing. It looks kind of like a firestone, doesn't it? Albeit a glowing one." Come to think of it, the crystal's inner glow had gotten brighter in the few moments it had been exposed. March started to speak a warning, but Terran covered it with packing peanuts again and closed the case. "How did you find out about its properties?" said March. "The hard way, I assume." "Close," said Terran, "but not quite. The vault where we found it on Xenostas was sealed. No natural light for thousands of years. The spectrographic analysis showed that the firestone was, well, we have no idea what it is made of, but it's basically invincible." That matched with what March had learned of the quantum inducers. The best scientists in the Ministry of Defense had been unable to find any way of damaging the quantum inducers, and suspected the devices could survive unharmed in the heart of a star. "We set it on a table in the sun, and a few minutes later, it set the table on fire. After that, we tried a few more tests, including a focused microwave beam." "Wait," said March. "An unknown alien artifact, and you shot a maser beam at it?" Terran grinned. "Well, we were methodical about it. Very scientific." Which was just as well, since the resultant explosion blew out the back of one of our prefab buildings. After that, we kept it locked up in the dark." "Good choice." March stared at the closed case, more suspicion stirring in his mind. A maser blast shouldn't generate enough energy to cause an explosion. "Neither should direct sunlight," said Terran. "Which means that the firestone amplifies an external energy source without any loss of energy," said March. "I'm not a physicist, but—" "That should be impossible, yes," said Terran. Orson was quite emphatic on that point. "God," said March. "That thing might not be an unlimited energy source, but it's close enough. The machinists definitely should not get their hands on it." "No," said Terran. She sighed. "Hell of a way for the expedition to end, isn't it?" Maybe it will make an excellent segment on your video, said March. Heavily redacted, of course. Yes, said Taryn. I hate to keep this secret, but I don't want to get anyone killed over it either. Better take the artifacts and go. As soon as you do, I'll raise a fuss to Velt and Ronstadt Corporation about how someone stole some of our relics. March nodded. Hopefully that will keep the machinists from chasing you all the way back to Kalaskar. He stepped towards the cases holding the quantum inducers and the Firestone, plotting out his next moves in his head. He would head back to the Tiger and take off immediately. From there it was a long journey back to Antioch Station, and it would be even longer because of the roundabout course March would take to avoid any pursuit. He reached for the cases, and something clanged in the cargo hold behind him. March whirled at once, yanking his gun from its holster. Taryn reacted only a split second later, drawing her own pistol from her belt. It was smaller than his, but the plasma bolts it spat would be no less lethal. He looked through the strong room door and back into the shovel's cargo hold. Nothing moved among the stacks of crates and supplies and disassembled prefabricated buildings. Maybe something fell over, suggested Taryn, her pistol held low before her. Maybe, said March. Or someone knocked something over. Are the internal sensors still working? Mostly, said Taryn. She shifted her gun to her left hand and fished out her phone with her right, unlocking the device. March kept his eyes scanning the cargo hold. Still nothing moved, and after a moment he spotted something out of place. One of the smaller metal crates had shifted, as if someone had been creeping around it and kicked it by accident. Anything, said March. I'm in, said Taryn, scowling at her phone. Checking for life signs, there are 6 on the ship, all in the cargo bay. 6, said March, cursing himself. That meant 4 men had entered the ship while he had been inspecting the relics. He should have moved faster. He should have secured the door better behind him. Taryn had closed and locked it behind them, but that would only slow a determined attacker. 3 of them are reading signs of machinist cybernetics, said Taryn. She looked up and frowned at him. So are you. Yes, said March, watching the bay. I don't suppose your sensors are good enough to pinpoint exactly where in the bay they are. Taryn sighed. I've been meaning to have them upgraded. Security cameras, said March. Yes, said Taryn. She pressed herself flat against the left side of the vault door, out of the line of sight of anyone in the cargo bay. Give me a minute to access the program. March nodded and peered over the right side of the door, scanning the crates and stacks of equipment for any sign of movement. His eyes flashed over a disassembled prefabricated building, a stack of 3 boxes, a metal crate. A flicker of motion near the crate caught his eye. Reflex and instinct saved his life. March jerked back a half-second before the plasma bolt howled through the space his head had occupied. It gouged a molten crater into the far wall of the strong room, the hot smell flooding his nostrils. March snapped off 3 shots, hoping to shoot through the crate and catch his attacker. His plasma bolts drilled into the crate, but he couldn't see if he had hit anyone or not. Another figure darted into sight. March caught a glimpse of a rough-looking man in a long dark coat, a pistol in hand. He shifted his aim and fired, and the man in the black coat darted for cover, throwing something as he did. A metallic clink came to March's ear, and he looked down to see a small black cylinder a few inches from his left boot. Grenade. Get down, snapped March, and he kicked the grenade and threw himself to the side. Taryn obliged, pressing herself against the wall on the other side of the strong room. The grenade clanged into the stack of crates opposite the door and then blew up. Even through the thick wall of the strong room, March felt the shock of the explosion, felt the vibration go through the deck. Had the grenade gone off in the strong room, it would have torn both him and Taryn to bloody hamburger, and it would have shredded the cases. Of course, the quantum inducers and the Firestone would have been untouched. March wondered if the Firestone would have absorbed the kinetic energy of the blast and augmented it. Hopefully, he would not have to find out. The instant the vibration stopped, March swung around the doorframe, giving him a clear view of the cargo bay. The grenade had torn apart a half-dozen crates, prepackaged foodstuffs and spare clothing lying scattered and twisted on the floor, some of it on fire. Through the smoke, March spotted 4 men hurrying towards the strong room. 3 of them looked like mercenaries, dark clothes, close-cropped hair, high-powered plasma pistols in their hands. The 4th wore a Starship crewer's coverall and a jacket. He had a thuggish look, a scar going down the left side of his face that twisted his expression into a permanent sneer. A jolt of recognition went through March. He had seen this man before and had done his best to kill him, though the man in the crewer's coverall had gotten away every single time. Simon Laurie, machinist agent and troublemaker, had crossed March's path once more. But the mercenaries drew March's attention. He recognized the way they moved, the precise economy of their motions, the way they gripped their pistols. All 3 men wore gloves on both hands. That was smart in a combat situation, the more protection the better, but he knew their left hands and arms required no protection at all. Because the 3 men were what Jack March had once been. They were Iron Hands, the elite assassins and commandos of the Final Consciousness. March knew he could get off one shot before the machinists realized that the grenade hadn't wounded their targets. Should he shoot Laurie or one of the Iron Hands? Laurie was undoubtedly the brains behind the operation. Yet the 3 Iron Hands were by far the greater threat. March might be able to take 2 Iron Hands in a straight fight and come out alive. 3 would make short work of him. He took one more deep breath to steady his hands, leveled his pistol, and squeezed the trigger. The plasma bolt spat from the end of the weapon. His aim was good, and the blast hit the nearest Iron Hand in the forehead. Cybernetics or not, years of training or not, the man wasn't wearing any armor, and the blast burned away the top third of his skull. The Iron Hand jerked and collapsed to the ground, limbs twitching. March would have to deal with his corpse as soon as possible, else the hive implant would take over and convert the dead man into a combat drone. But first, he had to deal with the living men. Lore and the remaining 2 Iron Hands reacted at once, diving for cover. March tried to line up another shot, but the Iron Hands ducked behind crates, while Laurie himself moved with the speed of a serpent and dodged behind a stack of prefabricated walls. Another plasma bolt shot past March and almost hit one of the ducking Iron Hands. March glanced to the left and saw Terran braced against the doorframe, pistol in both hands. He put 3 quick shots into the head of the dead Iron Hand, hoping to destroy the corpse's hive implant before it took over the body. Smoke hung heavy in the air, but it was getting sucked out through the vents of the life support system in the walls and the ceilings. March knew where the remaining 2 Iron Hands were, and he knew where Laurie was, but they had taken cover and he didn't have a clear line of fire on them. The strong room didn't have adequate cover. If Laurie and the Iron Hands rushed the strong room, they would overwhelm March and Terran. Or, if they had heavier weapons, more grenades or maybe a rocket launcher, it would be easy to kill them both. "Call Bishop," hissed Terran. March shot a glance at her. "They're not jamming us," said Terran. "Call your friend Bishop, see if he can get help to us. I'll distract them." She leveled her pistol and started shooting at random, throwing plasma bolts around the cargo hold. March yanked out his phone, hit the dial button and raised it to his ear, still watching the hole. Bishop picked up on the 3rd ring. "Jack." He paused. "I hear shooting in the background." "Yes," said March. "We're in the shovel's cargo bay. 2 Iron Hands and Simon Laurie have us pinned down. Can you send help?" Bishop swore. "Laurie. On it. I'll be there with help as fast as I can manage it. Good luck, Jack." He hung up, and March shoved the phone back into his pocket. "Well," said Terran. "Help's on the way," said March. Terran nodded. "Think it will get here in time?" "Probably not," said March. Why hadn't the Iron Hands acted already? They had the advantage. March and Taryn had cover, but not much. Captain March. Laurie's familiar voice echoed through the cargo bay. March couldn't pinpoint the location. Taryn stiffened, a strange expression going over her face. I know that voice. Once again I find you making trouble for me, said Laurie. It's very frustrating. It must be, said March, wondering why Laurie was talking. This wasn't a negotiation. March knew why Laurie was here, and no doubt Laurie knew that March knew. This was going to end in someone's death, one way or another. Why waste time talking? Distraction. Laurie was trying to distract March from something, or buy time. You've gone down in the world, Laurie, said March, watching as much of the cargo bay as he could manage. From machinist agent to petty piracy. Must be quite a blow. Laurie laughed. You know why I'm here. Has the pretty professor shown you the relics yet? We. You, said Taryn. The blood had drained from her face, and hate glittered in her eyes. Have we met Dr. Taryn? Said Laurie. There was mockery in his voice. It's been a long time, Laredo, said Taryn. Her voice was cold, her eyes like gray ice. March is right. You've really gone downhill. Laredo. Why was she calling him Laredo? How did she know him? Then March remembered the information that Censor had sent him, the background information on Adelaide Taryn. She had been married and pregnant, and had lost both husband and unborn child in an accident arranged by a machinist agent named Samuel Laredo. Except Laredo had never been caught, and now apparently went by the name of Simon Laurie, while carrying on mischief for the machinists. I don't know, Mrs. Taryn, said Laurie. Wait, it's Dr. Taryn now, isn't it? Big changes are coming to Kalaskar, and the toys you've brought back from Xenostas are going to make those changes for us. Why don't you come out where we can see you, said Taryn. We can catch up on old times. Or are you still a coward? Laurie laughed. The coward lives to fight another day. I'm still alive when so many others are not. Such as your husband and unborn child, Mrs. Taryn. Is all this in their memory? Does digging up the relics of dead empires help soothe the pain of an empty bed and an empty womb? Asshole, muttered Taryn. He's trying to goad you, said March. Yes, I noticed, said Taryn. She shook her head. He's trying to get me to do something stupid. Maybe, said March. But he must know we've called help. So then why is he wasting time by talking to us, said Taryn. Now that's a stupid thing to do. Because he's trying to distract us, said March. He stopped as the hint of a familiar smell came to his nostrils. It was the harsh tang of a chemical-based explosive. Laurie was going to blow up the ship. A chemical-based explosive might not be strong enough to blow up the shovel, but it would almost certainly destroy the cargo bay and kill everyone within it. And in the chaos of the scramble, as the station's emergency systems and personnel responded to the explosion, Laurie would slip away with the inducers and the Firestone. Probably he had already bribed Velt and Ronstadt Corporation to let him pass. Which meant March had to act now. They've got a bomb, said March. Cover me. He expected Taryn to protest or to voice disbelief. But as ever, she handled herself well. She only nodded and took a deep breath, adjusting her two-handed grip on the pistol. On three, she whispered. March nodded back. One, she whispered, peering over the edge of the doorframe. March tightened his grip on his pistol. Unless he missed his guess, the Iron Hands and Laurie had circled behind that stack of prefabricated walls, not far from where Taryn's video crew had set up their little interview space. Two, said Taryn. He would scramble up the pile of walls and come at the Iron Hands from above, he decided. They would be as strong and fast and as skilled as he was, and their hive implants would let them fight in harmony. If March did not kill both Iron Hands as quickly as possible, he was going to die. 3, said Taryn. She leaned out the door and started shooting, spraying plasma bolts across the cargo bay. March sprinted forward, seizing the doorframe with his left arm and using it to hurtle himself forward with greater momentum. He reached the stack of prefabricated walls, grabbed the top with his left arm, and yanked himself up. His boots rasped against the walls, the cheap material flexing beneath him, and he took 3 long steps forward, his gun coming up as he came to the edge of the stack. And as he did, March realized that he had just made a serious mistake, possibly the last mistake of his life. The shovel's internal sensors had been damaged. Glory didn't have 2 Iron Hands left with him. He had 4. There was an empty space behind the stack of prefab walls. 2 of the Iron Hands were bent over a black cylinder the size of an army trunk, likely the explosive device. 2 of them were peering around the stack of walls, tracing Terran's shots. Glory himself stood behind them, gun in hand. The 2 Iron Hands bent over the cylinder hadn't noticed March yet, but the 2 watching the strong room had begun to look up. March had 1 instant, exactly 1, before the Iron Hands reacted and killed him. He shifted aim and squeezed the trigger. The plasma bolt tore through the head of one of the Iron Hands, looking towards him. The smell of charred flesh flooded through March's nostrils, along with the odor of burned metal as the plasma bolt chewed through the Iron Hand's hive implant at the base of his skull. Before the dead Iron Hand hit the floor, the other 3 reacted. They raised their pistols and started shooting. March jumped off the pile of walls. A volley of plasma bolts shot past him. Most missed. 1 raked past his left bicep. He did not feel pain from the glancing hit, but the limb registered the damage with his brain, the nanotech moving to repair the damage at once. Another bolt grazed the left side of his chest and brushed his right hip. That hurt far more. March slammed into a second Iron Hand. The machinist assassin cybernetic hand clamped around his throat, but before the metal fingers could kill March, he pulled the trigger. The shot slammed into the Iron Hand's chest. March squeezed the trigger twice more, and the metal fingers loosened around his throat. The Iron Hand fell dead at his feet, and the other 2 charged him. It was too close for guns, so they had knives in their right hands, and their cybernetic left hands coiled into fists. March tried to bring his gun around for a shot, but the Iron Hand on his left punched with his left fist. The blow caught the side of the plasma weapon and shattered it, metal falling in pieces to the deck. The Iron Hand on the right stabbed March. His jacket had been lined with a carbon mesh to deflect knife blades, but that mesh hadn't been designed to stand up to the cybernetic strength of a machinist, and the Iron Hand used his cybernetic arm to drive the weapon. March tried to twist out of line of the strike, but the Iron Hand was too fast. Instead of hitting his throat, the knife punched through his coat and sank a few inches into his left side. Pain exploded through March, but he was used to pain, and he had been trained too well and too brutally to give in to it. He wrenched free of the knife blade and punched for the Iron Hand's face, his metal hand drawn into a fist. The Iron Hand jerked to the side, and March's fingers clipped his temple with enough force to draw blood. The second Iron Hand struck, his metal hand driving toward March's head. If the blow landed, it would shatter March's skull like a melon, and March dodged. He was too slow, but instead of hitting his head straight on, the blow clipped his temple. It was still enough to knock him back, the back of his head bouncing hard off one of the stack of prefab walls. Stars exploded before March's eyes, and pain roared down his head and back. Before he could recover his balance, the first Iron Hand punched. March twisted, and the blow that would have caved in his ribcage instead clipped the side of his chest, spinning him around. It hit the stab wound, which hurt, and it probably cracked a few ribs, which hurt even more. A wave of dizziness went through him, and March almost fell, but he knew that if he went down, he would not get up again. Glory and his Iron Hands would kill Terran, and then they would steal the quantum inducers and the Firestone, and use them to manufacture more Wraith devices. He yanked one of the knives from his sleeve with his right hand, and flung it at the nearest Iron Hand. The machinist commando snapped his metal arm up, deflecting the blade with contemptuous ease. It only took a half-second, but that was all March needed. His left arm shot forward and drove his metal fist into the Iron Hand's stomach. The machinist commando doubled over with a wheeze, but straightened up almost at once, his cybernetic implants giving him the strength to ignore the pain. But it also gave March the time he needed to hammer his metal fist onto the top of the Iron Hand's skull. He hit the man 3 times in rapid succession, and on the third blow even the reinforced bone of an Iron Hand's skull gave way. Something cracked, blood spattered across his sleeve, and the Iron Hand fell in a boneless heap to the ground. March stepped back just as the final Iron Hand's fist hurtled towards his face. He threw himself to the side, and fresh pain exploded through his head as the metal hand clipped his right temple. March staggered and fell backward, landing at the foot of the pile of prefab walls, his head feeling as if someone had driven a spike through his forehead. The Iron Hand plunged a knife into March's chest. That brought more pain. March wasn't sure how many times he was stabbed. 2 times? 3 times? He didn't know. It didn't matter because it gave him the time he needed to seize one of the dropped plasma pistols, raise the weapon, and blow the top of the Iron Hand's head off. The commando fell backward, and March heaved himself off the ground, swinging the pistol around to point at Lori, who had stepped backward in alarm. The fight had felt like an eternity, but it had lasted maybe 10 seconds. 20 at the most. March lined up a shot and squeezed the trigger. 3 times before Lori had gotten away from him. Not this time. Except March was dizzy, so dizzy, and his hands were shaking, and his plasma bolt missed Lori's head by maybe an inch. Lori whirled and sprinted for the cargo hatch as another volley of plasma bolts shot after him, spattering against the cargo boxes and the walls. Taryn jogged around the pile of prefab walls, pistol in a 2-handed grip as she fired. What had taken her so long? No, it only felt like a long time. Likely, she had run after him the second he had vaulted over the prefab walls. March started to pursue Lori, but instead dropped to his knees blinking. He felt so lightheaded, which was kind of a relief because everything hurt. The front of his jumpsuit was sodden and wet. Had he been sweating that much? No. It wasn't sweat. It was blood. 4 Iron Hands. It was Taryn. She was staring at the dead men in amazement. You just killed 4 Iron Hands. Get their hive implant, said March. Quick, get. He tried to keep speaking, and then realized he was having trouble breathing. Taryn looked at him, and her gray eyes went wide. Oh, Jesus. You're hurt. She really was quite pretty. An odd thought just now. But March supposed there were worse things to see while dying than a beautiful woman. He tried to speak once more, then fell on his face as nothingness claimed him. 6. Past and present. March fell through the blackness endlessly. And in the blackness he saw his past. He dreamed of Calixtus, the world where he had grown up. Calixtus had been conquered by the machinists before his birth, and the final consciousness had shattered the planet's civilization. Most of the population lived in labor camps, watched unceasingly by machinist soldiers and collaborators, with death the punishment for any infractions. Those who could survive the joining process to the final consciousness were taken. His mother had died of illness and malnutrition. March had taken to stealing to survive. One day he had been caught. He should have been executed, but the security forces had tested him for compatibility to join the final consciousness. March had passed. So they had taken him and cut him apart. He had been awake for every excruciating moment of the surgery, as they cut off his left arm and replaced it with cybernetics, as they sliced open his torso and skull and added implants. The pain almost drove him mad, but the final consciousness had no patience for weakness, and as his hive implant came online, the thundering will of the final consciousness filled him, purging away all weakness and compassion and doubt and fear. March had become an iron hand. There had been the training, brutal and relentless, the punishments harsh. March had excelled, learning the arts of hand-to-hand combat, sabotage, infiltration, assassination, and all the other skills the final consciousness required of its iron hands, its elite assassins and operatives. March had gone on countless missions for the final consciousness, killing and killing and killing. He had been among the best, and he had known neither doubt nor fear. The final consciousness's certainty filled him, drowning any doubt he might have known. Then had come Martel's world. March had thought he would die from his injuries, but one of the families living in the slums had taken him in and tended him. When he had been well enough, he had left and rejoined the machinist forces retreating from the system in the face of the Kingdom of Kalaskar's offensive. And then the machinists had bombed the world to deny it to the Royal Kalaskaran Navy. Billions of people burned to ashes in a moment, including the family that had taken him in. When he had asked why they had helped him, they had said that just as the Good Samaritan had taken in wounded man in the Bible, so too would they follow Christ's teaching and help March. And the machinists had killed them for no reason. Martel's world was strategically useless, lacking the advanced industries and scientific farming to support an interstellar war economy. There had been no reason at all, for the final consciousness to destroy Martel's world, save for spite. And March had discovered something stronger than the thunderous certainty of the final consciousness. Rage. He had escaped, and Censor had found him. The Silent Order gave him surgery to remove most of his implants. He had gotten to go under this time. And the Iron Hand became Captain Jack March, Alpha Operative of the Silent Order. A torrent of memories blurred through him, missions on 100 different worlds, Censor's dry voice in his ears. Again he saw the Wraith device, saw the alien machines at their heart, and panic surged through him. March's eyes popped open. He started to sit up, and a wave of dizziness went through him, and he fell back onto the bed. He was in a small room with 2 beds, its walls lined with metal cabinets, an array of medical equipment, and an expert medical pseudo-intelligence computer between the beds. His mind came back into focus. This was the infirmary on the Tiger. How the hell had he gotten here? He ought to have been dead. March looked down at himself. He was wearing only a pair of boxer shorts, the massive Y-shaped scar on his torso visible. Spotted on his chest and left leg and side were the gray patches of localized healing nanobots. He recognized the burning, itching sensation as they rebuilt damaged tissues and bones. March felt absolutely exhausted, the way he did when the remaining machinist cybernetic implants in his body and the nanotech in his blood had gone into overdrive repairing injuries. Stabbed. He had been stabbed multiple times. Plasma burns from the near misses. Probably broken ribs and a concussion, maybe even a skull fracture. How the hell was he still alive? There were electrodes on his wrist and temples, and March sat up. This time he stayed up, and he tugged off the electrodes. The expert system made an unhappy noise. "Vigil," he croaked. "Vigil." The smooth voice of the ship's pseudo-intelligence filled his ears. "Captain March, what do you require?" A dozen questions warred in his mind. One popped out first. "What's the date?" he said. "Time and date, please." Vigil told him. "Jesus," muttered March, rubbing his face. Stubble rasped beneath both fingers of flesh and fingers of metal. He had been unconscious for 4.5 days. "How did I get here?" said March. "Dr. Adelaide Tarrant and Mr. Constantine Bishop brought you to the Tiger," said Vigil. "You had previously granted Mr. Bishop access rights to the Tiger, and had not rescinded them. Using those permissions, Mr. Bishop also granted Dr. Tarrant access rights to the Tiger. Dr. Tarrant and Mr. Bishop brought you to the infirmary, and began medical procedures to treat your injuries, which were extensive. Right, said March, trying to gather his thoughts. Right. There were a million things he had to do. The quantum inducers and the Firestone. He had to secure them. What about Lori? He had probably gotten away in the chaos. Was Bishop safe? Was Taryn? The quantum inducers and that Firestone thing had to be a priority, but his mission had originally been to secure Taryn's safety. He looked around for his phone but couldn't find it. Vigil, said March. Where's my phone? Your phone is in your cabin, Captain March, said Vigil. March pushed to his feet, waited until the dizziness passed, and opened the infirmary door. He stepped into the aft end of the Tiger's dorsal corridor. The ship was in standby mode, the lights dimmed, the faint hum of the life support equipment in the background. He heard something else. Music? Was that music? Metal clanked against metal. The door to the gym was open. March walked forward in silence, his metal hand curling into a fist, his right hand braced against the corridor wall to keep his balance. The metal grillwork of the deck pushed against his bare feet. He gripped the doorway to the gym, took a deep breath to steady himself, and then swung around the frame and into the gym. All the lights were on, and music played in the background, something with a thumping, pulsing beat. Some of the weights had been taken from their racks, and March blinked in surprise. The first thing he saw was Dr. Adelaide Taryn, squatting in front of him as she prepared to perform a deadlift. She was wearing a pink tank top and a pair of black exercise shorts. Tight exercise shorts. Heights had called her the historian with the nice ass who wore tight skirts, and March's first unanticipated thought was that it was even nicer in exercise shorts. Taryn paused, straightened up, and turned to face him. Her dark hair had been pulled back, and her face lit up with a smile. "You're up," she said. "The system thought you wouldn't wake up for another day." "Yeah," said March, blinking. He was suddenly conscious of her toned body beneath the exercise clothes, and of the fact that he wasn't wearing anything but boxer shorts. March hated for anyone to see his scars, and his body was nothing but scars, proof of the monster that he had been. For a moment he froze, unable to think of anything to say. "You shouldn't be standing up yet," said Taryn, frowning. Her eyes flicked up and down him almost hungrily, and then they widened with chagrin. "Oh, I understand." She crossed to one of the cabinets, drew out a robe, and tossed it to him. March donned the robe, pulling it on and tying the sash. "What do you understand?" said March. She smiled. "You must be ravenous. Why don't we go to the galley and have something to eat?" She hesitated. "You hell, Captain March. You look like you're about to fall over." "I might," said March. "Food's a good idea." He stepped back and wobbled a bit. Taryn was at his side at once, one arm coiling around his waist. "Here." Together, they walked to the galley. March settled at a bench with a grunt, and Taryn busied herself preparing 2 cups of coffee and 2 of his prepackaged meals. Again, almost against his will, his eyes were drawn to her as she worked, the shifting of the muscles in her legs and arms, the curve of her hips, and the graceful line of her neck. He grimaced and shook his head. Attraction was a liability for an alpha operative of the Silent Order. As she turned, he caught a glimpse of a scar beneath the hem of the right leg of her shorts. She saw him looking and paused, something flickering in her eyes. Then Taryn sat, smiled, and passed him the coffee and the prepackaged eggs and simulated bacon. March ate with a will, barely stopping for breath. "All right," he said once the harsh edge of his hunger had subsided. "I have some questions." "I thought you might," said Taryn. "Can I summarize for you? It's been a while since I taught undergraduates, but I think I remember how to do it." Despite himself, he smiled. "Summarize away." "About 30 seconds after you collapsed," said Taryn, "Bishop and his friend showed up. Evidently one of the freighter crewers docked here owes him a favor, and they were ready for a fight. I found them, and Bishop and I tried to figure out what to do while his men disabled the remaining hive implants. The first priority was to attend to your injuries. All the medical facilities on the station are controlled by Ronstadt Corporation, so Bishop and I took you and the relics to the Tiger. We locked down the ship, hooked you up to the expert system, and I injected some first aid nanobots and took care of your wounds. We thought about taking the Tiger to Antioch Station, but Velt has ordered a lockdown and isn't letting any ships leave Rustbelt Station. So, I stayed here to guard the artifacts and to look after you while we figured out what to do. That way the machinists don't go after my crew, and the Tiger's point defense lasers can fry anyone hostile who shows up, but no one did. I've spent the last few days on watch tending to you and keeping myself amused in your gym. She grimaced. Oh, and Laurie got away, of course. Of course, said March. The bastard's a cockroach. He rubbed his face again, and then took another drink of coffee. How badly was I hurt? Concussion, said Taryn. 3 cracked ribs, 5 stab wounds, 3 burns from plasma bolt near hits, and a whole hell of a lot of cuts and scrapes. No damage to major organs, thankfully. I used almost all of your emergency medical nanobots. I'll charge myself extra for them, said March. He hesitated. Thanks. I thought I was finished. Taryn grinned. It's only fair, Captain March. You did save my life. Twice. Laredo Laurie, you call him, he would have killed me. He would have gone out of his way to kill me. Yeah, said March. How did you know Laurie? Taryn's face went still. You probably know already. Sensor sent you the whole story. I didn't look through your files or go through your computer or anything, but if I did, I bet I would find the records there. He did, said March. But the official record is usually incomplete. Just what happened? Taryn considered for a moment, and then took a drink of coffee. No, she said. March frowned. No. You won't tell me. I don't like to talk about it, said Taryn. It's too personal, and it's too painful. She leaned forward. But I'll make a deal with you. What deal? Tell me where you got your scars, said Taryn, and I'll tell you about Samuel Laredo. March felt himself scowl. If you treated my injuries, and if you talked to Bishop, you probably know where I got my scars. I'm not stupid, Captain March, said Taryn. I saw you fight. 4 Iron Hands should have killed you, but you beat them all. Plus, you have that cybernetic arm. It's obvious that you used to be an Iron Hand yourself. You have the scar of a hive implant on the base of your skull. She tapped the table with her fingers. So, you were an Iron Hand, and you defected to join the kingdom of Kalaskar. What more do you need to know? Said March, irritated. The official record is usually incomplete, said Taryn. They stared at each other for a moment. March let out a long breath. You're persistent, aren't you? Patrick Orson usually says the same thing. Taryn smiled. But not nearly as nicely. March sighed and gazed at the ceiling. Fine. I suppose if you're an archaeologist, you must like digging things up. His gaze fell back to her. And if you asked Censor, he would likely tell you the whole story anyway. But I want to hear it from you, said Taryn. I was born on Calixtus, said March, in one of the labor camps. I don't know my father. My mother died eventually, which was probably why I avoided the mandatory testing. I started stealing to survive, and I got caught. When the machinist soldiers tested me, they found I was compatible, and so I was joined to the final consciousness and became an Iron Hand. Taryn nodded. Her face was calm, but her eyes were solemn. He didn't want to tell her about the horrors of the surgeries and the training. If she had seen his scars, she likely knew all about it already. But somewhat to his surprise, he kept talking. I was an Iron Hand for years, said March. I did everything you would expect an Iron Hand to do. During one mission, I crashed on Martel's world. One of the slum families found me. I expected they would kill me, but instead they took care of me until I could travel again. And then the machinists destroyed Martel's world for no good reason. He shook his head. After that, I was finished. I left and joined the Silent Order, and I've been doing this ever since. Ha, said Taryn. She leaned back. I suppose they saved my life. I don't understand, said March. That family that saved you, said Taryn. They just thought they were being kind. But they saved my life. The life of my crew. And God knows how many others you might have saved. Not as many as I wanted, said March. I don't like to talk about it. Taryn nodded, her gray eyes steady on his face. Now it's your turn to talk about something unpleasant, said March. How did you know Samuel Laredo? Fair is fair, said Taryn. She took a long drink of coffee, set down the cup, and leaned forward, folding her hands to the table. She had leaned forward just far enough that March could see the top of her breasts in the pink tank top. He pushed aside the observation, annoyed with himself. I'll tell you what you want to know. First, though, why do you want to know about Laredo? Because he's been an enemy of mine for a while, said March. He's hurt and killed a lot of people, and he's almost killed a lot more. I've stopped his plans before, but he's gotten away every single time. If I'm ever going to kill him or bring him in, I need to understand him better. Makes sense, said Taryn. She took another sip of coffee and stared into the mug. She stared at it for so long that March wondered if she had changed her mind, but then she started talking. I met Laredo for the first time about 3 months after I was married. I had dropped out to marry Duncan, but I didn't mind very much. She smiled. I liked history, but if I'm honest, I had only gone to the university to find a good husband. Guess you did, said March. Taryn nodded. I was working part-time at my father's repair shop. Dad was a genius with engines and anything mechanical, but the man couldn't balance books to save his life. But I was still part of the social scene at the university because Duncan had a job there. He had worked on the propaganda and training videos in the Royal Navy, and so he worked in the video production department at the university. That was where I met Laredo. She tapped her fingers against the mug. If I'm honest, I didn't like him from the first, probably because he kept hitting on me. I mentioned that I was married twice, and God knows he could see my ring, but he kept at it. He gave off a, how to put this, a creepy vibe. The sort of man you didn't think it was safe to be alone with, said March. Taryn nodded. Yes, exactly. Part of his mind pointed out that he was alone with her right now, and March made himself focus on the matter at hand. Anyway, I didn't like him, but he was a graduate student in the video production department, so I did see him a lot, said Taryn. It seems like a petty story, I know, but at the time, that branch of the University of Kalaskar had a serious problem with machinist sympathizers. Many of the graduate students had decided that the final consciousness was the next step in human evolution, and they ought to work to bring the machinists' revolution to Kalaskar for the good of humanity. There was some bitterness in her tone. I suppose that sounds like stupidity to a man from Calixtus. It does, said March. There were a bunch of arrests, said Taryn, but I didn't pay any attention to it at the time. I was young and in love, and then I was pregnant. Nothing else seemed to matter. One day, I went to the video lab to meet Duncan for lunch, and I happened to see Laredo working on something that looked like a machinist propaganda video. He shut down his computer before I could get a good look, but I know what I saw. I would have just shrugged it off, but remember, I didn't like him already. You started looking around, said March. I cheated, admitted Taryn. I used Duncan's network credentials to start looking through Laredo's files. I found a lot of machinist propaganda, which was bad enough, but I also found plans for bombs. Laredo wanted to join the machinists, and he was planning to prove his worth by setting off a series of bombs around the university. I didn't know what to do, so I went to Duncan. He said we had to go to the Ministry of Security at once. March nodded. And Laredo tried to kill you. Taryn sighed. It was a trap. He realized that I didn't like him, that I was becoming suspicious of him, so he was one step ahead. He set off his first bomb as we were leaving the parking garage. The silent order covered it up as an industrial accident, but 26 people died. Our car was wrecked, Duncan was killed, and I was badly hurt. Some of the vitality drained from her face, and the gray eyes looked cold and dead. I miscarried right there in the car before the emergency crews dug me out. I'm sorry, said March. He told me that story. I didn't realize that it was about you. Taryn blinked. What do you mean? Another mission where I went up against Lori, said March. He boasted about killing a pregnant woman's husband and her unborn child. He grimaced. He said he only regretted not killing the woman as well. He boasted about it, said Taryn, her voice soft and deadly. Yes, said March. He once tried to set off a nuclear bomb in a city of 10 million people to cover his escape. We stopped him in time. But that's the kind of man he is. Yeah, said Taryn. And he got his start with my husband and daughter. They sat in silence for a time. How did you come to the silent order? Said March. I blamed myself for Duncan's death, said Taryn. I was young and stupid. I thought about killing myself for a while, but then Censor contacted me and recruited me into the silent order, and here I am. So that's my story, Captain Jack March. That's how I know Laredo. Or Lori, as you call him. She tried to smile. I suppose it's kind of pathetic compared to how you were recruited into the silent order. No, said March. It's not. I've seen this again and again. He shook his head. People who've had their lives destroyed because the damned machinists think they're the next step in human evolution. No. It's not pathetic. He tried to think of the right word. It's appalling. Taryn blinked a few times, and then to his surprise she sniffled and wiped at her eyes. Thank you. God. I hate crying in front of anyone. It's been 15 years. You'd think it wouldn't hurt so much after all this time. Again they lapsed into silence. I'm not good with words, said March. I just do things. So, I think the best thing to do is to find a way to keep the quantum inducers and the Firestone away from Lori. Let him report a failed mission to his precious masters. Taryn blinked again and pulled herself together. You know, I think you're right. The thought of the expression on his smug rat bastard face when we get the relics away from him is a satisfying one. It is, said March. And if we can kill him in the process, all the better. He wondered how she would react to that. Moral revulsion at the thought of killing. No, she had been in the silent order too long. A fierce desire to avenge her slain husband and unborn child. Her eyes glittered like frost on gray steel, and she smiled. Yes, this was a woman who understood revenge just as profoundly as March did. He had been taking his revenge on the final consciousness with every successful mission since he had become an alpha operative of the Silent Order, and she had been doing the same with every cell of machinist collaborators she had exposed and ruined. I'm glad we agree on the important matters, Captain March, said Taryn. Good, said March. He rubbed his face. First, has Lori tried anything while I've been unconscious? No, said Taryn. Nothing. There have been no attacks on the Tiger, and Bauer says nothing suspicious has happened at either the shovel or the hotel. Bishop thinks that between the space battle and the Dead Iron Hands, you might have wiped out most of Laredo's local assets. Maybe, said March. He won't give up, though. There's too much at stake. He might have sent a ship to ask for reinforcements. He grimaced at the thought. NB-8876X was a long way from machinist space, but to retrieve one Wraith device, they had sent an entire battle group to the Eschaton system. What would they do to get their hands on 20 quantum inducers? Maybe not, said Terran. Like I said, Velt has declared an embargo. March blinked. What? No ships are allowed to leave Rust Belt Station, said Terran, and no ships are allowed to dock. Heights must be furious, said March. The station will be losing tens of thousands of credits in revenue per day. Per hour, maybe. Bishop said there's something of a dispute among Ronstadt Corporation employees over the embargo, said Terran. They're on the edge of revolt. Glory must be throwing money around like water, said March. You said that the machinists would destroy entire worlds to get their hands on those damned relics, said Terran. Compared to that, money is nothing. Yeah. March finished his coffee. All right. We better talk to Bishop right away. If Lori got a messenger out before Velt locked down the station, we might have machinist warships arriving from hyperspace at any minute. The sooner we have a plan, the better. Terran nodded. Do you, need any help getting dressed? March thought about it. No. Though if I fall over, I'll shout. Do that, said Terran. She got to her feet. What about the relics? I've got them in your strong room, but... We'll leave them there for now, said March, and I'll set vigil to shoot anyone other than you, me and Bishop who comes too close. If we take them with us to the station, we might get attacked. They might get attacked anyway. March intended to take as many weapons as he could carry. All right, said Terran. Let me just clean up and I'll be ready. She turned towards the door. Dr. Terran, said March. She looked back at him. Captain March. Thank you for looking after me. Terran blinked and then grinned. She did have a nice smile. You did save my life twice. It seems only fair. She left, and March heard her step into one of the guest cabins, the door clicking shut behind her. The guest cabin had a sanitizer booth, and suddenly his traitorous imagination provided, with vivid clarity, an image of Terran stepping naked into that booth, his mind's eye filling in the details of the fit body that had been concealed beneath the tank top and shorts. God damn it, muttered March, getting to his feet. A wave of dizziness went through him, and he gripped the edge of the table with his metal hand until it passed. Attraction was the least of his problems right now. March was not in good shape, and he ought to rest some more and let the healing nanobots do their work. But there was no time, and there was no one else to do what had to be done. Bishop was a good man and a reliable Sigma operative, but he wasn't an Alpha operative. Terran was far more competent than he had expected, but she wasn't an Alpha operative. The final responsibility rested with March, and it was a grim responsibility. With their 34 remaining Wraith devices, the machinists could topple governments and cause civil wars and revolutions. What could they do with 20 more Wraiths? March didn't want to find out, and it was up to him to keep it from happening. He headed for his cabin, cleaned off in the sanitizer, and got dressed. His jumpsuit had been shredded, so he donned a new one. He was surprised and touched to see that Terran had cleaned his black coat. March donned it, rebuking himself. A carbon fiber mesh lined the coat to deflect knife blades, and if he had thought to close the front of the coat before the fight, he might not have been wounded so badly. On the other hand, even carbon fiber mesh would not have stopped the strength of an Iron Hand cybernetic arm, so perhaps it wouldn't have mattered. And he had gone up against 4 Iron Hands and lived. He ought to be grateful he was still alive at all. After he had dressed, March went to the armory and equipped himself. A gun belt went around his waist, and 2 new plasma pistols on either hip. More knives went up his sleeves and in his boots, and he tucked more ammunition clips and some grenades into the pockets of his coat. When Laurie made another attempt, March intended to be ready. Footsteps clanged against the corridor, and Taryn strolled up behind him. She had changed back to her ship crewer's jumpsuit and brown leather coat, her hair bound in a ponytail. Her plasma pistol had come through the fight intact, and it rested in her gun belt. "That," she said admiringly, "is a lot of guns." "Comes in handy in my line of work," said March. "I can imagine," said Taryn. "Well, my dad always said there never was such a thing as too much firepower." March nodded and stepped back into the corridor. He was only a few inches from Taryn, and he suddenly found himself missing her tight exercise clothes. "Ready?" said March, once again forcing the thought out of his head. Taryn nodded. "Let's go talk to Bishop." 7. Subterfuge. Bay 86 remained as cramped as March remembered, but at least the Tiger's ventral point defense laser turret could cover the doors to the cargo corridor. He left Vigil configured to guard the ship and notify him of any intruders, and then he and Taryn headed for the service corridors rather than the main passages. "Cozy," commented Taryn once March had gotten the panel off the wall. The corridor was a narrow rectangle cut through the rock of the asteroid, its walls lined with ducts and bundles of wires. "Yeah," said March. "But none of the station's security systems reach here, so we can move around without Laurie tracking us. Don't touch the walls. In places, they're cold enough to cause frostbite. It will be about 6.5 kilometers of corridor to Bishop's restaurant from here." "Nothing like a good cool-down walk after strength exercise," said Taryn. "Lead the way." They went single file down the corridor. March kept his plasma pistol in his right hand, eyes and ears straining to find any sign of danger. But the access corridors were otherwise deserted, and March and Taryn passed through them without incident. It took about 60 minutes to make the trip from Bay 86 to the commercial concourse. At last, March opened another panel, and they slipped out behind a row of kiosks selling pornographic videos and into the commercial concourse. The concourse was crowded. Velt had embargoed every ship on the station, which meant no one could leave Rustbelt Station. That, in turn, meant the crews of those ships would get bored and seek amusements on the station. Bishop had to be doing a good business. "Watch yourself," said March. "Must be an army of pickpockets out there." Taryn nodded. "And if Laurie wants to get rid of me, a knife between the ribs in a crowd is a great way to do it." "Not if I have anything to say about it," said March. Taryn grinned and threaded her arm through his. "Then lead on." March hesitated, surprised by how much her touch pleased him, and then nodded. He forced his way through the crowds visiting the stores and the bars and the brothels. Taryn drew a few stares, which she ignored with aloof calm, and between March's sighs and his well-practiced glare, they made their way to the Emperor's Rest. The restaurant was packed, with every table and booth full, and only a few spaces left at the bar. Every single one of Bishop's waitresses and all of his serving drones were at work, gliding back and forth from the kitchen on high heels or rolling on treads to bring out food and drink. The air smelled of sweat and food and coffee, and it was also warm, which meant the life support system was struggling to keep up. Two hard-eyed men nodded to March and Taryn as they passed. Bishop must have brought extra security on board to keep his rowdier customers in line. March forced his way through the crowd and made it to the bar, trying to watch in all directions at once. "Captain March." Anne blinked in surprise at him. She looked a bit ragged, but likely she had been pulling double shifts to meet demand. Nevertheless, her face spread into a wide smile when she saw him, and an even wider smile when she saw Taryn on his arm. "Boy, do you look like you got chewed up and spit out again," said Anne. "You should have seen the other guy," said March. "Guys," said Taryn. It was plural. "Where's Bishop?" said March. Over there, said Anne, jerking her head to the left. March saw Bishop standing at the far wall, speaking with some men in a booth, a tray tucked under his arm. Bishop was waiting tables at his own restaurant. Then again, given how crowded the place was, he likely needed every pair of hands. Thanks, said March. Anne nodded to him and turned to her next customer, and March led Taryn across the dining room. Bishop spotted them halfway, said his farewells to the crewers in the booth and joined them. Jack, said Bishop, and he clapped March on the shoulder. By God, it's good to see you on your feet. When I got things set up on the Tiger with Dr. Taryn, you looked like roadkill. He grinned. Of course, you still look like shit. But at least I look like ambulatory shit, said March. Exactly, said Bishop. I would envy your resilience, but I know the price you paid for it. He smiled at Taryn. I don't suppose you would be interested in moonlighting as a waitress for a few days, Dr. Taryn. I don't know, said Taryn. Your waitress's uniform seemed a touch on the skimpy side. Yes, but think of the tips you'd make, said Bishop. Though given the people who are after me, said Taryn in a dry voice, I don't think parading around in a short skirt, heels, and a tight vest would be the best way to avoid attention. No matter how good the tips. She grinned. Though it might be worth it, just to hear Orson complain about the scandal to the university's image. Yes, Dr. Orson, said Bishop with a sigh. He's tiresome, said March. Let's just say that if he worked on a freighter, he would accidentally stumble out of an airlock, said Bishop, and no one would remember seeing anything. But we've work to do. Let's go to my office and think of a way out of this mess. I take it things have gotten interesting while I've been asleep, said March. And crowded, said Bishop. He led the way behind the bar and to the storeroom. There weren't nearly as many cases and kegs in the storeroom as there had been during March's last visit, and a waitress emerged from the freezer with an armful of food as she headed for the kitchen. I'm turning a tidy profit on all of this, but if that toad Velt doesn't lift the embargo soon, I'm going to run out of stock. They went into the office, and Bishop closed and locked the door behind them. On impulse, March drew out a chair for Taryn, and she smiled at him and sat down. Bishop blinked at them, shrugged, and sat behind his desk. March sat next to Taryn, the cheap plastic chair creaking a little. He was more relieved than he would have liked to get off his feet. So, said March. What did I miss? Trouble, said Bishop. I suspect Dr. Taryn already told you some of it. Between the firefight outside the station and the Iron Hands, I think you wiped out most of Laurie's assets. He snorted. I don't think Laurie saw that coming. 5 Iron Hands ought to have been enough to clean your clock. To clean anyone's clock, hell. Laurie's first plan was probably to seize the shovel and take the relics and shoot Dr. Taryn out of spite on the way out. His backup plan was to use the Iron Hands to board the shovel when it docked and take the relics. Now I think he's improvising. Velt and the embargo, said March. Yeah, said Bishop. Laurie has to be paying him a fortune. Velt's way over the line. He doesn't have the authority to order an embargo like this, but he did it anyway. Heitz is furious with him, and half the senior Ronstadt employees are ready to revolt. Taryn frowned. Won't there be consequences for Velt? Declaring an embargo on ship traffic isn't our usual cloak and dagger stuff. There will be huge consequences for Velt, said Bishop. Declaring an embargo without the approval of the station administrator or a flag officer of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy is illegal. He'll get hauled back to Kalaskar on charges. For that matter, it's likely that Ronstadt Corporation will lose the contract to provide security for Rustbelt Station. It's a lucrative contract that doesn't take a lot of work, and if the Ministry of Justice doesn't get Velt's hide, Ronstadt Corporation will. I can't imagine a mercenary company will look kindly on the loss of a lucrative contract, said Taryn. No, they will not, said Bishop. Laurie must be bribing Velt, said March, and giving him promises of safety once this is over. Which gives us an opportunity, I think, said Bishop. Velt has pushed too hard and too far, and his own officers are turning against him. With sufficient motivation, I think we can convince his officers to arrest him and hold him for trial. They don't want to lose their jobs any more than the corporation wants to lose this contract. If they say Velt went rogue and they dealt with him internally, they can just apologize to Heights. Heights can apologize up the chain of command, and that will be that. And the embargo will end, said Taryn, and we can get those damned relics to safety. Bishop inclined his head. You're good at this, Dr. Taryn. I didn't want to play this game, said Taryn, but the machinists forced me to play it when I was younger, and I'm damned if I'm going to let Laredo win. Ending the embargo is only the first step, said March. Getting the relics off the station is the second. I might have destroyed the Grey Wolf ships, and Laurie might not have had time to call reinforcements. But it wouldn't surprise me if he has another ship or two docked at the station, and given how he's throwing money around, he might simply hire a privateer or two and pay them enough to do the dirty work. That is a problem, said Bishop. So, how are we going to get the relics to Kalaskar? They sat in silence for a moment. An idea came to March. Shell game, he and Bishop said in unison. Bishop groaned and leaned back in his chair, its wheels squeaking. I was afraid you were going to say that. Taryn smiled. Did I miss something? One of the first ops that Bishop and I did together, years ago, said March. Before you ended up banished to Rust Belt Station. Banished, said Bishop. I'll have you know I make more money in a week than you do in a year. Plus, I'm not running around getting shot at all the time anymore. One of the many perks to being a branch chief. He sighed. But you're right. Just what is a shell game, said Taryn. A computer interface shell. Bishop laughed. No, not quite. Have you ever been to, say, a Kalaskaran parish fair with game booths? Taryn nodded. Did one of the booths have a smooth-tongued huckster who asked people to guess which shell concealed the red ball? Ah, said Taryn. I understand. Misdirection. That's probably the best plan, said March. Once we depose Velt and have the embargo lifted, there will be a rush of ships leaving the station. We'll file a flight plan stating that you and I are on the Tiger, and the Tiger will depart at once. But you'll be flying the Tiger, I assume, said Taryn to Bishop. That's right, said Bishop. I think we should also state that the Shovel's crew is leaving on the Tiger. March frowned. How are the repairs going on the Shovel? He hadn't thought to ask Taryn after he had woken up. Taryn sighed. The techs have got the dark matter reactor and the hyperdrive going again, so she'll fly. She just won't fly well. The Shovel wasn't very well defended to begin with, and my poor ship will be an easy target for anyone with a gun bolted to their hull. March nodded. What about the Shovel's crew and Taryn's people? They're still at my hotel, said Bishop. Dr. Orson continues to complain about the accommodations, but the rest of them seem content enough. Bauer's been making video montages. I think when you finally make this documentary, Bauer's all set up to talk about the unfortunate pirate attack that stranded you on Rust Belt Station for a few days. Bauer knows the game, said Taryn. He's not silent order, but he's probably figured out by now that I am. I think, said Bishop, the best plan for your crew is to get them berths on one of the passenger liners stranded here. They're desperate for fares, and they should give you a reduced rate. They can get your people to Antioch Station, and they ought to be safe enough there. Taryn frowned. Laredo might decide to go after them anyway. Or he might have enough active assets left that he can cover both the Tiger and my crew and students. He might, said March, but the relics would be safer on the Tiger. Laurie must know that. If we force him to divide his attention between the Shovel, the Tiger, and a passenger liner, he will almost certainly focus on the Tiger. Agreed, said Bishop. You'll fly out with the Tiger, said Taryn. My crew will leave on a passenger liner. What will Captain March and I be doing? Hiding, said March. Half of Rust Belt Station is deserted, and there are 1,000 places to hide. We'll find some place and hole up with the relics while Laurie chases the Tiger. Bishop nodded again. Then I'll fly the Tiger back to Rust Belt Station and pick you up. Or you can pilot the shovel to a rendezvous point, and we can meet up and fly both ships to Antioch Station. I think this is our best chance, said March. He looked at Taryn. But you'll be risking your life as well. What do you think? Taryn blinked a few times and took a deep breath. No, you're right. This is the best way. She turned her attention to Bishop. I should talk with my crew as soon as possible and tell them the plan. While I do that, you can call your friends and get Velt arrested and the embargo lifted. Then we can get the hell off Rust Belt Station. Wait, said March. I don't think we should tell your crew the truth. Why not, said Taryn. We can't tell them the entire truth, obviously, but at least enough of it. We'll tell them that you're leaving with Bishop and me on the Tiger and taking the relics with you, said March. Say that you've realized pirates are after the relics, and you're taking them directly to Kalaskar aboard the Tiger to keep your people safe. That makes sense, said Taryn. But why, You think there's an informant in my crew? The Grey Wolves knew exactly where and when to attack, said March. More to the point, said Bishop, someone told the machinists that you found those relics on Xenostas. Taryn sighed. The only people who would know about that would have been on the shovel. Did you make any stopovers before coming to Rust Belt Station? Said Bishop. Just one, said Taryn. A neutral station in an unclaimed system between here and Xenostas. If there is a traitor on the crew, said March, he must have sent word via courier, and Laurie scrambled to put together a response. That's why we've only dealt with a few mercenaries and some iron hands, not something more dangerous. Don't be so dismissive, said Taryn. Those iron hands almost killed you. That's not the point, said March. The last time I got my hands on a quantum inducer, the machinists sent an entire fleet to get it back. To get 20 of them, I would have expected a much stronger response. He nodded to himself, coming to a decision. Once we've gotten Velt arrested, Bishop will take the Tiger to an uninhabited system somewhere, wait 3 days, and then come back to Rust Belt Station. We'll come out hiding then, and take you, the relics, and the Tiger back to Kalaskar. We'll send out your crew on one of the passenger liners to Antioch Station once we've dealt with Velt. All right, said Taryn. She got to her feet. I'll talk to my people. Do you need Macha's help to deal with Velt? All I'm going to do is to make some phone calls and pay some bribes, said Bishop. Jack, you'd better stay with Taryn. She's the one they want dead. Taryn smiled. They want the relics. They also want you dead, said Bishop. They'll have to deal with me first, said March, though he did not feel up to another physical fight. Hopefully, Laurie did not have any fighters as dangerous as the iron hands that March had killed. Taryn smiled at him. Why, how gallant, Captain March. That's our Jack, said Bishop. He reached for the phone on his desk. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to make some phone calls. March nodded and led Taryn into the storeroom. Just a moment. He drew out his phone. I want to check in with Vigil, make sure that no one has tampered with the ship. Good idea, said Taryn. She sighed and gazed at the ceiling for a moment. The idea of a traitor on the shovel is a distressing thought, isn't it? I've had nothing but distressing thoughts lately, said March, scrolling through the information on his phone. Vigil reported no sign of any intrusions at the Tiger, which was a reassuring thought. And March supposed some of his thoughts about Taryn had been pleasant. God damn it. He was wounded and exhausted, and he was still thinking about her. He needed his mind on the task at hand. "If there was a traitor on the shovel," said Terran, "and if he was willing to sell us all to the machinists, he had to know he was sending us to our deaths. Half the men on my crew have wives and children back on Kalaskar. If there is a traitor, he spent months with us on this trip, perfectly willing to kill us all." "Does that surprise you?" said March. "Glory was the same way. You saw him every day, and he still tried to kill you, and dozens of other people he saw every day." "I know," said Terran, her voice soft. "I know. It is still shocking, though. It still horrifies the conscience." She tried to smile. "After 15 years in the Silent Order, it still shocks me. I wish I could be more like you and take this in stride." "No." March put his phone away. "You really don't." "Well." Terran did smile this time. "I'm glad I met you nonetheless." They stared at each other. March was struck by how beautiful she looked in the dim lighting of the storeroom, how her gray eyes seemed to gleam, how the shadows played upon the planes of her face. He had the sudden, overwhelming desire to feel that face beneath his fingers of flesh, to draw her close to. God damn it! What was wrong with him? His exhausted mind was transforming the grimy storeroom of the Emperor's Rest into a place of romance. No, it wasn't the room. It was Terran's presence within it. "You should call Bauer," said March. "Get your people together in one of the hotel's conference rooms. The sooner we talk to them, the sooner we can move." "Yes, of course," said Terran. She drew out her own phone. "I'll call him on the way." "It's a short walk," said March, and he led the way through the restaurant's dining room and back into the crowds of the commercial concourse. The air had taken a distinctly musty odor. March wondered how much more strain the station's life support systems could take. The last time he had been here, Heights had not been confident about the state of the dilapidated environmental systems. If the system's overloaded and every living thing on the station asphyxiated, March supposed the machinists could simply dock and claim the relics without resistance. It was about a half-kilometer down the concourse to Bishop's Hotel. The hotel itself looked unimpressive but otherwise clean, its entrance hewed out of the rock of the asteroid. March stepped into the lobby and looked around. Rings of chairs stood here and there, holographic advertisements hovering over them. Two of Bishop's employees stood smiling behind the counter, dressed in outfits identical to the ones Bishop had his waitresses wear. March had been in enough spaceport hotels to know that the first few levels would be tiny, cramped, single bedrooms, designed for freighter crewers to spend the night or to hire a prostitute in relative privacy. The larger, more comfortable rooms would be on the higher floors. "The conference room, please," said Terran to the woman behind the counter. "Right this way, ma'am," said the woman with a bright smile. Terran nodded and went around the corner, March following her and keeping a close eye out for threats. A door hissed open at her approach, and they stepped into a room carved from the rock of the asteroid, though metal paneling had been added to the walls and painted a cheerful blue in an attempt to make the room look less grim. A long conference table filled most of the room, and no doubt Bishop rented it to various organizations that needed an off-site location for meetings. Bauer, Orson, and the others from Terran's crew sat around the table. Most of them smiled as she approached, but Orson got to his feet and pointed at her. "It's about time you showed up," said Orson. "What the hell is going on?" "It's time to explain," said Terran. "It is damn time you explained," said Orson. "You disappear for days and leave us stranded in this wretched hotel." "The hotel is fine," said Bauer with a roll of his eyes. Likely he had heard the same complaints many times over the last few days. "And you run off with this scoundrel of a privateer," snapped Orson. His pointing finger jabbed at March and then rotated back to face Terran. "This is the final straw, Terran. When we get back to the university, I am going to make sure that your career is ruined, and that you are." March was tired, and everything hurt, and the urgency of his task was a drumbeat inside his head. Normally, listening to this soft little man's whining would only have been an annoyance. But the sight of him attacking Taran pushed Mach's temper to its limits, and he had a brief vision of caving in Orson's skull. Instead, March stepped forward and hammered his metal fist down on the plastic table. His cybernetic strength drove his hand through the plastic without much resistance. It also made a loud snapping noise, and Orson yelped and stepped back, eyes going wide. March supposed he would have to reimburse Bishop for the table. "Thank you, Professor Orson," said March, straightening up. His shoulder hurt. "Dr. Taran." "Thank you, Captain," said Taran with smooth aplomb. "Now, here's the situation." She sketched out the situation with efficiency. In her version of the story, a renegade mercenary group had realized the value of the relics they had taken from Xenostas and tried to destroy the shovel. When Taran had shown the relics to March, the mercenaries had attacked again, and March had fought them off, though he had been badly wounded. March supposed his pallor and obvious discomfort added weight to the story. After that, Taran had taken March to his ship to recover and secure the artifacts, since the Ministry of Security had hired him to escort the shovel back to Kalaskaran space. Unfortunately, station security had declared an embargo in response to the attack, and they had been stuck here ever since. "But I've just received word," said Taran. "Ronstadt Corporation is lifting the embargo. We can leave, but the shovel isn't in a fit state to make it to Kalaskar. For that matter, the mercenaries will not give up their attempts to steal the relics. I think the best plan is for the crew and the graduate students to travel back to Kalaskar via passenger liner. I will pay the fares out of my own pocket. You followed me into this mess, so I can get you out of it." "What about you, Professor?" said one of the graduate students. "I'm going to take Captain Mach's ship back to Kalaskar, and I will have the relics with me," said Taran. "We know which relics the mercenaries wanted, those 20 beetle-shaped amulets and the Firestone. Captain Mach's ship is faster and better armed than anything else we can obtain, and it has the best chance of evading capture. More importantly, this plan has the best chance of getting all of you to safety. The mercenaries don't care about you. They just want the relics. If I go on the Tiger, the mercenaries will chase Captain Mach's ship, and you'll be able to get to Kalaskar in relative safety." "When do you expect the embargo to be lifted?" said Bauer. "Within a few hours," said Taran. "As soon as it is, buy tickets on the first reputable passenger liner you can find. There are a few docked at the station. When you do—" As everyone's phone chimed. March glanced at his. It was a station-wide announcement from Ronstadt Corporation, informing all residents and visitors to Rust Belt Station that the embargo on ship traffic had been lifted. There was another message on his phone from Bishop. Velt and the men loyal to him were in the process of getting arrested by the officers of the corporation's local branch. "Looks like you can do it right now," said Taran. "Bauer, you're in charge. Spend whatever you need to get tickets for everyone on the first passenger liner headed to Antioch Station." Bauer nodded and got to his feet. "Captain March and I are going to prepare for departure. The sooner we can get off this rock, the better." "Actually," said Bauer with a smile, "I've already talked to one of the liner companies. I figured this would be the plan, and I've got some berths lined up." "Which company?" said March. "Economy Starliners," said Bauer. "They carried a load of temporary workers out here, and then got stuck when Ronstadt Corporation closed all the flights. The captain is eager to make up some of the money he's lost by carrying passengers back to Antioch Station." "Good." March nodded. Economy Starliners was a discount operation, but as far as he knew, it was free of links to machinist sympathizers or organized crime. "All right," said Taran. "We've got a lot of work to do. Let's do it." 8. Infiltration. The rest of the morning and most of the afternoon was a whirlwind of activity. March stayed with Taryn as she and Bauer supervised the crew. They unloaded their possessions from the damaged shovel and the artifacts from Xenostas that were not relics of the Great Elder Ones. As it turned out, Economy Starliners was willing to take all the shovel's cargo. Every square foot on the liner that wasn't carrying passengers or cargo was a loss for the company, and given the delay in their schedule, they were more than happy to take on any paying cargo. Taryn supervised everything with brisk efficiency, thanking both the Economy Starliners crew for their help and her own people for their work. From what March could tell, she was nearly universally respected among her crew and students. Professor Orson seemed to be the exception, not the rule. She shook the hand of each man and woman, even Orson, thanking them for their work. A few hours later, March stood with Taryn in one of the cargo corridors, watching as the last of Taryn's people made their way through the airlock and into the bulky passenger liner. Bauer turned to face Taryn and sighed. "We've been in a lot of messes together, Professor," said Bauer, "but nothing quite as messy as this." "No," said Taryn. She gave him a fond smile and then leaned up and kissed his bearded cheek. "Say hello to Julie for me when you get back to Kalaskar." "You can say hello to her yourself," said Bauer. "You'll be right behind us, I assume." "We won't, I'm afraid," said March. "We'll have to set a more indirect course to avoid the mercenaries. You'll probably arrive at Antioch Station 5 or 6 days ahead of us." "Well," said Bauer. He held out his hand, and March shook it. "Look after Dr. Taryn for us, will you? I'd hate to have to explain to Julie and the kids how she got killed." "I will," said March. "One way or another, we'll get her home." Taryn smiled. "You're just afraid of losing your job if I'm dead." "Yeah," said Bauer. "I'd have to explain that to Julie, too." "I'll be fine, Lars," said Taryn. "I know what I'm doing, and Captain March does too." "I believe you," said Bauer. "Good luck, both of you, and may God look after you." With a final wave, he turned and vanished into the airlock. March and Taryn watched the airlock doors as they hissed shut. The liner ought to be clear to leave in an hour. "I don't like lying to them," said Taryn at last. "I thought you might be used to it by now," said March. "It's a necessity in our line of work." "I know," said Taryn. "I'm used to it, but I still don't like it." "Come on," said March. "The sooner we link up with Bishop, the sooner we can fly the Tiger out of here." He hesitated, and then extended his right arm to her. Taryn blinked, smiled, and threaded his arm through hers, and together they walked down the cargo corridor. March supposed it made for a more effective camouflage. No. He was lying to himself. He liked the feel of her arm against his. It was a foolish liability. But he nonetheless enjoyed it, even as he rebuked himself. March disentangled from her when they reached an autocab, and he sent the machine whirring towards Bay 86, Taryn sitting next to him. A constant stream of cargo drones and autocabs and foot traffic headed towards the docking bays, joining the general exodus from the station triggered by the end of the embargo. "Less crowded than before," observed Taryn, craning her neck as she looked around. "Yeah," said March. "Everyone's leaving before Ronstadt Corporation changes its mind again." On the plus side, the lack of crowds would make it far harder for anyone to sneak up on them. On the downside, it would make March and Taryn easier to find. They stopped at Bay 86, and March told the autocab to wait. He and Taryn entered the Tiger and retrieved the case holding the quantum inducers and the Firestone from the strong room. While Taryn double-checked the relics, March went to the flight cabin and configured Vigil to allow Constantine Bishop full access to all the systems. He went back to the cargo bay and found Taryn waiting for him, a leather satchel slung over one shoulder. Inside, March glimpsed the metal case holding the relics of the Great Elder Ones. "It's an odd feeling," said Taryn, "to be carrying something that could decide the fate of interstellar nations." At least it isn't a nuke in the back of a truck, said March. Terran blinked. A truck nuke? Long story. They left the bay, and a short time later the autocab stopped before the Emperor's Rest, and March paid the machine and got out. Terran followed him into the restaurant, and they passed through the supply room. March knocked at the office door, and a moment later, a harried-looking Bishop opened it. "Ah, good, you're here," said Bishop. "Come inside." "How did it go with Velt?" said March. Bishop flashed a smile. "Brilliantly." Supervisor Velt was not exactly popular with his officers, even before he closed down space traffic. Everything went quite smoothly. Velt and his loyalists are currently under arrest. Is the Tiger ready? "She's all yours," said March. "Try not to scratch the paint." Bishop grinned behind his beard. "If I get the ship back in one piece, you're doing well. You're the pilot, Jack, not me." March grimaced at that, and Bishop's grin widened as he raised his hands in surrender. All right. I promise I won't do anything fancy. I'll hyperjump out a light year into interstellar space, wait 3 days, and then turn right around and come back to NB 8876X. "That's the safest way," said March. If a ship stopped in interstellar space, it was almost impossible to find. Granted, it played hell with navigation, and a careless pilot could get himself lost without hope of finding his way back to an inhabited system. But a single light year into interstellar space, close enough that COVALENTN1B8876X's gravity well would be easy to find, ought to be safe enough. "Believe it or not," said Bishop, "I don't intend to die by starving to death in interstellar space. I'll sit there for 3 days and come right back. Though I suspect I will have a more enjoyable time than you two will." "No doubt," said March. "You have a spot picked out for us?" "Yes," said Bishop. "The quarters near Ore Complex 11. "Ore Complex?" said Terran. "The station started out as an asteroid mine," said Bishop. "Eventually the ore ran out, and the mining and smelting complexes were shut down. But they're still here, even though they're officially abandoned. They tend to get used for illegal activities, I'm afraid." "Yeah," said March, the memory of hunting for Thomas Vindex in those ore complexes flashing through his mind. "Such as us hiding." "Well," said Bishop, "you're not technically fugitives, so I suppose it's not illegal." He reached behind his desk, grunted, and lifted 2 heavy packs. "Survival packs. Should have enough food to last you both for 3 days, and the water and life support in Ore Complex 11 are running. Stay there for 3 days, and then meet me back here. Then we'll get the 2 of you on the Tiger, and we can get those damned relics to Kalaskar and the Navy." "What's the best route to Ore Complex 11 from here?" said Terran. Bishop grinned. "In our line of work, Dr. Terran, it's always best to have an escape route ready." He walked to the back wall and pushed on one of the panels. It swung open, revealing an access corridor sinking into the rock of the asteroid, the walls lined with conduits and pipes, harsh lights in metal cages on the ceiling throwing back the shadows. "Is that always unlocked?" said Terran. She stooped and took one of the packs, threading her arms through the straps, and March followed suit. His wound still burned as he moved, and he shifted most of the pack's weight to his left shoulder. "Oh yes, of course," said Bishop. "I leave an open secret passage behind my back all the time." He grinned. "I enjoyed meeting you, Dr. Terran. Perhaps we'll have the chance to work together in the future." "Maybe we will," said Terran. She shook his hand. "But if I ever come back here, something's gone seriously wrong in my life." "Jack," said Bishop, and they shook hands. "I'll take care of your ship." "Without a scratch," said March. "Thank you for all your help, Constantine." "Just my duty, that's all," said Bishop. "And any day we can screw over the machinists is a good day." He glanced at his phone. "I ordered a car to head to Bay 86. If anyone's watching, they'll assume the 3 of us boarded the Tiger." Good luck, said March. The beers will be on me when you come back. Bishop grinned once more. And I'll even give you a 5% discount. With that, he slipped through the door and into the storeroom. Ready, said March. Taryn rolled her shoulders, adjusting the leather strap of the satchel holding the relics. Nothing like a camping trip in an abandoned asteroid. You sound almost cheerful, said March. We did go camping when I was a kid, said Taryn. The Malborix Woods on Kalaskar. It was fun. 2 weeks every summer. March stepped towards the open door. We'd fish hunt and oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think. March looked back at her. Think about what? A flicker of embarrassment went over her expression. You told me about your childhood. I did, said March. So? Well, it seems inappropriate to wax lyrical about my childhood camping trips, said Taryn. March shrugged. I'm at a loss. Because you grew up in a labor camp. March blinked. What does? Oh, I get it. He laughed. What? Said Taryn. It's not funny. He laughed again. It felt odd in his throat. It wasn't something he did all that often. I didn't even make the connection. I was never a man for the wilderness. He beckoned her forward, and he led the way into the access corridor. Taryn closed the door behind them, the lock clicking into place. The labor camp was like a city, and with the machinists and the silent order, I always went to cities or space stations. I don't think I've ever gone into the wilderness just for. He thought for an appropriate word. It was another strange sensation. He never talked about himself this much. Fun, he said at last. That's too bad, said Taryn. So long as you don't get lost, hiking in the woods is a great way to relax. March grunted. I've been to forests a few times, but always on a job. They turned a corner, and March checked the sightlines, but the narrow hallways remained empty. He drew out his phone and glanced at the map that Bishop had given him. They were still on the proper route. Tell you what, said Taryn. Once we get back to Kalaskar and get these relics off your hands, let me take you to Malborix Woods. March blinked and looked back at her. Seriously? Why not, said Taryn. You did save my life and the lives of all my people. Twice in my case. I'm sure Censor won't give you another job for at least a few days. Taking you to Malborix Woods seems like a good way to thank you. Besides, I saw the usage logs in your gym. If you like weightlifting in 150% gravity, you'll enjoy hiking. March looked back at her, wondering if he really saw the invitation in her eyes, or if he just imagined it. He knew that he wasn't imagining his attraction to her, and nor was he wrong about the fact that they were alone together and would be alone together for the next 3 days. No. He had to focus on his mission. His task was to ensure her survival and to make sure the relics ended up in the hands of the Silent Order or the Ministry of Defense. Nothing else mattered. Let's get back to Kalaskar first, said March. Then we'll think about vacations. He wondered if she would be hurt, but she only smiled. Very sensible. Let on, Captain March. They walked for the better part of 7 kilometers through the maze of access corridors. At last, they came to an access panel. March unlocked it, and they stepped into a wide, gloomy corridor of unfinished rock, steel rails set along the floor. Mineshaft, said March, looking around the gloom. He disliked that amount of shadows in the corridor. They provided countless places for an enemy to hide, or a surveillance drone, or even a simple camera. They would have dug the ore out of the veins that way and rolled the ore down the carts to the smelters, which would be to the right. Then to the right we go, said Taryn. They walked another kilometer. March's wounds burned with every step, and he wanted to sit and catch his breath. But he forced himself onward, as he had so many times in his life. After another kilometer, the corridor opened into a vast space the size of a sports arena, the walls lined with enormous smelters, their fires long since quenched. "Ore Complex 11, said March, stepping around a cart. "I'm surprised they left all the machinery here," said Taryn, looking around. She picked up a piece of slag, examined it, and tossed it aside. "It isn't worth the cost to dig it out again," said March. He spotted another door on the far side of the complex. Most of the equipment was assembled on-site using iron ore they dug out of the asteroid. Once the ore was tapped out, they just left it here. "I suppose it might be profitable to melt it down and sell the metal, but there are easier ways to make money." "I guess so," said Taryn. "Maybe in 10,000 years, humans will come here again and set up an archaeological dig to learn about us." "Odd thought," said March. "I'm an archaeologist. Most of my thoughts are odd." March pointed at the door. "This way." They crossed the cavernous room and reached the door. It slid open without protest, and beyond was a metal corridor lined with doors. This had once been a dormitory to house the mine engineers and workers. March checked his map again, walked to the third door on the left, and opened it. The room beyond had once been a lounge, but Bishop had converted it to a safe house. 4 cots rested against one wall, and on the opposite wall were metal cases holding prepackaged meals, medical supplies, clothing, and a lot of weapons. There was also a plastic table with 4 chairs. "Mr. Bishop is a thorough man," said Taryn. "Suppose it's not quite like camping in the Malborix woods," said March. Taryn flashed a smile at him. "Well, at least we don't have to worry about rain." "No," said March. He sat down with a sigh, putting his pack on the floor. He could heal faster than an unmodified human, but he had still been badly hurt, and the nanotech in his blood, the medical nanobots, and his altered genetics could only do so much. "You're sweating," said Taryn. "So are you," said March. "We did just walk about 8 kilometers, said Taryn, sitting across from him. "But you're sweating more than you should. Maybe you should rest for a little while." "I will," promised March. "Then I need to get to work." "What work?" said Taryn. "We just need to sit here for 3 days until Bishop comes back." "We do," said March, "but you see those cases?" He pointed at 2 of the metal boxes against the wall. "Security equipment, sensors and cameras and so forth. And some traps, knowing Bishop. I want to get all that set up. I don't think anyone followed us here, but I've been wrong before." "And if it's here," said Taryn, "we may as well use it." "Agreed," said March. He sighed and leaned back in the cheap plastic chair. The walk had tired him out more than it should have. "And I've never regretted making preparations for the worst." "But there are times when you've regretted not making them," said Taryn. "Yeah." March gazed at the crates for a moment and then stood up. "Let's get to it." The next 2 days passed with little incident. March started by unpacking the cases holding the security equipment. He had been amused to see Taryn taking notes on her phone. Evidently, it was an important principle in archaeological work to take note of the order in which items had been stored in a container, since that might provide important clues later. "It's a similar rule in espionage and sabotage," said March. "If you're searching a target's bag, best to put everything back in the proper order." "Suppose archaeology is just delayed espionage then," said Taryn. Bishop had been his usual thorough self when packing the cases. March found cameras, motion detectors, small explosive mines, and 3 portable plasma turrets, each one capable of firing 20 shots. All the equipment was networked together, permitting March to control and monitor it from a single laptop computer. He spent most of the first day placing and configuring the equipment. The dormitory had 2 main entrances. One opened into the vast space of Ore Complex 11, and the other into a long, deserted lift shaft. The lift car hadn't been parked there for a while, so March used his cybernetic arm to force the door open. After that, it was time to place the cameras, and March selected lines of sight and used the included adhesive to paste the cameras to suitable locations. He placed the motion detectors further out to provide advanced warning and put the mines in hidden spots in the coating of dust and slag covering the floor. March placed the plasma turrets atop 2 of the abandoned smelters overlooking the ore complex, giving them a wide field of fire. The other turret went in the lift shaft. The shaft was narrow enough that the plasma turret would mow down anyone approaching. Once everything was in place, he networked the defensive devices to the cheap laptop computer Bishop had left in the lounge. From the laptop in the lounge, March could control and monitor the cameras, and he configured the computer to give an alarm if any of the devices were triggered. Taryn insisted on helping to set up the security devices, despite March's polite attempts to dissuade her. Fortunately, she turned out to be good at it. She didn't have much experience with this kind of machinery, but he only had to tell her how to do something once. Her help was also useful for getting the cameras up. With his half-healed wounds, March didn't want to climb up the side of the smelters, but Taryn scrambled up the side of the machines with ease. "Who knew that all those pull-ups would have a practical application one day?" she said, slapping a camera into place with a wad of paste. "Other than health, of course," said March. "And vanity," said Taryn, climbing back down. "Vanity. Given how often I'm in videos, it's a good idea to look good," said Taryn. "It works," said March. He realized what he had said a half-second after it left his lips, but she grinned. "You're very kind." Again, he was conscious that they were alone together, and again he had to force the thought from his mind. It was something he could think on later, once he had gotten Taryn to safety. Right now, it was a dangerous distraction. And if he did succeed, if he got her to safety? No. It was still not a good idea. They were too different. She was a professor at the University of Kalaskar and a public figure. He was an alpha operative of the Silent Order, traveling from trouble spot to trouble spot. What kind of relationship could they possibly have? He would not settle on Kalaskar, and he doubted she would resign from the university to take up residence on the Tiger. Perhaps she only wanted something casual, a single night or a few nights together. When he had been younger, March would have liked that idea. Now he disliked the thought. That kind of affair would only be a distraction, and he wanted. He didn't know what he wanted. To kiss Adelaide Taryn. To sleep with her. To destroy the final consciousness. To die in battle against the machinists, as he always thought would happen one day. No. March knew what he wanted. He wanted to complete his mission. After that, he could worry about other things. Setting up the security system took most of the first day. March and Taryn agreed to take turns at watch, and he took the first watch. As she rolled up in a blanket and slept in one of the cots, March watched the camera display on the laptops and went on regular patrols through the dormitory corridor and the ore complex. Nothing happened. He awoke Taryn once it was her turn. March collapsed onto his cot and slept like the dead, and nothing troubled his sleep, neither dreams or intruders. When he awoke, Taryn reported that nothing had happened in the night, and they broke into the case holding the prepackaged meals. "Powered eggs and bacon," said Taryn. "The breakfast of champions." "More like protein powder with egg flavor and bacon flavor," said March, tipping some water into the plastic bins holding his breakfast. Taryn grinned at that. Just like camping after all. Though there is working plumbing here. She frowned at that. If Laredo realizes we're hiding on the station, won't he be able to track the power and water draws? "Probably not," said March. Rust Belt Station's environmental systems are obsolete and in poor repair. The station administration couldn't shut off life support to individual sections of the station, even if they wanted to. God, said Taryn. Well, at least we don't have to worry about someone shutting our air off. The day passed with little incident. March spent the day patrolling and watching the cameras. Taryn, to his surprise, spent the day writing. She dug a laptop out of her bag and typed with remarkable speed in short bursts, pausing every 40 minutes to do push-ups and some bodyweight exercises. When he asked what she was writing, she said that she was going to write a book about the trip to Xenostas, properly redacted of course, so she might as well get started now. Why would you write a book about this? Said March. To sell it, of course, said Taryn. A girl's got to eat, and there are worse ways to make money. And I enjoy writing. Huh, said March. It was an odd thought. If I need to write something, I do it until it's finished. I don't do it for fun. What do you do for fun? Said Taryn. If anything. March shrugged. Exercise. Combat training. I suppose that's a good way to blow off steam and stay sharp, said Taryn. But do you ever do anything just for the fun of it? Her question confused him, and then he realized why. He never really did anything for the sake of enjoying himself. Exercise and combat training was enjoyable in its own way, and it did allow him to blow off steam, but he mostly did it to stay sharp and fit. He enjoyed a good cup of coffee and properly prepared vat-grown eggs when docked at a space station or visiting a planet, but eating did not count as a hobby. Camping in the Malborix woods, perhaps, said March at a loss for any other answer. She smiled at that. You saved my life a few times. If we make it back to Kalaskar, that seems like the least I could do for you. The smile faded. I do understand why you don't enjoy yourself. Oh, he said. Because it would distract from revenge, said Taryn. I understand that, I really do. But I couldn't live on vengeance alone forever, and I don't think you can either. They gazed at each other in silence. March found himself thinking of Axiom and Helen Descartes, how they had wanted to stop, how they wanted to go live quietly somewhere. Maybe not, said March. But if I'm going to enjoy myself, first I need to see to my work. Taryn laughed. Agreed. Truth be told, I spend most of my time working because I enjoy it. And I think you might too. March didn't know how to answer that, so he spent the next few hours checking on the security systems, making sure that everything was in place and that the plasma turrets were still primed and ready to fire. He returned to the lounge to smell cooking food and saw that Taryn had opened a pair of prepackaged meals. I made dinner, said Taryn. Such as it is. Vat-grown beef and vat-grown chicken with vegetables. A lot of protein to help you heal. Thank you, said March. Well, you took those wounds on my behalf, said Taryn. She smiled at him, and March found himself staring into her eyes. Something hot stirred within his mind, and he felt the overpowering urge to take her into his arms. A tremor went through her expression, but she eased closer to him, as if she had guessed his thoughts and wanted him to act upon them. His phone buzzed. Taryn's phone chimed, and a half-second later the laptop on the table beeped. Damn it, muttered March. He sat down at the laptop, and Taryn looked over his right shoulder. He felt her arm brush him, but for once he found it easy to ignore the sensation. Because one of the outer motion detectors had gone off. What is it? Said Taryn. Motion detector, said March. In the mine corridor. Something triggered it. Bringing up the cameras now. He cycled through the cameras, instructing the software to focus on anything moving within the camera's field of vision. Grainy blue images flickered across the display, one after another, and the software locked onto a view of the tunnel leading into Ore Complex 11. Oh, said Taryn. That's not good. No, said March. 20 men walked up the corridor, plasma rifles in hand. The image was all in shades of blue, but March recognized the familiar uniform patch on the jumpsuits of each of the men. It was a snarling wolf's head in shades of gray. "Gray wolves," said March. "The machinist's favorite mercenaries in this region of space." Terran pointed at the screen. "Is that Velt?" March spotted the former Ronstadt supervisor walking at the head of his men, plasma rifle in hand. When he had seen Velt arguing with Terran, the man had looked officious and pompous. Now, clad in a Grey Wolf's uniform and carrying a rifle, Velt looked far more dangerous. "Damn it," said March. He wasn't just corrupt. He was working for the Grey Wolves the entire time. Ronstadt corporations had fights with the Grey Wolves before. Velt's probably been one of their agents for a while. The Grey Wolves on the station must have busted him out of holding. "And now they're coming to kill us and take the relics," said Terran. "Most likely," said March. "Make sure you have your satchel. We might have to run." He saw the tension around her eyes, but she held herself together. Terran picked up the satchel holding the case of relics, slung it over her shoulder, and checked her pistol. "What now?" said Terran. "Retreat through the lift shaft and set everything to explode." "Not yet," said March. 20 mercenaries, all of them armed. He had maybe 5 minutes before they entered the ore complex, and then the dormitory. If the mercenaries had been equipped with power armor, that would have been it. March and Terran would have had no choice but to retreat. But as far as March could tell, the Grey Wolves were not wearing battle armor. They had on flak vests over their gray jumpsuits, but those would do little to slow down plasma bolts. And between the mines and the plasma turrets, March had a lot of firepower. All at once a plan came to his mind. "Earpieces," said March, getting to his feet. Quickly. He donned an earpiece in his left ear, pairing it to his phone, and Terran followed suit. "What are we going to do?" said Terran. "We're going to win," said March, drawing his pistol. "Stay here and run the computer. I'll need you to trigger things remotely. Understand?" Terran nodded, drew her own pistol, and set it next to the computer. She sat at the laptop, glanced at the camera feeds, and then back at him. "Be careful," she said. "I don't think we're fighting any iron hands this time," said March. She swallowed and nodded. "Good luck." With that, she turned her attention to the computer, and March ran down the dormitory corridor and back into the ore complex. Unless he missed his guess, he had 90 seconds until Velt and the Grey Wolves arrived. Climbing up one of the smelters would provide an excellent vantage point for shooting, but it would limit his mobility. No, better to stay on the floor. He hurried across the complex, moving with as much silence as he could muster on the uneven debris-strewn floor, and took up position behind an abandoned ore cart. From here he could watch the mine corridor and the entrance to the dormitory, and he was in an excellent position to set up a crossfire. "Dr. Terran," he whispered. "Here," came Terran's voice in his ear. "Where are you? I can't see you." Her voice was the cool, controlled tone he had heard during the battle against the Owl starfighters. "Behind one of the carts," said March. "When I give the word, blow the odd-numbered mines and set the plasma turrets to full auto, nearest target first." He had already coded his phone signal into the turret's IFF scanners, so hopefully they wouldn't shoot him. "Set the even-numbered mines to blow as well, but hold off on them." "Acknowledged," said Terran. There was a pause, and he heard the clacking of keys. "All right. We're set. One fireworks display ready to go." "Good," said March, and he braced himself. It was a short wait. About a minute later the Grey Wolves entered the ore complex, fanning out to sweep through the vast chamber. March waited, his fingers resting against the grip of his pistol. Right now the Grey Wolves were spread out, but to enter the dormitory they would have to bunch together to pass through the door. That would be the moment to strike. March spotted Velt at the back of the party, his face hard with anticipation. Velt stopped to confer with several of the Grey Wolves. "Orders, sir," said one of the Grey Wolves. Kill March and kill Taryn, said Velt. Take the relics. If you want to amuse yourself with Taryn first, do so, but make sure the mouthy bitch is dead when you're done with her. March's resolution hardened. Velt gave the final orders, and the Grey Wolves moved towards the door to the dormitory, forming into a ragged column as they did so. The moment had come. Now, said March. He leaned around the edge of the cart, raised his pistol, and started shooting. The surprise was total. His first shot drilled through the head of the nearest mercenary, sending the man to the floor. The Grey Wolves began to react, and March shifted aim and fired again. This time, the plasma bolt tore into the chest of a mercenary and sent the man falling to the ground, smoke rising from the crater March had blasted into his chest. March lined up a third shot and fired, but by then the Grey Wolves had recovered from their surprise, and March's target dodged. Velt screamed an order, and the Grey Wolves began firing on March's position. He threw himself behind the heavy cart as a volley of plasma bolts screamed past him, digging molten splinters from the floor. Another volley slammed into the far side of the cart, droplets of molten metal spinning into the air, and March wondered if he had overestimated the cart's strength, if the plasma fire would tear right through it and kill him. He also wondered what was taking Taryn so long. But barely 5 seconds had passed since March had pulled the trigger. On the 6th second, the room blew up. The roar of dozens of mines detonating at once filled March's ears, the echo rolling back and forth through the complex like the sound of God beating a drum. Dust billowed into the air, along with chunks of slag and debris. At the same instant, March heard the howl of plasma fire as the turrets he had concealed on the derelict smelters opened up, spraying their deadly bolts into the stunned mercenaries. He sprang to his feet, raised his pistol again, and started firing. He could see only a little through the dust, but he tracked the dark forms of the mercenaries and fired again and again. About 10 seconds later, the plasma turrets stopped firing, their capacitors exhausted, and silence fell over the complex. The air stank of dust and ozone and burned flesh. Report. Taryn's voice crackled in his ear. Captain March, please report. I'm here, said March in a low voice, sweeping his pistol back and forth as he moved forward. The dust was settling, and he saw the prone forms of the Grey Wolves on the floor. Between the mines and the plasma fire, he thought they had killed all of them, but he needed to make sure. Stand by. He hurried forward, his eyes and his ears seeking for signs of danger. The first corpse he saw was Velt. The mercenary lay upon his back, eyes wide. If the plasma bolt through the stomach hadn't killed him, the mine shrapnel in the neck definitely had done the job. March had anticipated that the slag scattered across the floor would augment the deadliness of the mines, giving their explosions greater force. In haste he checked the corpses, but none of them were moving. All the Grey Wolves had died in the space of about 10 seconds. As March looked at their corpses, he felt no guilt. They had been coming to murder him and Taryn after all, but they hadn't expected that he would be ready for him. But he did feel puzzlement. They had died, but they had died so sloppily. They had walked into his defenses without hesitation. Without checking, even. If they had sent in a scout drone, they would have detected the charged capacitors on the plasma cannons. Hell, even if they had done a basic scan, they would have noticed his defenses. They had done none of those things, and they had walked blithely to their deaths. Almost as if. You all right? Came Taryn's voice. Yeah, I'm fine, said March. A distraction. Had these men been sacrificed as a distraction? I think you should come out and join me, said March. Bring the laptop. Acknowledged. Wait, said March as an idea came to him. Bring the relics as well. Just in case. I don't want them left unattended. Good idea. On my way. About a minute later, Taryn jogged from the dormitory doorway, laptop braced on her left arm, pistol in her right, the leather strap of the satchel across her chest. She came to his side and looked at the dead men. God, she said. Those poor idiots. They had no idea what they walked into, did they? But why, said March. I'm more concerned about how, said Taryn. How did they find us? No one but Bishop knew we were here. I don't know, said March. Had Bishop been captured before he could reach the tiger? Or had the tiger been taken and boarded? More likely, Bishop had left, and the Grey Wolves had found March and Taryn's hiding place by some other method. But we won't be able to stay here. No, said Taryn. If they sent one force after us, they'll send another. But why send this force, said March. To kill us and take the relics, obviously, said Taryn. But they were so damn sloppy, said March. If they had done even a little reconnaissance, they would have realized the danger. If they had come with even unpowered battle armor, they would have been much more dangerous. It's like someone deliberately told them this would be a cakewalk. Taryn frowned. You think someone sent them to their deaths on purpose? Maybe. She glared at the dead men. That's exactly the kind of thing Laredo would do. She looked back at the dormitory. A distraction. Probably, said March, his unease growing. We need to get out of here, now. Let's head to the public areas of the station. Won't that make it easier for Laredo to find us, said Taryn. It will, said March, but if he's only got mercenaries left, it will be harder to attack in a public place. Agreed, said Taryn. She took a step back, and then stumbled with a yelp. March darted forward and caught her elbow before she could fall. Thanks, she said. Lost my balance. She frowned down at the floor. What the hell? Most of the floor in the ore complex was bare rock, though cut smooth and level to prevent trip hazards. In several places were metal plates covering equipment access hatches, and Taryn's foot had almost gone through one. The metal looked wrong. It resembled a slice of cheese, riddled with small holes of varying size. March turned his head and looked at the nearest smelter, and saw that those strange holes had spread up the side of the machine. He was certain, absolutely certain, that the machine had not looked like that when they had arrived 2 days ago. He was also certain that it hadn't looked like that 5 minutes ago, and he knew of only one thing that could do that to metal. We need to get out of here now, said March, stepping back towards the dormitory door. Right now. A few meters away, one of the dead men sat up. 9. Pulse. What the hell, said Taryn, her voice as shocked as March had ever heard it. All around them, the dead men sat up, their unblinking eyes staring at March and Taryn. Their movements were stiff and clumsy, but they were nonetheless moving. The men were freshly dead, but already the veins in their faces and hands were turning black, the skin around them becoming gray and pale. The machinist nanotech in their flesh was already replacing their blood. Move, said March. He leveled his pistol and squeezed off 4 shots at the nearest corpse. The first plasma bolt blasted through its skull, turning its brain to cinders. The next 3 shots tore up its back and destroyed its spinal column. The corpse twitched and fell back to the floor. But the others were on their feet and moving towards them. Run, shouted March, pushing Taryn towards the dormitory door. She needed no prompting and sprinted across the complex. March followed her and glanced back over his shoulder. As he did, the heads fell off the shoulders of the running corpses. There was no blood, only a few spurts of the black slime created by nanobot waste. As the heads fell, metallic legs like those of a spider sprouted from the base of their skulls. The heads landed on their new-grown metal legs, talons rasping against the stone floor. Now 19 headless corpses pursued March and Taryn, accompanied by nightmarish creatures that looked like metal spiders with human heads. Taryn tore through the door and into the dormitory corridor, and March closed and locked the door behind her. He hit a button on his phone, and a second later, he heard the roar as the remaining mines detonated. He didn't know how much damage they would do against the infiltrator drones, but it was better than nothing. "What the hell are those things?" said Taryn, her eyes still wide. "Infiltrator drones," said March. Something thudded against the door. "I've never heard of them," said Taryn. "The machinists sometimes dose their agents and mercenaries with nanobots, and don't bother to tell them," said March. "If the agents are killed, the nanobots will rebuild their bodies, using the dead brains and spinal columns as CPUs. That's where all those holes in the metal came from. The nanobots harvested metal atoms to use as raw material. They'll use the heads as eyes, and the bodies as an attack force." Another thump came through the door, and this time a dent appeared in the metal. "They can't punch through the door, can they?" said Taryn. "They're just made of dead people." "Dead people don't feel pain," said March, "and the nanobots will augment their strength if given enough time. Another 2 or 3 minutes, they'll be through that door. Grab one of the survival packs. We'll need to retreat through the lift shaft." Taryn nodded and ran into the lounge. March hurried down the corridor and came to the doors to the lift. The long, dark corridor of the lift shaft stretched before him, the squat cylinder of the plasma turret pointing into the darkness. An idea came to him. "Ready," said Taryn, coming to a stop as March lifted the plasma turret with a grunt and turned it towards the door to the ore complex. "Good," said March. "Get behind me and give me the laptop." She jumped into the corridor, handed him the laptop, and stepped behind him. March braced the laptop against the turret, entering a series of commands. The laptop beeped in acknowledgement, and he heard the faint whir from the turret as the motors controlling it powered up. He closed his left fist, crushing the laptop's keyboard, processor, and the main circuit board, and the display went dark. March tossed aside the wrecked computer and turned to Taryn as both his phone and hers let out irate beeps as they lost their connection to the laptop. "Why'd you do that?" said Taryn. "Set the turret to auto fire," said March. "It will shoot anything that comes through the dormitory door until its capacitor runs dry. Let's go." Taryn nodded, and they jogged down the lift corridor, taking care to keep between the metal rails running along the floor. March pulled out his phone and consulted a map. They were a long way from the inhabited areas of the station, but if he read the map right, in another 2 kilometers, the lift corridor would open up into one of the cargo corridors. The docking bays along that corridor were still in use, and from there they could make their way to the public areas of the station. From there, March thought their best bet was to ask Heights for help. Heights was a corrupt toad, but he hated the machinists, and he would be infuriated that there had been both Grey Wolves and machinist infiltrator drones on his station. Of course, depending on how many Grey Wolves were on the station, that might be suicide. Did Lori have enough men to take over the station entirely? March doubted it. Lori's main plan had been to board the shovel and take the relics and Taryn, and his backup plan had been to use his iron hands to seize the artifacts from the docked freighter. By good fortune, March had defeated both attempts. He suspected Lori was improvising now, reacting rather than planning. That was good. The side that dictated the tempo of a battle usually won it. But Lori was very, very good at improvising. "How much longer do we have before the corpses punch through the doors?" said Taryn. "Not much longer," said March. "They should do it any." As if in answer, he heard the distant roar of plasma fire. "About now," said March. "Do we have to worry about lift cars?" said Taryn. She was sweating a little, but she wasn't breathing hard. March was relieved that she was in good enough shape to flee for her life down the lift corridor, without collapsing in a wheezing heap. "We shouldn't," said March. "This section of the station has been abandoned for years." Ahead in the corridor, he saw a flare of distant light, heard the whine of an electric motor powering up. A lift car. It was heading right towards them. "I spoke too soon," said March. "It's going to force us towards the infiltrator drones," said Taryn. No, said March. The engine noise got louder, the light becoming bigger and brighter as the distant car sped towards them. He thought the car was still a kilometer or more away down the corridor, but the lift cars on a station of this size could get up to 150 kilometers an hour, more than enough speed to kill both him and Taryn on impact. It'll run us over. We won't survive the impact, but the relics will. Lori will just dig the relics out of the mess. He looked back and forth, trying to decide what to do. There were access hatches in the ceiling, but the ceiling was 5 meters overhead, and he didn't have any way to climb up. The car would fill the entire corridor, leaving no place to dodge. They might be able to flee back to the dormitory entrance before the car caught them, but even if they made it, they would still have to face whatever infiltrator drones had survived the plasma turret. That left only one option. That T-junction ahead, said March. Run. As fast as you can. Taryn nodded and broke into a sprint, and March tore after her. About 100 meters ahead, there was another lift corridor on the right. March thought they could make it before the oncoming car turned them to bloody paste. He ran as fast as he could, ignoring his injuries, ignoring his fatigue, the unyielding discipline that he had practiced his entire adult life driving him onward. The car howled towards them. March spun around the corner and into the next corridor, skidding to a halt. Taryn was just a few meters behind him. He turned to urge her on, and as he did, she tripped on the edge of a rail and fell with a cry, landing hard on her stomach, the wind blasted from her lungs. She didn't have time to get up before the car ran over her. March did not hesitate. He seized the corner of the wall with his left arm, using his cybernetic strength to drive himself around the corner faster than he could have managed otherwise. He grabbed the collar of Taryn's jacket with his right hand, yanked her from the floor, and used the strength of his left arm to pull them both back. She slammed into March, and her weight overbalanced him and drove him backward. They hit the ground together a half-second before the car screamed to a stop behind them, its closed doors maybe half a centimeter from the heels of March's boots. If he had been an instant slower, Taryn would have been dead. March likely would have been dead with her. She stared down at him, her gray eyes enormous, a few loose strands of hair hanging past her face. Her breath came hard and fast in the aftermath of their sprint and the shock of near death, and though she braced her weight on her palms, he still felt her breasts brushing against his chest with every breath. He felt the warmth of her body against his, and despite the horrendous danger of their situation, for a moment he could think of nothing else. No. Duty had to come first. And if it didn't, they were both going to get killed. "Oh God," whispered Taryn. "I was sure that was it. When you turned back, I thought you were going to get killed." She let out a ragged breath. "I've never seen anyone so fast." "Are you all right?" said March. "Yeah," said Taryn. "Just a little bruised, I think." You saved my life again." His right arm was still resting across her shoulders, and he made himself remove it. "We have to keep going." "Yeah," said Taryn again. She blinked, nodded, and pushed herself off him, stumbling back to her feet. "Yeah, you're right." March got to his feet. "Are you hurt?" He shook his head. His half-healed wounds hurt damnably, but the nanotech ought to keep them from ripping open again. He opened his left fist, and rock dust fell from his gloved fingers. March had grabbed the rock wall with such force that he had actually torn a chunk from it. "Good grip," said Taryn, her voice still a little shaky. "The car, why did it stop?" March saw that the car had stopped at the T-junction, filling it completely. That cut them off from the dormitory and the way to the docking bays. It also meant that the surviving infiltrator drones could not catch them. Had Lori made a tactical error? No, he hadn't. "It stopped," said March, "because we're being herded." Taryn frowned. "Where does this lift corridor go?" March consulted his map again. A habitat dome. Abandoned. He grimaced. "I should have realized." That's what Laurie's play was the last time he was here. He holed up in an abandoned habitat dome and docked a ship nearby. When his operation went sour, he fled to his ship before I could catch him. Then what do we do? Said Taryn. If we walk into his trap, he'll be ready for us. Yeah, said March. Yeah, he will. But we can be ready for him too. Let me see your pack. Taryn nodded, slid her arms out of the pack and set it on the ground. March went to one knee and rummaged through it, remembering the contents. He hoped it was still there. Good old Bishop, he said, drawing out a grenade. I'm going to set this to a deadman switch. But if you do that, said Taryn, Laurie will just shoot you from a distance. Which is why I'm setting it to a 3-second timer, said March, adjusting the fuse control on the squat black cylinder. If he shoots at me, I can throw it at him. Do we have to walk into his trap? Said Taryn. We could just wait here for him. March shook his head. I think Laurie's reacting. Improvising. Else he would have sent that lift car to trap us in the dormitory while his infiltrator drones attacked. If we wait too long, he'll have the chance to think up something clever, and then we'll be finished. Then we're going to see who can improvise better, said Taryn. You or Laurie? I'm afraid so, said March. To his surprise, she smiled. Then I'm confident of our odds. Her smile faded. But if God decides that my number's up today, I hope I can shoot Laredo before I die. Her gray eyes looked like the ice of a comet. Maybe that's my purpose in life. Maybe that's where I've been going the entire time. No, said March. I don't believe that. What do you believe then? He believed that they might very well die in the next 5 minutes. I believe, said March, that we're going to win. I almost believe you, she said. She drew her pistol and took it in both hands. Ready. Almost. March fiddled with the trigger on the grenade and held down the fuse button. With his right hand, he drew his pistol. Let's go. They walked forward, moving through the gloom of the corridor, the only illumination coming from the service lights every 20 meters along the ceiling. The corridor would have been ideal for a trap, but March's guess proved right so far. The operations on Rust Belt Station must have strained Laurie's local resources to the breaking point. The man had burned through an appalling amount of assets, the Starfighters, the Grey Wolves, the Iron Hands, and he still had not claimed the Quantum Inducers or the Firestone. The final consciousness was forgiving of its covert operatives, believing they learned best from experience, but there were still limits. Of course, if Laurie brought back the relics, then all would be forgiven. The lift corridor ended in a pair of double doors. They hissed open as March and Taryn approached, and together they stepped into a large dome, perhaps 100 meters across, the apex of the dome rising 30 meters over their heads. The dome had a metal framework, with large panels of transparent metal, providing a superb view of the surrounding star fields and passing ships. It looked as if this dome had once been devoted to recreation. The central half of the available floor space was taken up by a small park, though the plants had long ago died. Rusting water pipes and fertilizer lines ran to the park, and a pair of old plastic jungle gyms filled most of the park space. Derelict buildings lined the base of the dome. March looked around but saw no one moving. Did Laurie plan to blow up the dome and dig the relics out of the wreckage? Then a figure moved in the dead park. Captain March, Dr. Taryn, welcome. Laurie's familiar voice boomed through the dome, coming from a concealed speaker. We've been expecting you for some time. Please proceed to the park. I'm afraid we have much to discuss. March looked at Taryn and nodded, and they walked towards the central park, guns ready. A figure in a dark coat stood with his back to them, gazing at the dome. March's eyes narrowed. That was incredibly stupid of Laurie. Even if he had hidden snipers concealed on the nearby rooftops, a single plasma bolt to the back would end Laurie's wretched life. March stopped at the edge of the park, his gun pointed at the man in the dark coat, and Taryn followed suit. "That you, Laurie?" A derisive laugh came from the man. He turned, and March found himself looking at the bearded face of Dr. Patrick Orson. He was also looking at the heavy black pistol in Orson's right hand. "Guess you're not as smart as Professor Taryn thought you were," said Orson. "For God's sake, Patrick," said Taryn. She sounded more exasperated than angry. "Seriously." "Don't condescend to me," said Orson, his pistol swinging in her direction. "The deal is that I get to kill you when this is all over, and I can take as long as I like." March's mind raced. He was beginning to glimpse Laurie's plan. He would send out Orson as a stalking horse. And while Orson held their attention, Laurie would line up an attack. Why hadn't he shot them already? He looked at Taryn, who stood rock-steady with her pistol pointing at Orson's chest, and then back to Orson. The only reason Laurie hadn't killed them already was because he wasn't entirely certain where the relics were. He probably suspected that Taryn had them in her satchel. But if March and Taryn had hidden them somewhere, Laurie might not be able to find them before he got chased off the station. That meant March had to delay until he could figure out where Laurie was hiding. "I may not be as smart as Professor Taryn thinks I am," said March, "but you're even dumber than she thought." The barrel of Orson's pistol swung back around to face March. "Oh, really? And just why is that?" "Because I'm not the one," said March, "who flew on a lightly armed freighter after betraying it and all my colleagues to the machinists." Orson belted out a laugh. "That's so, tough guy. What, you really think I'm that stupid?" "Yes," said March and Taryn in unison. Orson sneered. "You know something. You really are as dumb as you look. I didn't know anything about this. I figured the Grey Wolves were just pirates who wanted relics. I had no idea at all what was really going on until Mr. Laurie caught me just outside the Starliner's airlock." "Then you're not a machinist agent," said March. "I wasn't," said Orson. "I am now, though. You see, Laurie explained what our dear exalted Professor Taryn has really been up to for all these years. She's been an agent of the Silent Order. That explains how she became a full professor, despite the mediocrity of her scholarly work. I always assumed it was because she screwed her way to the top, or because her face looks good on camera. Now I know better. The Silent Order has been pulling strings from behind the scenes for her." "Really?" said March. "You're committing treason because you're still an assistant professor, instead of a full professor." A flicker of fury went over Orson's face. "Associate professor. I am an associate professor. Like there's a difference." To be honest, March had no idea what the difference was between an assistant professor and an associate professor. Yet Orson went all but purple behind his beard, the pistol quivering in his grip. Evidently, that was a dire insult among academics. "Well, Professor Taryn, is this what you do on the side when you're not sleeping with the deans and the provosts?" said Orson. "Amuse yourself with idiot privateers like this?" "For God's sake, Patrick. If you must know," said Taryn, "I've slept with exactly one man since my husband died, and not only was that 12 years ago, he didn't even work at the university." "I don't care about you or your miserable popularizations of history any longer," said Orson. "We have one more piece of business to conclude. Where are the relics from Xenostas?" A flicker of motion in one of the windows caught March's eye. There, it was on the second floor of a building overlooking the park. All the windows on the second story were open, but every other window March could see was closed. Likely Laurie had opened the windows in advance so they would not interfere with his shot. "Like I'm going to tell you," said Taryn, as scornfully as if the satchel holding the box was not hanging against her left hip. "You're going to tell me," said Orson. "Let's see how mouthy you are after I shoot you in both of your knees." Taryn sighed. Patrick, if you shoot me, Captain March is going to blow your head off. Orson blinked, looked at March, and then blinked again. Evidently, he had not thought that through. March realized that Orson had no experience of violence whatsoever. People who had never been in a serious fight tended to think that guns were magic wands that compelled immediate obedience when pointed at someone. "So what's the plan?" said March. "You shoot us, Laurie finds the relics, and he makes you a full professor at the University of Kalaskar." He glanced at Taryn, but kept his eyes on the building across the park. "Is that how it works? You shoot your immediate superior and take her job." "I'll have to check the faculty bylaws when we get back," said Taryn, "but no." Orson sneered. "You still think this is about the university?" "No, Professor. I've always wondered if the machinists were the next step in human evolution, and now I know they are. Laurie told me what the quantum inducers can do. He also told me what the Firestone can do." "And what can it do?" said March. Orson grinned. "You don't know, do you? It's part of the pulse." A chill went through March. He had heard Laurie mention the pulse before. No one but the machinists knew what it was, but they believed it was a weapon that would destroy the kingdom of Kalaskar. "And did Laurie mention what the pulse will do?" said March. Orson laughed. "Wouldn't you like to know? The mighty Silent Order doesn't know everything. But the pulse will destroy Kalaskar. And when it does, I'm going to be rewarded. I will be one of the architects of victory, and the final consciousness will reward me well." "I understand," said March. "Do you?" said Orson with derision. "I understand completely," said March, watching the open window from the corner of his eye. "A smarter and more talented woman was promoted over you, so in vengeance, you're going to commit treason and help the machinists work a genocide. I hope it's adequate payment for your personal insecurities." Orson's face twisted with fury. "Glory! Shoot them. I bet she's got the relics in her satchel." He glanced towards the open window, and a dark shape moved there. "Shoot." March moved. He surged forward, lashing out with his left hand. Orson started to react, but a life of diligent academic study did not prepare a man for a hand-to-hand fight. March's left fist, still holding the grenade, slammed into Orson's gun hand. The blow broke Orson's fingers, and Orson stumbled back with a scream, his eyes bulging. The dark shape in the window fired, but March had already shoved Orson back. The plasma bolt that would have killed March instead slammed into Orson's back. The assistant, or was it associate, professor screamed once more and collapsed to the floor, smoke rising from his fatal wound. Before Orson fell, March flung the grenade. It soared over the park and landed in the open window, just before the dark figure. "Down," said March. Taryn obeyed, and they threw themselves to the ground just as the grenade exploded. The roar stabbed into March's ears, and the fireball howled through the second floor of the building. The explosion also flung a bulky figure from the window to land a dozen meters away. March surged to his feet, lining up a shot in case the figure had survived the explosion and the fall. Then he realized that he had made a very serious mistake. Because the figure lying in the dead park was wearing powered battle armor. Specifically, the figure was clad in gray Heroth Foundry's Mark VII powered battle armor. That kind of armor was a favorite of mercenaries everywhere, and March had seen it used countless times. The armor had plasma cannons mounted on each forearm, 360-degree sensory capability, and its own low-level radiation shield. Even without the radiation shield, neither March's nor Taryn's plasma pistols could have penetrated the armor alloy used in Heroth Foundry's Mark VII power armor. And the grenade would only have annoyed the armored man. "Is that?" said Taryn. "Run," said March. He snapped off a shot at the armored figure, as did Taryn, but their plasma bolts dissipated into nothingness as they struck the armor's radiation shield. March and Terran sprinted for an empty store across the park. The armored figure did a push-up and leapt to its feet, both arms coming up. March and Terran jumped through the door to the empty shop, just as the armored form unleashed a volley of high-powered plasma bolts. The volley of fire ripped through the wall, vaporizing plastic and metal both. March squeezed off 2 shots, but both shots deflected from the armor's radiation shield. The armored figure strode forward a few steps and stopped. "You've been a great annoyance to me, Captain March," boomed Laurie's voice from the suit speakers, "but I've learned from our last encounters. You won't be able to punch your way out of this one." "Come closer and say that," said March. "Or I could just shoot you," said Laurie, raising his arms. "Down," said March, and Terran ducked as Laurie threw another howling volley of high-powered plasma bolts through the walls. The store heaved and shuddered as the plasma fire tore through the support beams. Too much more, and the volleys of high-energy fire would collapse the building. "If you bury us in here," shouted March, "you're going to have to dig us out." "I wouldn't mind that," said Laurie. "I would look forward to seeing your crushed corpses, I admit. Of course, if you come out and surrender the relics, I might let you live." "Do you really expect us to believe that?" said Terran. "Of course not, Adelaide," said Laurie. "I've been very much looking forward to this. I killed your husband and your child and all your friends, but you got away. My very first blow for the cause of the revolution of the final consciousness and your survival marred my triumph. It's only appropriate I get to fix that mistake these years later. You should have died in flames." Laurie kept talking. It was out of character, but perhaps the sight of Adelaide Terran and the reminder of his younger days had made him nostalgic. But his words echoed in March's head. "Died in flames." "Keep him talking," he whispered, and he yanked the case of relics from Terran's satchel. Terran blinked at him, shrugged, and started shouting. "You murdered my husband for nothing," said Terran. March opened the case, pushed aside the quantum inducers, and pulled away the wrapping around the firestone. Terran's eyes went wide as the red crystal began to glow. "He died to prepare the way for the final consciousness," said Laurie. "We are soldiers in a war for the future of humanity, and he was on the wrong side." Laurie sent another volley of plasma bolts into the walls. The building shuddered and creaked, and one of the ceiling panels splintered and fell to the floor. Laurie must have decided that the safest thing to do was to bury them alive in the building's wreckage. But the noise and fury of Laurie's attack gave March the distraction he needed. He pressed the muzzle of his pistol against the firestone and squeezed the trigger 5 times. The plasma bolts burst from the weapon. They should have torn through the crystal and carved a crater into the floor, but instead the firestone drank the plasma like a sponge soaking up water. The crystal's glow grew harsher, and it began to radiate heat. Terran's eyes got wider. March slapped the case shut and stood up. "Fine," said March. "Fine. You win, Laurie. We surrender. We surrender." The metal case grew warm against his cybernetic hand. There was a long pause. "What?" said Laurie. "You want the relics?" said March. "Have them. You can take the relics. Just let Dr. Terran go." He dropped the case to the floor and kicked it. It slid across the floor, out the door, and came to a stop a few meters from Laurie's armored feet. "Indeed," said Laurie. He stooped and picked up the case, flipping it open. "And no doubt this contains a few grenades or an improvised explosive or—" His voice trailed off. "Or 20 quantum inducers," said March, "and one of the components you need to build the pulse." Silence answered him. March risked a glance around. Laurie's attacks had badly damaged the building. Yet there was a thick counter halfway across the room, no doubt once the home of the store's cash register and sales clerk. March pointed at the counter, and Terran nodded and ducked behind the counter. March followed suit a moment later, putting himself between her and Lori. "I am surprised," said Lori. He sounded confused, even baffled. "You just gave away your only bargaining chip. Did you really think I would let either of you go? After all the trouble you've caused me?" He laughed long and loud. "So, a woman finally got under Jack March's skin. Fitting. You can burn together when..." Right about then, the Firestone released its stored energy. 5 minutes and 32 seconds of normal sunlight had given the Firestone the energy to explode with the force of a few blasting caps. A man in Heroth Foundry's Mark 7 battle armor wouldn't even notice a blasting cap. The energy of 5 plasma bolts created a rather larger explosion. The world heaved and shuddered beneath March. Fire exploded through the shop, washing against the walls and the ceiling, and the temperature spiked around him. He heard the dull roar as the building started to collapse, and he heard Terran screaming. The noise subsided, and the flames winked out. The building had been constructed of fireproof materials, but its structural integrity had taken a battering. "Let's go," said March as a crack appeared in the ceiling and then a second and a third. He pulled Terran to her feet, and they ran from the building and out the door, just as the building collapsed behind them, throwing up a cloud of dust and smoke. Flames danced throughout the dead park, burning out from lack of fuel. March spotted Orson's corpse first, or what was left of it. The blast had reduced him to twisted char. What was left of Simon Lori lay sprawled on the ground a few meters away. The Firestone had detonated with enough force to rip open his armor like a can of soup. His head was gone, and most of his chest and what little flesh that March could see had been reduced to ashes. The Firestone lay between the smoking boots of Lori's armor, untouched by the explosion. It was already starting to glow again. March yanked off his tattered jacket, strode forward, and wrapped it around Firestone. "God," said Terran, gazing at the corpses. "I suppose I finally avenged my husband." "Yeah," said March. She shook her head, blinking in the smoke. Or maybe she was crying. "I knew Orson hated me, but I didn't think he hated me that much." "Lori was like the devil," said March. "He offered Orson what he wanted most in the world. I've seen him do it before. The last time I was here, he convinced a man to use a wraith device on his own sister." March looked at the charred remains of the machinist agent and felt a cold, hard satisfaction. There were oceans of blood on Simon Lori's hands, and Patrick Orson and the Grey Wolves he had sacrificed were just the latest in a long, long line of men and women Lori had duped and used in pursuit of the greater glory of the revolution of the final consciousness. But today, his many victims had been avenged. "What do we do now?" said Terran. She sounded bone-weary. The after-effects of so much adrenaline in such a short time had to be hitting her. "We wait for Bishop," said March, "and then we take you home." "After all this," said Terran, "that sounds pleasant." March nodded, stooped, and picked up 2 small objects that looked like bluish-green beetles. "First, though," he said, "we ought to find the rest of the quantum inducers." Terran laughed a little. "The most dangerous objects in Kalaskar, and they almost end up as stones lying in an abandoned park." They set to work. 10. Scars. Bishop returned with the Tiger the next day, but it was another 4 days before March could depart Rust Belt Station with Terran. For one thing, finding all the quantum inducers took the better part of a day. The explosion that had killed Simon Lori had also flung the quantum inducers in all directions through the dome. After 4 hours, March and Terran had found 17 of the inducers, but they dared not leave a single one behind. In the end, March found Lori's ship, which as he predicted had been docked at the dome's airlock. From the ship's engine room, he took a dark energy detector, which he used to locate the remaining 3 inducers. He also took the opportunity to download the contents of the ship's computer, which he would hand over to the Silent Order with the relics. No doubt Laurie had been careful not to leave any useful intelligence on the ship's computer. But Laurie had not been infallible. His death proved that. Fortunately, March also found the computer Laurie had used to control the infiltrator drones, and he shut down their nanotech remotely before they could rampage through the station and kill innocent people. Bishop arrived with the Tiger the next day, and once March and Taryn had filled him in, the work of the cleanup began. March had left 20 corpses in the ore complex, to say nothing of Dr. Orson's and Laurie's corpses. Heights was pleased that Velt was dead, and participated in creating the cover story with glee. In the end, the official story was that the Grey Wolves had kidnapped Dr. Orson, and intended to ransom him back to the University of Kalaskar. The mercenaries had fallen out with each other, and killed each other in the resultant firefight, during which Dr. Orson was also tragically killed. On the night of the third day after his return, March and Taryn sat in Bishop's office as he opened a trio of beers. "I don't usually drink," said Taryn, accepting the bottle of green glass, "but after the last several days, I'll break my rule." "You two did well," said Bishop, taking a drink of his own beer. "You'll talk to censor yourselves, of course, but I need to write up my own report. I have to say this operation was an unqualified success. 20 quantum inducers and an unknown alien artifact kept from the machinists. And Simon Laurie dead. That man has been a troublemaker since." Taryn offered him a sad smile. "I know when." "Well," said Bishop, lifting his bottle. "To the memory of Mr. Taryn, then. May he rest in God's arms, along with all of Laurie's other victims." They clinked bottles and drank, and then spoke of trivialities for the next hour. "I think," said Taryn, getting to her feet, "that I'm going to bed." She rose and smiled. "Captain March wants us to leave at 5 o'clock tomorrow, so I need my sleep." "Good night, Dr. Taryn," said March. She smiled at him. "Good night, Captain March." Taryn left the office, and March watched her go. He took another drink of his beer, and saw Bishop staring at him. "Jack," said Bishop. "What?" said March. "You aren't going to follow her," said Bishop, incredulous. "Why would I do that?" said March, though he knew what Bishop meant. And the idea had appeal. Sometimes March's mind jumped back to his memory of Taryn in her exercise clothes, or of her smile flashing across her lips as her gray eyes glinted. "I guarantee," said Bishop, "that for the next hour or two, that young lady is going to be lying on her bed waiting for you to knock." "I know," said March. "That's not a good idea." Bishop blinked at him a few times. "Jack," he said. "What the hell is wrong with you?" There was no malice in it, no contempt, just concern. March stared into his beer. "What do you think is wrong with me?" "I've known you for a long time now," said Bishop. "We've helped each other out on 100 operations. I'd like to think of you as a friend." "You are," said March. "A good man and a good friend. But in all that time, I don't think you've ever had a woman in your life," said Bishop. "It's not a good idea," said March. "I have my duty." "But is duty all you want?" said Bishop. March said nothing. He didn't know how to articulate the war raging inside his head. This kind of discussion was not his strength. "I see the way she looks at you," said Bishop. "Hell, I see the way you look at her. And you're not a man to do things casually, I know that. But I think you two are suited to each other. I think you both have something the other needs." "Are you a bartender or a therapist?" said March. Bishop grinned. "Bartenders make for the best therapists in the world." "And haven't you been divorced twice?" said March. Bishop tipped his bottle, conceding the point. "But I'm not wrong, am I?" March said nothing for a while. "Maybe," he said, "but I still have my duty." At 5 o'clock the next day, March piloted the Tiger away from Rust Belt Station and started the ship on the first of its many hyperjumps to Antioch Station. The ship's only cargo was the relics from Xenostas, and its only passenger was Dr. Adelaide Tarrant. It would take 3.5 days and 15 hyperspace jumps to reach Antioch Station. March had thought about dropping Tarrant off at Antioch Station and then reporting to Censor, but no doubt Censor would insist that he take Tarrant and the relics all the way to Kalaskar itself. That would add another 45 hyperjumps and 9 days to the trip. Right now, March and Tarrant were the only people on the Tiger. Truth be told, while in hyperspace, they were the only people for dozens of light years in any direction. They were almost as alone as two people could be. He was as aware of that fact as he had been of anything in his life. March wasn't sure why it dominated his thoughts as it did. Perhaps he only imagined things. He was attracted to Tarrant, and he knew that clouded his thinking. Perhaps Bishop had imagined things as well. He was a good branch chief, but he was something of a romantic. But if they had not imagined things? March thought over what he would say to Tarrant, how he would lessen the sting of the blow. Maybe it would be unnecessary. If she waited for him to make the first move, they would reach Kalaskar, go their separate ways, and that would be that. If she approached him, he would decline, citing the dangers of his duties, and that would also be that. She would be disappointed, maybe even hurt, but once she returned to Kalaskar in her life, she would forget about him. That would be for the best. The thought bothered March more than he thought it would. He spent the day in the flight cabin and the engine room, performing diagnostics and doing routine maintenance on the ship. The Tiger was in good shape. The resonator coil functioned, the hyperdrive was operating at acceptable efficiency, and the dark matter reaction chamber he had bought on Monastery Station had not shown any faults. The relics were secured in the strong room in the cargo hold. March had just started on a diagnostic of the railgun's accelerator coils when the speakers chimed. "Captain March," said Vigil. "Dr. Tarrant wishes to inform you that dinner is ready in the galley, and she requests that you join her." March hesitated, wondering if he should make up an excuse. "No, best to get this over with. Tell Dr. Tarrant I will join her shortly." He left the engine room, walked down the dorsal corridor, and stepped into the galley. He had been half afraid that Tarrant would launch some sort of elaborate seduction, with candles and soft music, and that she would have changed into something alluring. To his relief, nothing of the sort had happened. She had made them a high-protein dinner with cups of coffee, exactly what he would have preferred to have eaten, and she was wearing cargo trousers, a t-shirt, and her brown leather jacket. All of which did look good on her, admittedly. She was standing by the table, and turned and smiled as he stepped into the galley. "Thought you might be hungry since you were working all day." "I didn't do anything too strenuous," said March, rolling his shoulders. "Still healing from the stab wounds. I just pressed buttons all day." "Good," said Tarrant. "Dinner is served." "Well, as much of a dinner as one can have in hyperspace anyway." "Thank you, Dr. Tarrant," said March. Tarrant laughed. "You don't have to call me that, you know. After you pulled me out of the way of a lift car, I don't think you have to call me Dr. Tarrant." He smiled at that. "Professor Tarrant, then." "How about Adelaide?" she said. "It is my name." "All right. Adelaide, then," said March. "But you'll have to call me Jack. It's short. Shouldn't be too much of a challenge." "All right. Jack, then." Adelaide held out her hand. "I'm Adelaide, and I'm very pleased to meet you, Jack." He shook her hand. "It's more pleasant than the first time we met. No one shot at us for days." "Yes," said Adelaide. "I will try to enjoy that while it lasts." He started to release her hand, but her fingers lingered on his. Her skin felt warm against his, very warm. "Jack," said Adelaide. Her voice had gotten quieter. I'm glad I met you. Thank you, said March, but it was my mission. Adelaide shook her head. A stray bit of hair fell across her cheek, and she pushed it away. I know. I've had my life saved before. You have too, I'll bet. March nodded. But not by someone like you. She stepped closer, taking his right hand in her left. I've never met anyone like you. He tried to think of something to say to that, but no answer came. His throat had gone dry. She leaned up and kissed him on the cheek. Her lips felt like fire against his skin. Adelaide stepped back and gazed at him, and the increasingly small part of March's mind that was still functioning clinically noted the signs of arousal. Her pupils had dilated, her face had flushed, her breathing was coming faster, the pulse in her neck coming quicker. He ought to put a stop to this now. Right now. It had gone too far already. She leaned up again and kissed him on the mouth, and his self-control wavered. He coiled his right arm around her back and drew her against him, kissing her harder. Adelaide moaned a little, and her tongue slipped between his lips, and sanity reasserted itself. He had a mission. He was who he was, what the machinists and life had made of him, and nothing could ever change that. He pushed her back gently. No. No, we can't. She blinked up at him, hurt going over her expression, and then calm. Almost like she had been expecting him to do just that. Why not? Said Adelaide. You're a brave man, Jack, and a good one. I wasn't lying when I said hadn't met anyone like you. And you're a brave woman, Adelaide, said March, his voice hoarse. And a beautiful one. But we can't do this. We're both part of the silent order, and... She stepped back and raised one hand. I know what you're going to say, said Adelaide. You're going to tell me that you're an alpha operative of the silent order. You have your duties, your missions, and that's that. You can't have distractions from them. Even if you weren't an alpha operative, you would still be a privateer captain, and I'm an archaeologist. The careers aren't entirely compatible. Yes, said March, surprised. She had divined his reason so accurately that it was uncanny. Those are good reasons, Jack, said Adelaide. I understand them. I think you've used them before. But they're not true. March frowned. What do you mean? I know the real reason you're hesitating, said Adelaide. I teased you for having a girl in every port, but I know you don't, and I know the real reason why. I don't understand. She took a deep breath, as if gathering her courage. I'll show you why. Adelaide reached for her belt and started undoing it. Wait, said March, grabbing her forearm. Don't. Adelaide grinned. What, you think I'm going to strip off and you'll be overcome with desire? I'm self-confident, but not that confident. Her smile faded. No. This is serious. I want to tell you something important. I want you to understand. March hesitated, released her arm, and nodded. Adelaide took one more deep breath. She looked nervous, almost frightened. Then she undid her belt, lowered her trousers to her knees, and rolled her shirt up to the base of her chest. His first thought was that she looked good. Really, really good. His self-control was already wavering, and this did not help. If the ship exploded just now, he wouldn't have noticed. Then he saw the scar. He had glimpsed it earlier, when she had still been wearing her exercise shorts. The scar was almost as wide as two of his fingers. It started on her upper right thigh and climbed up to her hip. Then it emerged from the waistband of her underwear and slashed diagonally across her stomach and stopped just below her left breast. Understanding started to come to him. The bombing, he said. Adelaide nodded. Do you ever think about what modern medical technology would have seemed like to our ancestors on primeval Earth? If nothing kills us first, you and I will probably live to 150 or 160, with most of our faculties intact. Things that would have been lethal in ancient times are cured with nanotech or genetically engineered drugs. She took a deep breath, which made both her stomach and her chest do interesting things. But there are some things medical science can't fix, and this is one of them. You were in a car, said March. It would have a high-density capacitor to power the engine. And when the bomb went off, a shard of capacitor alloy did this and lodged in my abdomen, said Adelaide. She offered a sad smile. Medical science can fix a lot of things, but it can't fix the local cellular poisoning caused by high-density capacitor alloy. I lost the baby, and I'm not going to have another one. I'm sorry, said March. Don't be, said Adelaide with a shake of her head. I'm not telling you this so you'll feel sorry for me. Why then, said March. The gray eyes met his. I'm telling you this, said Adelaide, so you understand the real reason why you're pushing me away. The real reason you've pushed away every woman who ever tried to get close to you. Then what is it, said March. Because, said Adelaide, you can't bear for anyone to see your scars and to be reminded of what you were. She took a deep breath. Just like I can't. March said nothing. I'm just like you, she said. I didn't want to be what I am now. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. I've had a good life. I still have a good life thanks to you. I've traveled a lot of places, seen a lot of amazing things, and I've made a lot of money. But it isn't what I set out to be. I was going to be Duncan's wife. I would help him with his work, help my dad in his shop, and raise our kids. That was what I wanted to do. And the machinists took that from me. They cut me open and made me into someone else. Still March said nothing. Every time I see that scar on my leg and hip and stomach, said Adelaide, I'm reminded of that. That's the real reason you don't like anyone to see your scars. It reminds you of too much. March looked at the ceiling, at the wall, and then back at her. I was an iron hand, Adelaide. I had the final consciousness inside of my head for years. I did things that make Lori look like an incompetent child. That's what I'm reminded of. Jack. She stepped forward, except her trousers were around her knees, so she stumbled, and March caught her on reflex. He didn't try to pull away. That's all true. But when I see your scars, I'm reminded of something else. The man who saved me, my crew, and my graduate students from the ambush. The man who almost got stabbed to death, trying to keep Lori from getting relics he could use to hurt countless people. She smiled. The man who jumped in front of a damned lift car to save my life. That's what I'll think about when I see your scars. She gestured at herself. And I know what my scar reminds me of, but maybe when you see it, you'll remember something else. Like what? Said March. The ship seemed to have vanished around him. All he saw was her. Maybe it will be a reminder of the first time we did this, said Adelaide. She closed the distance between them, and he did not stop her. She kissed him long and hard again, and this time he kissed her back, his arms coiling around her. At last they broke apart, and March slid her jacket from her shoulders and pulled off her t-shirt. She kicked off her shoes and stepped out her trousers and gazed up at him, eyes shining. Said March. He had to work some moisture into his throat before he could speak. I don't know what to say right now. Oh, Jack. Her arms squeezed against his back. Don't you think we've said enough? There's one more thing to ask, said March. What's that? He smiled. Your cabin or mine? Her eyes sparkled. Mine's closer. Good thinking. He put his right arm around her shoulders, his left under her knees, and Adelaide's yelp of surprise turned to a delighted laugh as he picked her up. March carried Adelaide Tarrant to her cabin. As it turned out, the dinner was just as good when reheated for breakfast the next day. The end.